Well, we got 15 minutes, so let's get this circuit number one. Make your way, make your way smile, lots of it.
Start clearing that water, please. Move south of the orange buoy. We are less than 10 minutes to the start. Less than 10 minutes to the start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Day 1 of 9. That's right. Lexus US Open Circuit presented by Pacifico. Fun peaky waves out there this morning. We should see the tide filling in. Anticipating a great day of competition here to kick off the 2025 series. First stop on the World Longboard Tour right here in HD. So once again, non-competitors, please either catch one in, go on the north side or move south of the orange buoy. We will be starting at 7:35 a.m. promptly, so less than 10 minutes to the start. Our final waves coming in, so please grab one.
board ring, 5 more people make the beach. That's what we like to see.
Alrighty, we're under 6 minutes. Thank you to those that are starting to exit the water. Shame on you to those that are not. But once again, guys, please clear the water north on the other side of the pier or south of the orange buoy. Plenty of practice area here along the surface. Beach break up and down the beach here. Combo swell in the water. Looks like plenty of short waters getting warmed up out there. Today we're going to see longboard all day long. Kicking off with our men's World Longboard Tour. Stop number 1 right here. Lexus US Open Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Surf fans, welcome back. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and of course the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California, and that means it's time for another big time surfing event. And I'm talking about the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. As you can see, the lumber is out. Our board racks are filled with beautiful logs, and we've got the who's who of longboarding set to compete here in Huntington Beach. We've only been doing this for about 100 years, so that means the history, the legacy, of course, the modern techniques, and everything will come together on the beach here. We're very excited to kick things off here on Saturday, day 1 competition here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. I am Chris Cote. I'm very excited to be joined by Carla Zamora, Sam Bleakley. Welcome back to Huntington Beach. This has to be considered the ultimate Coliseum of surf competition.
Yeah, we've been waiting a year, right, to get back on the program here with the World Longboard Tour, and we're back here at Huntington Beach. I think it's a great way to kick things off. It's going to come out with a boom and I think really set the pace for the rest of the tour.
Yeah, if you're a competitive longboarder, you've got to shine at HB. Nueva and Corky Carroll did it in the 60s. Linda Benson and Joyce Hoffman did, and now we've got the likes of Rachel Tilley and Taylor Jensen, our defending world champions and our defending champions here at Huntington.
Well, we're going to start things off. Like you said, this is modern classic surfing. So we're going to start everything here at the US Open of Surfing with the World Longboard Tour. Saturday, July 26th, we're here. It's about to be on. We're going to go all the way through till Tuesday. We've got 24 men, 24 women. Defending champions of this event, Taylor Jensen and Rachel Tilley, back in the draw and already on the beach. After that, on Wednesday, we're going to flip the script over to the Challenger Series. This is how our surfers get themselves onto the championship tour. We've got 80 men, 48 women, some of the best surfers on the planet. We'll be fighting it out here in Huntington Beach. Our returning champs, Al Cleland Jr. and Cy Fitzgibbons, will be back as well. So this is the first stop on the 2025 Longboard Tour. Very excited to see how things shake up. We got new faces, returning champions. And the last time we had competition was down in El Salvador, 2024. The world champions came back from that trip, hoisting those trophies. Let's see how it all went down. Let's go back in time to El Salvador.
Poise, as ever, is just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far. Well, this is going to feel great for Rachel. Absolutely. It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024, her second world title. What a moment this is. Just unbelievable surfing. Wow, 4-time world champion. Decorated career of Taylor Jensen.
Now, world champ Taylor Jensen back here at Huntington Beach, where the world title started for you. Last year, you get the win here. How does it feel to be back?
Oh, it's great to be back. Huntington's always fun to show up here and get the ball rolling again. And yeah, familiar sand, I'm happy.
And we talked about the equipment. For you, The answer is really simple. You put the board on ice, get it back out here at Huntington Beach. So how does that world title board feel under your feet?
Well, it felt good last year. We'll find out this year. I still haven't ridden it. It's just been on ice. I'm not risking any damage out here in practice. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
So we'll see you in a few heats. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thanks.
So our not only our returning event champ, but our reigning world champ, Taylor Jensen, looking confident as always. And I love to hear that. That board's been under the bed. It's been hidden.
Yeah.
Keep it away.
That's classic Colin McPhillips tactics, keeping a good contest board on ice. And you know what's great about this event is Colin's son, Kai McPhillips, is in this event. And that's a great legacy.
Well, we've had a lot of this generational, or rather siblings, participating in the event. I know we have the Van Wagner duo, Reed and Jack. We've got Kaede and Taka, I think both going. So, and I think we've got some more in the future that might be filling the ranks coming up.
Yeah, no, this is one of these events where you have these superstar names, you know, Taylor, Rachel, like all the names that we see running through the past couple years on the tour, but now there's some new faces. They're hoping to shake up the balance, and you got one of them in this heat with Antonio Dantes, but of course, global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose. He'll be going up against Tony Silvani in white as well, so you know, this week has something for everyone. This heat has something for everyone. JR, definitely a fan favorite. I mean, every time he comes to Huntington Beach, anytime he goes anywhere in the world, he brings about 50 people with him. He has so much support, and our first wave ridden of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic is by Rogelio J.R. Esquivel. He's actually surfing with a little bit extra right now. Unfortunately, sad news coming out of JR's hometown, La Union. A big storm just whipped through there. He just posted on his Instagram that, you know, he's coming to this event, of course, thinking of home, but also he wants to do it for his hometown. This is a great way to start.
Yeah, you see the opening wave within the first 30 seconds of this heat, and this is going to really set the pace for JR. He gets the nice opening nose ride and finishes it off. As Sam mentioned, working that left because he is a goofy foot, but his home in La Union, you see the tip time there, nice up close and personal, getting that tight 5, really locked into that critical part of the section. And the judges are going to like that, and then using that work, that tail and that rail work, and then finishing it out here as the wave kind of peters out on the end there, but getting that last bit of the 5.
Yeah, he'll love these lefts at middles. He'll love the pier bowl left. I really appreciate that quick start, tight footwork, some lift on his Luffy board, on rail. You'd imagine the judges won't go too crazy on the score, but there it is, a 6.5. A great start for JR. He's second place. He's runner-up from last year. He wants to win this year.
I mean, we're looking at some quick condensed waves. Of course, there you are, the JR camp. You know, you say his name and 40 people show up. They start cooking on the sand, and it becomes a beach party.
I said it last year. The Filipino community is so tight-knit. They're so supportive of their countrymen and women. This is a second wave here now already for JR. You can feel that energy and excitement. Maybe went a little bit too into that, not be able to rebound that. But, you know, shout out and a magandang umaga to everyone that's watching over in the Philippines right now. I'm sure there's a lot of people up, staying up late to get you know, watch this, and then also our hearts going out to our friends there in La Union who have been affected by the recent storm. It's probably a bit bittersweet for these boys to be here right now and away from home. Here we see the replay, Sam.
Yeah, straight back into a second wave. Locks in the 5, and then incredibly clean, quick footwork. I like that down carve on rail, grabs that rail. A little bit of a bump and chop and a wedge to deal with, but 2 dynamic maneuvers in a short space of time on a bigger wave than his opening 6.5. And already with just 3 minutes, what a blazing start for JR.
I mean, it's all about getting up and at him quick, and he did that within the first 30 seconds. And then the flip side of that is getting up and at him quick on the actual waves you're riding. You're not going to have a lot of time to perform because, you know, it's pretty tight. You see low tide here. It's kind of a quick, dumpy start. So it really is about getting your timing down quick early this morning. Your judging elements here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, you know, we're looking for those big combos. We're looking for creativity. Nose rides are paramount, and we want to see you do those on the steepest, most critical section of these waves. Rail surfing, power surfing, speed, power, flow. We're looking for that as well. Smooth transitions. This is what separates our Challenger Series from our longboard event. we're looking for a little bit more smoothness, you know, like this. J.R. Esquivel, again, back at it. He's got 2 waves written, a 6.5, a 3.33. And I think one word that's not in the judging criteria, but it's definitely something the judges are looking for, are the subtleties of this sport. The cross-stepping, making your way from the tail to the nose, making it look easy, but also, you know, using technical footwork to really enhance what the judges are looking at.
Absolutely. I think that is really the epitome of longboarding, and it's that smoothness and the style that is incorporated within those various technical maneuvers like cross-stepping and nose riding and the cutbacks and the drop knees, if you will. And JR getting a really good start here with that 6.5 and a 3.33. And we had that wide shot there, and you could really see how he was setting himself apart from blue and white. And now white, Tony Silvani getting his opening ride.
Yeah, Silvani, one of the ultimate veterans. I would say of all the surfers in the draw, Sam, Tony probably brings the most stoke of anybody. This guy's always smiling. He is you know, he's been in probably 1 million surf events by now, so a full-on competitor, but he does it with a lot of joy.
Yeah, and he's riding his Bill Stewart boards. He's got the model called the Bird, and Bill has been supporting Tony throughout his entire competitive career, based out there in North Carolina where he runs the Tony Silvani Surf School. Bill Stewart's actually just released a range of soft top boards for Tony with his surf school branding. But this guy on our screen, Antonio Dantas, in Portuguese you sometimes have the sh sound for the S. He's from São Pedro, Estoril, a fantastic right-hander in the heart of Lisbon. And, you know, it's a classy part of Europe, and it's shone through in Antonio's classy surfing. He's a smooth act, he's suave, he's sophisticated, he's very composed on the nose. He also rides Luffy boards, so the same shaper that we see under the feet of J.R. Esquivel. And the nice thing about this trip for Antonio is his brother Joao, older than him, also accomplished competitor, is here as his inverted commas coach. So that's going to be a positive influence for Antonio.
You know, I think one of the hardest part of competing on a world tour as a longboarder is dragging these boards around the world. Maybe for someone who's not super familiar with these, I guess, modern logs that these guys are riding, like this board, for example. So J.R. Esquivel, this was caught during Tony's last wave, that quick snap right there. But let's talk about these boards for the maybe uninitiated who have never held a modern log. What are we looking at here?
Well, most of the boards are going to be at least 9+, some in the 9.4, 9.6 range. It's a 9.4 under the feet of J.R. Esquivel we just saw there, shaped by Luffy. Most of the surfers, pretty much all, will be on single fins. You might see Eduard Del Perro on a 2+1. He free surfed on his 2+1 yesterday afternoon. We'll find out if he's going to compete on that, the French surfer. But most of them on single fins, fairly soft rails all the way through to the tail area. Some surfers opting for a little bit of edge. You'll see a lot of kick in the tail to help with the lift on the nose. There's that seesaw effect that the longboarders want to create. They want the lock of the tail to suck into the pocket of the wave to allow that lift so their body weight can be held on the tip. And the art of nose riding is a huge part of the score. Yes, it's not all about the nose ride, but it's about setting that high line, as we see here with JR going back in and out of those fives. And look at the way he's got his heels on that inside rail and demonstrating with HB you need to have variety. You've got to be able to mix it up.
Well, and I think this wave is actually perfect for that, because you have to really be adaptable and quick on your feet and ready to kind of throw in a maneuver that fits that moment in the wave. And that can change from wave to wave, whereas, you know, in the past we've been at Malibu, and Malibu's very predictable and very peeling, and you can kind of set your nose rides in these very specific spots, where here you really have to be adaptable. And I think, while Huntington may not be on the long list of great longboard waves, as far as a tour is concerned and trying to exemplify a well-rounded champion, this is a great wave to do that, because not everything can be a perfect little Malibu.
Yeah, and of course the US Open, such a big culture, such a big part, the biggest event of the year, you know, 500,000 to 750,000 people will come in these 9 days to watch the music, to enjoy the show. And for longboarders, going back to the days of Linda Benson and Joyce Hoffman competing here, and David Nuiva and Corky Carroll, it was a real proving ground for nose rides, for shooting the pier. And through the 90s, it was an important proving ground for the likes of Colin McPhillips, for the likes of Joel Tudor, Kevin Connolly, and Taylor Jensen himself has won 4 significant events here. 2 of them have been the WSL World Longboard Tour events, and he comes in as someone extremely confident at this spot.
Yeah, speaking of confidence, I mean, you got to give it up to J.R. Esquivel right now. 6.5 and a 5. I mean, he is well into the lead. He's got Antonio Dantas in combo. Tony Silvani needs a 9.83. If you're Tony and Antonio right now, you're just thinking, what the heck just happened?
Yeah.
This whole event just started. We're already comboed. JR came out all cylinders firing, as we see now Tony Silvani. He's got 20 minutes 35 to go, so not worried, but unfortunately that wave, as you can clearly see, not an easy wave to ride, especially on a 9-foot-plus board. These surfers out here are going to have their work cut out for them in terms of what wave to ride.
Wave selection.
Yeah, and JR has just hit the ground running. I mean, he must have really studied the conditions this morning. He had a plan, and it's paid off, and what a quick start, and look how significant his lead is.
Yeah, you know, I'm of the opinion that JR is in the savant level when it comes to his wave IQ and his wave reading, because if you watch him at any location, he's really on point in knowing the wave that he wants, that he's going to do that on.
Well, he's really dialed into these lefts right now. This one, great start for him. High speed nose ride, finishes with a nice clean snap. Untouchable at the moment.
Yeah, and of course it's non-elimination. The winners go into that round 3, that round of 16, but the surfers in 2nd and 3rd, reseeded, surfing man-on-man in that round 2, and now we get the chance for our Portuguese surfer to take off.
Yeah, here we go, Antonio getting his campaign underway. Again, just a little bit of a smaller wave, maybe not the best selection, but with 19 minutes on the clock and his competitor already with a 6.5 and a 5, he probably is just feeling edgy and needs to get up on his feet and get some movement going.
But JR is just looking on fire, you know, compact, crisp. I really like the way he's putting a lot of dynamic turns on that rail edge, and there's spray and there's throw. Here it is, Tony up and riding.
Tony Silvani gets straight up to it. Nice soul arch. Nose ride there for Tony. The wave kind of dies quickly, but I feel like he got the most out of that right. And so far, I think Tony's only looked right. Meanwhile, JR is finding waves that are twice as big as that wave grid and twice as long. Obviously, just giving him more room to work. And the judges are loving the story being told by JR Esquivel right now. But I think Tony Silvani is going to keep him honest with that last wave. A nice, just good, high and tight nose ride.
Yeah, getting that really, I mean, he knew exactly what he needed to put out there with the wave that was given to him. He throws that quick footwork to the 5 and the nice soul arching 10, and that's what's going to give him that little bit of edge. Comes in at a 4.33, so not quite as high as the waves of JR, but as you said, not quite as big or long of a wave. But look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there. Feet in front, locked together. And then a nice turn. You were mentioning, too, the power that we're feeling from some of these turns, you know, from Tony there and obviously from JR. So really nice surfing.
And the judges will appreciate the variety of the styles of rail turns you can perform. And the drop knee is like a classic technique. Originally a functional technique to steer a heavy board. A lot of these surfers, they're on boards that don't require the drop knee as far as technique, but the aesthetics of the drop knee, and really starting to emphasize the fact that you've got variety in your cutbacks. Tony uses his drop knee a lot. JR does as well. And it's something that at the very best, you can see the full roundhouse drop knee. And someone who does that really well is Ben Skinner.
Yes.
He's got an extremely powerful drop knee. But across the women's ranks as well, Chloe Calmon, she's good on the drop knee.
Love a good drop knee turn. We got 17 minutes to go here. While we wait for our next wave to be ridden, let's talk about the waves we're going to see throughout the week. This is your Surfline forecast for the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Surfline actually located right across the street, so they know this wave well. All week long, it's looking like fun-sized surf. That's why we've been having contests here for the last 100 years. There's always a wave to be ridden. See all these blobs coming through here, that overlapping fun zone. Southwest swell coming through today. We are looking at 3 to 4 foot faces. I would call it maybe 1 to 4 because some of those in-betweener waves, the non-set waves, could play a factor for some of these surfers in the water in the afternoon. It's going to be a little bit more wind coming through. Next 4 days are looking fun as well. I mean, we're right here in the zone of waist to chest high waves. And, you know, if you're a surfer that basically rides the board for the conditions, I think a longboard is going to be a good call for the next few days. So I'm really happy that we started with longboarding because I think we're going to give them some of the best conditions. It's going to be glassy through some of these mornings. Do have a little bit of morning sickness starting us off today. You see the texture on the water. You see those Philippines flags flying in the breeze right there. It did clean up yesterday around brunch time, and it was nice and glassy all the way through to the afternoon. So as always, doesn't matter what board you're riding, if you come to compete in Huntington Beach, you have to expect to be surfing in all types of conditions. Low tide, 2-foot waves like this, high tide, 10-foot waves. Who knows what's going to happen by the end of the week? Huntington always keeps you guessing.
Yeah, a lot of variety. And we've got favorable tides. We've got low tides in the mornings pushing up through into the early afternoon. So conditions are going to improve. But all of the surfers have been here training free surfing across the last 5 days, and they've all had a good positive energy about the experience. They're saying that there's a lot of waves coming through, a lot of variety, and the fact that we saw that quick start from JR, within 3 minutes he'd already caught 3 waves, you know, so they get excited, the competitors, when they know that they can be busy.
Yeah, I mean, with such a high visibility event you're going into for longboarding, we're not generally given quite the visibility that the U.S. Open can offer. So I think everybody is feeling that adrenaline and those endorphins running, and they're excited to get out there. And like you said, clearly from JR's start with that 6.5, and then he's finished off with his 5th wave with a 5.5. So he's really kind of dominating the situation here. And, you know, 14.5 minutes, though, on the clock. That's basically the time of a regular heat, so anything can kind of come into play.
Yeah, we can see Johnny the Ripper, John Michael van Hoyenstein coming up next, Jefferson Silva from Brazil, Joe Marie Abueza from the Philippines, who's a good friend of JR's, and also the board he learnt to longboard on was loaned to him from JR. So great to see Joe Marie here, as we can see our Portuguese surfer up and riding, Chris.
Yeah, a couple nice cross steppers down to the finish right there. Did get up to the nose for just a quick, brief second there, but either way, he's going to be on the board. He's got a 193, and I like that story of loaning the local Grom your board, and then a year or so later, you might be having to surf against that local Grom. So be careful who you loan a board to. But no, that's a rad story. I mean, that's what surfing Spirit Aloha is all about, right?
Yeah.
Rising up the surfers around you.
And Joe Marie did beat JR at the 2022 Philippines Championships. So he proved that he's right up there. And they surf a good right-hand point on their home turf, and they really are exceptional all-rounders. That's the great thing. They both shortboard extremely well. I mean, they would fly the flag in the Challenger Series event here. They can do airs, they can slide the tail, but on the nose, they're very creative. You'll see them going into the hang heels. You'll see a lot of elasticity in their approach.
Oh, Silvani straight to the nose, 5'10". Nice whipping cut back right there. Here's kind of that sketchy, standard inside Huntington Beach section. And he rides out clean, so nicely done there. Sticking to those rights. Tony Silvani currently in second place with a 5.17 and a 4.33, and still going. I believe that's your first inside connection. No Huntington hop needed. Nice and smooth all the way in. Still going. He's on the sand. He's going to do the runaround.
He's going to do the run on up, and he's not needing a giant score. It's a doable score at a 6.83. Not sure how the judges will play that one out. Here's Dantes taking his priority, not able to quite get his footing, and looks like I was going to close out for him anyways. But interesting situation for Silvani. Looks like that last one coming in for him at a 5.17. We're just waiting for some waves to drop for Blue. But still a situation, JR really holding strong.
Oh, we got a board swap.
Board switch.
Is this just marketing here, or?
So you can see the bird tail there. Look at that, almost like bat moon tail. And then you can see the big concave in the nose. And wow, that's interesting. Unusual to see a board switch, you know, in these types of conditions. But it demonstrates that he's got a quiver, you know, and that he's ready to maximize, you know, those different designs for the waves. We thought he was just going to do the run around, but it's out there for a different board. But a good score comes through for Antonio, a 4.97, so he's right back in the mix. He still needs a decent score to move up into first, but if he can replace that 1.93, he's right there with a potential second place.
Well, we've got a lot of waves ridden already. We got 11 minutes, 15 seconds here in our opening round, Heat 1. The Lexus US Open of Surfing is just getting started. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be right back with more action. To see if JR can hang on to this lead, yeah, stay tuned to find out.
All right, down to 10 minutes, 40 seconds. Surfers 10:40. Red continues to lead the heat. Also, red with priority. JR 6.5, low score of a 5.5. Tony looking for a 6.83. Surfer in white. Your last score, well, that was when you came in, made the board change. You're looking for a 6.83, Tony. And Antonio, surfer in blue, looking for a 7.03. Order of priority is red, blue, white. 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Let's talk today. Of course, you're watching some of the world's best longboarders here on tour stop number 1. After a little bit, the warm-up is going to be the no-cap freestyle moto demos at 11 a.m., 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. So if you're watching from home somewhere here in Southern California, get in your car, get on down here if you want to see some ripping freestyle moto on the beach. The Lexus Culinary Master Food Sampling will happen at 1 p.m. at the Lexus House. And then sundown sets. Hopefully you had a second to get that QR code. You can check out the website here that you're on right now watching and get yourselves tickets to Common Kings. Chris Cote with Sam Bleakley. Sam, I know you love the Common Kings, so you're going to probably be front row, huh? You have a wristband already?
100% American Hawaiian Samoan reggae bombastic band from here in Orange County. Their debut album, Lost in Paradise, was nominated for a Grammy Award.
Come on.
They've been going since 2011. So, yeah, come on down and watch. And as we see a replay of Silvani, who's in second, but these surfers want to get first to move to that third round. But Silvani now on a board switch, and will it pay off? He's got a 5.17 and a 4.43, waiting for this score to drop, and it comes in at a 2.5. 8 minutes remaining. Cote, plenty of time for Silvani and Dantash, but it was that quick start for JR, and I think a lot of the other competitors are going to recognize that a quick start is a healthy start today.
I feel like he got 3 waves in the first minute. So Tony Silvani had just come in, ran up the beach, switched to grab that board. We only seen 1 wave ridden. So far, the other board looked really nice under his feet. Looked like it was kind of bending to his will. So we'll see, you know, what that thought process was for Silvani, if that works out for him grabbing that other board. I'm sure they're pretty similar boards. You know, he does have his signature Stewart boards. You always like to see the little intricacies of these heat, the short stories that happen within the novel written here in Huntington Beach.
I believe they're both 9.2s. They're the Bird model, which is a model you can get from Bill Stewart, and they're a little bit tweaked, designed specifically for Tony. They could have a deep V in the tail area, and of course that helps create the greater lift when you're locked on the nose. And Tony comes off the back of being the U.S. National Longboard Champion. He won that down at Oceanside earlier in the summer. That's a big thing to win, but he's no stranger to competing here at HB, as all Californian surfers are. But he's got to claw something back here. He needs a decent score of 6.83. JR now in that position where he can be patient with that 6.5 and that 5.5, but having that fan support on the beach for Team Philippines, that's really going to help the confidence of JR and his teammate Joe Marie, who we're going to see coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, so we got 6.25 to go. JR in the lead with priority. All 3 surfers basically in the same zone, not quite at the pier bowl. Haven't seen much happening that close to the pier. So at this size, you're going to see surfers moving up the beach a little bit to the south. Not quite to what we would call Rob Reef, but pretty far up.
Yeah.
And I think when the tide switches, you could see this playing field condense a little bit and maybe push these surfers towards the pier. But this is just a great scouting report for all of us watching, and of course for the surfers coming up in the next rounds. You know, I don't think if you were in the Challenger event, you know, on your shortboard, you might be thinking epoxy, you might be thinking get something with a little bit more fuller of a nose. But here in the longboard event, I mean, longboards, well, designed, of course, to start the world surfing. But if you look at these waves, to me, this is a longboard day. I mean, this is the day you would pull the log off the rack, you know, if you ride it a lot or not. But you know, these waves right now are just calling for that big log experience.
And Silvani's such a veteran. He's been on the WSL Longboard Tour since 2008, you know, so he's no stranger to clawing himself back from these types of positions. But what I love about HB Cote is the fact that there's a spread, there's that range, there's the pier bowl right and left, there's middles right and left, and you may well move down to Machado's and get those lefts, and it gives everybody a little bit of space. But at the same time, some competitors like to stay close to each other. They like to kind of play off the energy of one another. But at the end of the day, it's just about the surfers, the board, and the waves. And all of these three have had a really great season. Antonio Dantas comes off the back of winning the WSL European Regional Tour. He just won a big event in Ferrol in Galicia. And this is the other Philippine surfer, Joe Marie.
What's caused the beach to go wild?
Well, this is Joe Marie Abueza, and he's going to be coming up against John Michael van Hoyenstein and Jefferson Silva. Jefferson, a goofy footer. Of course, Johnny the Ripper, a regular footer. And young Joe Marie, he is a class act. He's also now on a new Luffy board. Luffy Luis Bento from Costa de Caprica. He said to Joe Marie, when you qualify for the World Longboard Tour, I will sponsor you for surfboards. He's done that this season, and he's got some fresh Luffys to perform on.
Now, you just mentioned rights and lefts, goofy and regular. I feel like our current crop of longboarders on tour right now have leaned back into switch stance surfing. You know, unlike the Challenger Series, where you know the conversation of riding switch has been really in the background. I mean, it's rarely even mentioned. But on the longboarding tour, I mean, there's a lot of times where you wouldn't even know which stance these surfers are, because they have that ability to switch their stance up. And that's been something that longboarders have been doing for ages.
Yeah.
But I like to see it now applied to kind of the modern techniques that we're seeing.
And one of the greats of the switch stance was Rusty Kealana, 3 times world longboard champion, and you could rarely tell if he was goofy or regular. And I noticed that when Stephen Sawyer from South Africa won his South African national title at Jeffreys Bay this season, he was incorporating a lot of switch stance surfing. He's a goofy footer, but then coming to the front side on those rights. And we do see JR using the switch stance occasionally in the heels. We don't commonly see Antonio and Tony using the switch stance, but right now chasing a score is our man from Lisbon.
He's got a little runner. So there's just your classic combo that we see time and time again, especially here in Huntington Beach. Nose ride, carve, finishing turn.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that combination all day long. Unfortunately for Dantas, that wave was pretty small, pretty quick. I mean, you compare that to JR's first wave. It was twice as big and nearly twice as long. But it was sitting in third priority, so why not just go?
Absolutely. It was tidy, it was clean, it was a confidence builder to know that he's surfing well. But like you said, Cote, it's the wave size and the wave shape. You just felt like relative to some of those more peaky, bowly waves we saw JR on that opening 6.5, for example, they had way more scoring potential. That was quite a tight, short wave. It was kind of like a lower, faster lip line, but Antonio looking good on it nevertheless.
What do you think of the classic speed, power, flow, you know, ethos that we see in surf competition? And all 3 of those words still heavily involved here in longboarding competition, flow being the biggest. power, you know, the ability to whip around these giant surfboards and make it look like you're not trying. The speed element, though, speed control is so crucial in longboarding, because you can take off and turn that thing. That board's going to have a mind of its own. It's going to be flying. So controlling your speed, making sure that your board is right there in the pocket, that's a huge, huge underrated factor in professional longboard.
Yeah, that's great analysis, Chris. And of course, that's the use of the footwork, using all of the board, covering ground on the wave. And what the cross-stepping does is it allows you to transfer your body weight evenly, smoothly up and down the board to stay in trim. And the nose ride is actually a stalling maneuver, because it's going to slow you down when you're deep in the pocket, and then you move back to the middle point to accelerate, and then you put the board on rail to get back into the pocket. And the very best, the way they incorporate footwork, trim, glide, flow, and then go on rail, it's a joy to watch. And I think why all of the longboarders appreciate having Huntington on tour as their first stop is it allows them to demonstrate a lot of variety. The fact that they have to be quick with their feet, they're going to get rights and lefts, they're going to get bowls, they're going to get peaks, and Dantash straight to the tip there with a 5 and a 10.
Yeah, right there on the nose in the critical section of that wave. And coming across the line, Tony Silvani. That was just a bit of a veteran flex, I would say, right there. Even though, you know, both waves had pretty much died out, Tony said, "This is mine, Grom."
Yeah,
and he's still going.
Didn't look like there was any interference between both of those surfers. It looked like nobody hindered one another's rides. We didn't get to see what Tony was doing, but we did see JR had a bit of a closeout out back. But I feel confident that there's not going to be a significant score drop to oust JR from numero uno.
Well, yeah, the good news is we get to hear from JR Esquivel. I'm pretty sure he is just such a rad ambassador to not just surfing in the Philippines, but surfing in general. Dude's awesome. And that was a great finish there for Tony Silvani.
That was a nice...
Yeah, slow to the lip there, but rode out clean.
It was a nice nose ride behind the section, stayed locked on it. This wave in the background we saw as Antonio was surfing looked like it did run away, close out. But look at the speed of his footwork. And it all came down to that fast start for JR. He's got a great history of competing here in Huntington, second last year to TJ Taylor Jensen. As we can see, this last ride of Dantash, again looking really good and lively, and he just wanted to make it really clear that he stayed out of any potential interference with Tony's ride on that last turn.
And did Tony grab the blue board just to be color coordinated with the other two guys in the water?
There is a green tone. I mean, we got lime, we got a little bit more in the kind of turquoisey kind of colors there. And I like that two-tone green we got there from Tony as well.
You know, one of my favorite parts of this event is always just checking out these boards. They're all works of art. I mean, these are all like boards that would look great on the wall, but let's keep them in the water for sure. All right, we're gonna flip it on over to the next heat. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and we'll be right back with more logging. Stay tuned.
Out there in the red, we have Johnny Hollenstein. In blue, Jefferson Silva. In the white, Mario Huerta. All the way from the Philippines. He's got that loopy under his feet. That is the Philippine flag. The Philippine flag is flying on the beach. Starting off the day, back-to-back heats with our Philippine surfers. And out the back, he's straight into it. Mario right up to the tip. A little splash there, but he saves it. Stylish car, wraps him around again. The wave's trying to disappear on him, but he's going to keep it moving until he doesn't. And then Jeffson out the back. He's got that Slater white suit right up to the 5. Holding that 5 for a while. Lots of speed, tapping the 10. Stylish car there to get back to the phone. He's got some speed for this hit to here. Gets the nose up to the sky. It's a little wiggly on him, but he saves it. He's going to try to roll this into the group on the side. Starting to creep up. He's going to kick out, so a nice little exchange to start. Jackson with a quick grab. Amari with a quick grab, away for those scores. Yeah, now priority will be established. We'll be with our surfer in red, Johnny with priority. So yeah, going back to the Philippines conversation, pretty cool. JR last year, finalist here, runner-up, already taking a win here. First heat of the morning, day one of 9 here from Lexus US Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. JR coming through as our first winner of the day, first winner of the entire event. Chris Cote here with Sam Blakely. JR just went out there, meant business. First minute, he already had 3 waves ridden, got a big 6 to start. I mean, that was just I'm not gonna say effortless because obviously he was trying to run a lot of waves, but he made that victory look pretty darn easy.
Yeah, and all of the Philippine diaspora here who work in Los Angeles and Orange County on the sand supporting JR, and they've got another Philippine surfer to cheer for, Jo Marie Abueza, also from the same area, San Juan, La Union, Luzon, which is the northern island of the Philippines, north of the capital city, Manila. Jo Marie, also a goofy footer, very elastic on the nose. He has a kind of similar frame to a Hawaiian who we're going to get to see in the 3rd heat, Nelson Ahina the 3rd. Nelson, of course, a really brilliant, graceful Hawaiian. Jo Marie similar in the way he's quick with the footwork and he has a really nice soul arch hang 10. But will they get the quick start that we saw from JR? But it looks like Jefferson Silva, also a goofy footer, Cote, has had a pretty quick start with that 417.
Yeah, we got Brazil, Philippines, and Hawaii in the mix right now. Jefferson Silva started quick, that 417. And we mentioned it quickly off the jump. La Union, where our surfers Ubueza and Esquivel are from, just went through a really heavy storm situation. So we're sending our most positive thoughts over to everybody in the Philippines dealing with that. With 26 minutes, 30 seconds to go. This is a rare and early sighting of an all-white wetsuit, reminiscent of Kelly Slater.
Yep, up and riding.
Well, it looks like a good luck charm so far. This is a nice-looking wave for your surfer in blue, Jefferson Silva, representing Brazil.
So fast with the footwork. You'll see with Jefferson, he almost ran to the nose then. You know, there's a Ventures tune from the 60s surf guitar era, walk, don't run. But Jefferson wasn't listening then. He was running to that tip, and he ran nicely as we get to see the other goofy footer.
Abueza now, straight to the nose. A beautiful pocket on this wave, flying down the line. Quick snap there to finish this wave off clean. And yes, you do hear the beach going wild. That's because the Philippines crew has come correct, as they always do. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now.
And he's gone for the Philippines flag in his board spray. And that's a classic, you know, when you kind of embody your nationality in your board spray. 2 steps to the 5, holds that 5, walks out quickly, back to another tighter 5, pulls in those knees and then just readjusts those feet with a nice step into that down carve turn. Runs out there and just hits that off the foam, just widens the stance to stand tall. In comparison to our opening right-hander for Johnny the Ripper, straight to the tip, stretches back, drops down on his Mark Lydell board, goes for the float there, but I think he just recognized there was no easy ride out of that. He's got a lot of time. He probably could have manufactured a landing of that floater, but I think as soon as he came off the bottom, he was like, this isn't going to be a strong ride. I'm going to end it now.
Well, you know, he does rip, hence the name Johnny the Ripper, but also it's a very long name, so maybe you just condense it a little bit. John Michael van Hohenstein. Not an easy last name to say. That's probably why he just said, you know what, just call me the Ripper. 24-26 to go. Abueza in the lead now with a 517 and a 390 while we wait for our surfers to strike next. Let's go to the glass. AJ McCord standing by with JR.
Chris, somebody who struck first was JR Esquivel. What a way to start out your campaign here in Huntington Beach. I was catching up with your manager and he said, you've had so much energy for this contest. How did you channel that in the first heat?
Yeah, I just go out there and do what I'm doing, especially like the free surfing. And today was a little smaller, so I feel more confident because it's good for me not to shake. And yeah, that's the goal, to win here.
And the first heat, but the crowd support as strong as it always is. And you have another Filipino in the field for you. Just describe what it feels like to have that crowd, another Filipino in the heat draw with you to really bring all that energy.
Yeah, I'm super stoked that Jo Marie qualified for a world tour this time, and so happy that I will be traveling with him together. And yeah, we're super stoked for the fans here, the Filipinos here in California. They are all super supportive, and we are so thankful for them.
And I know you have a lot of friends and support watching and rooting on back home. Do you have anything you want to say to them?
Sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa Pilipinas, especially sa La Union, maraming salamat. Stay strong, babangon tayo, and sama-sama tayo sa pagbangon. Kapit lang. Maraming salamat sa inyo.
Thanks so much, JR.
Thank you.
Thank you, JR. Thank you, AJ. You should give a follow to JR at JAY Esquivel. So at J Esquivel, and he's actually a really good news source of what's happening right now in the Philippines. And you could see right there the mix of emotions. Obviously very happy, excited to be moving through, surviving these opening rounds, and being able to skip that second round is huge for JR. But you know, he's got a lot on his mind, and you know, again, that's why I like that he put it out there. Like, you know, of course I'm thinking of home. It's in my heart. I'm going to do this for you guys. I'm going to try to bring some joy into what is going to be a really rough situation.
Yeah, exactly, Cote. And of course, HB is the benchmark of surf towns, surf city. I mean, it's absolutely incredible to have the Times Square of surfing on Pacific, on the, you know, PCH and Main Street, and of course all the big stores there. And San Juan is a surf town in the northern part of the Philippines that's been inspired by Huntington Beach. And of course he's dealing with having a good result here, recognizing the impact on his home community, but also very inspired to see how Huntington embraces surfing, how this has been a breeding ground for some of the greats from the likes of Courtney Conlogue, Simpo, Brett Simpson, but of course all of the longboard heritage, David Nuiva, Corky Carroll, Linda Benson, and Joyce Hoffman, who I mentioned in our opening show this morning, who have proven how important Huntington is for surf culture. And it's an exhibition, it's a platform space, especially when surfers get the pier bowl left and maybe shoot the pier and have that extra impact of performing to not only the people on the beach, but all of the spectators out there on the pier as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of history to lean back on, nearly 100 years of competition. So makes this event really fun to announce for us, because, I mean, we've got volumes of surf history that's happened here at Huntington Beach Pier. 2029, Abueza now in the lead. You got Jefferson Silva second, Johnny the Ripper third. Biggest score so far, a 517. Just back to the Philippines story for a minute here. You have Abueza representing the Philippines as well, but I would say JR, for me, has to be considered the greatest ambassador for Philippine surfing in the past decade or so, because I'll be honest with you, I knew about Cloud9. We've all known about that wave for quite some time. I had no idea there was such a big, vibrant longboarding scene, a fully soulful Malibu-style type of scene happening in the Philippines, until I saw JR and met him, and we started talking about it and finding out what it's all about. I mean, that Philippine scene, we're probably gonna have 3 or 4 more surfers from the Philippines on the longboard tour in the near future. You tell me about it, you've been there.
Yeah, and big shout out as well to the work that Carla Zamora has done there. You know, she's been traveling out there, working with all of the women out there, the likes of Daisy Valdez, and of course Luke Landrigan has been a true trailblazer out there in the Philippines. You know, it takes a village to raise a child, and there's a wealth of talent there that is mind-blowing, and it's demonstrated right now by the fact that the biggest score dropped is Jo Marie Abueza's 517. So, you know, low scores for Johnny and Jefferson. Jefferson will be happy to kick off with that 417, but Jo Marie, if he can just replace that that 3.9, he's in a really strong position here to move to that advancing round 3, because the surfers in 2nd and 3rd reseeded to surf man-on-man in that round 2. The surfers in 1st likely to get a lay day, leapfrog all the way to that round 3, and then they're really in a strong position to have a really significant start to the season.
Absolutely. So this is stop number 1 of the World Longboarding Tour. Really unique stops on tour this year as well. Bells, of course, coming up next.
Yep.
I mean, Bells, one of the most classic and iconic breaks in the world, I think suits longboarding perfectly. Even when it's 10 foot, I mean, you could get 30-second nose rides out there. Way different story here in Huntington Beach. This is a quick wave. We've seen the longest waves ridden so far on these lefts. These rights have been a little bit more of a challenge to get up and get things moving. Kind of closed out for the majority of the right-handers, so you really have to be open-minded out here in choosing which way you're going to go on these waves.
Well, so far today, the significant scores in the 6 or high 5 range have been on the lefts, and that was interesting watching Johnny. You know, he paddled into that looking left with a lot of speed. If he saw an opening, he probably would have hit the nose, but he then did that quick snap fade to look right, but it was a closeout. And you will see a lot of the surfers using the fade on the right here, but the left, I mean, over the years, it just feels like the significant surfing happens on the lefts and middles and the pier bowl. That's the kind of real exciting, peaky, wedgy sections. But certainly as that tide comes higher, the rights may well start to be the bigger scores. And last year in the longboard event, the highest score, a 9.43, which came from Ben Skinner, who had a semi-final finish. That came from one of these rights at middles. It was a really big, long, deep through the section, lifting hang 10 with a snapping, driving drop knee turn, and it was on the right. So, of course, the regular footers know they can get the big scores on the rights if the conditions allow, as we see Jeffson up and riding.
Straight to the nose. A lot of energy, so he's kind of mixing that classic, traditional style with a bit of a more aggressive modern approach on those finishing maneuvers.
Yeah, quick on his feet. The thing about Jeffson as well is he really always has his palms open through everything. I mean, you look at the way he uses those hands to really control that balance, to readjust those feet, snaps that. He's just trying to fit a lot of things in to a short ride. Johnny doing the same with a nice finish to that.
I mean, tough to fit, 9.2, 9.4 in a 1 foot closeout dumpy section like that, but both surfers finishing nicely there. They're going to give the judges something to think about. Silva is in 2nd, Johnny the Ripper in 3rd for now. He needs a 6.67. Jeffson would need a 4.91. So Abueza still in the lead with 5.17 and a 3.90. We're looking at just inside of 16 minutes to go. We've been talking about the Filipino crew on the sand right now. As we see a wave coming through here, it's going to be Jeffson again. So Jeffson got the note, stick to the lefts. Fortunately, that one closed out around him, so most likely not going to be a score of note as we see. This is Abueza.
Whoa.
So just as we're saying how great the lefts are, Abueza now finds himself a nice, potentially meaningful right-hander. If he can ride out clean, he does.
Nice. I mean, did you see the way he held that backside 10? That was super important. And the fact that things got a little bit scrappy at the end, but he maintained his composure and rode out of that floater. It's going to be a good score, Chris.
And it's cool with the airbrush that he has that we can kind of see the quadrants of that board, which we could talk about on his next wave ridden, as we see Johnny the Ripper now flying down the line right in that section. He gets a quick snap. Dixon knows a little bit, but rides out of it nonetheless. So everybody involved, that's going to give our judges some work to do while they do the work. Let's go down to Rosie Hodge on the sand.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Just doing a little bit of a vibe check. I always like to come down and feel the energy from the Filipino support crew. They've been down here since 5 a.m. The event only started at 7:30, but they wanted to stake their place on the sand. They watched JR win their heat. Now they're watching Jo Marie. And just a little heads up, in the women's heat number 7, we have Malia Iliagan. She's a Filipino USA surfer, so we can't wait to see that action too.
So much happening already. We're just getting started. Let me look at my G-Shock watch here. It's only 8:22 in the morning. So much has happened already. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. The surfer in white we're looking at right now, maybe a relatively new name to some of you guys watching, but on the international longboarding scene, Joe-Marie Abueza, he's been doing it for a minute. And looking at that board, he does have the Filipino flag airbrush, but this is also a good way to talk about the quadrants of these logs.
Yeah.
So if you split the board down the middle, of course you've got your right and left side, or your port and your starboard side, but then you've got the upper half and the lower half, and it seems like, depending on which way you're going or which stance you are, you're kind of hanging into one of those quadrants and then switching back and forth through the entirety of the ride.
Yeah, you'll really start to recognize when you watch the replays how the surfer is often on that inside rail edge. So the weight of their feet or their heel, depending on if the front side or a backside ride, will be over across from the stringer, sometimes almost against that rail, just to help lock that rail edge in. And a lot of these surfers have boards with really soft rails, and they may have a little bit of edge in the tail, but they're using that foot position to make sure that they're exactly in the right trim spot of the board to keep that board moving, to keep that board flat, and of course they'll move back to the tail or the nose when they need to.
Well, the beach is raging, as it always is when there's a surfer representing the Philippines in the water. We got 12 minutes, 47 seconds to go, and a lot more surfing to come. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
517. Johnny wearing red, you're in second. You're looking for a 617. And surfer in blue, Nelson, you're looking for a 6.33. 12 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Priority is blue, white, red.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's kind of moving all over the place. Looks like I'm already to the south, and I found a nice little left jam right into the tip. Oh! I was just about to say he's getting critical, got a little too critical. They took him out. How fast was he to his feet? But literally at the top of the wave, he was already on the nose. Instantly. I guess that's what you have to do though with the quick running left of the beach plate like that. Yeah, you haven't got a super quick. The waves too, they kind of, especially the tide's coming now, but the lower tide has that lead build up and then it goes from almost nothing to vertical really quick. So you got to be really fast.
Paulie, you and I, short water, obviously Bucky, the longboard specialist up here, but you and I both know in tight little pockets like this, it's hard to maneuver our short boards, let alone have a longboard with all that in front of you, keeping the edges clean. I like the reference that Bucky made earlier, a little splash off, when you're nose riding. When we catch a rail, or you get a little water on the rail, he calls it a splash on the nose. Obviously that goes into the scoring when the judges are taking note. Here we go, red.
Yeah, Johnny on the backhand. I'm just going to kick out. I was kind of second on.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. You're watching Joe-Marie Abueza, representing the Philippines, and in the lead with a 5.33 and a 5.17. Johnny the Ripper's in red. He's got a 4.33 and a 3.90. Jefferson Silva. He's in the blue jersey, but with the all-white wetsuit. A lot happening in this heat. But the key factor right now is Abueza in the lead. He's in third priority now. Jefferson has that top priority spot. I like that we're giving our loggers the chance to compete with priority as well, because obviously that becomes an integral part of these three surfer heats. And when the waves are like this, I mean, obviously there's plenty of opportunities, plenty of waves coming through. It's just now a matter of deciphering which way is going to give you the best opportunity to get a big score. And so far, it feels like bigger has been better. The longer lefts have been kind of the call, although Abueza has done it now on his forehand and his backhand, right and left.
Yeah, well, he dropped to 4.13 for that really nice right-hander with a very critical 10, but things did get a little bit out of control when he moved into that float. And I think the judges really reviewed that replay and recognized that there was a loss of control after that critical nose ride. Had he been able to ride cleanly out of that floater, I think that could have been up close to a 7. And nevertheless, he's still out there in the lead. This will be such a significant result for him to move through to that round 3, because this is his first season on the World Longboard Tour, and he's just seen his teammate JR take the win. And it's pretty close now, because Johnny needs a 617 and Jefferson needs a 633, but any of those sixes would be bigger than the scores we've seen drop so far in the 4 and 5 range. So is this going to be a day for Team Philippines? Is Joe Marie going to stay in first?
And I should know this, do we have an official Rookie of the Year category on the Longboard Tour? If not, should we? And if we do, is Abueza a lock for that? Or are there other rookie males coming through that are going to turn some heads?
I think Abueza will be a contender, and I think the name Joe Marie Abueza, I feel like he is, it's almost like a basketball name, you know. I feel, and basketball's big in the Philippines as well, but Joe Marie, there's a sense of, even when you say the name Joe Marie, there's a sense of bounce, a sense of light-footedness to that name, and he surfs in the same vein with that really soft footwork, as we can see a nice split peak exchange for Johnny the Ripper.
Yeah, that was a trusting split peak from Jefferson Silva going left. Now we watch Johnny the Ripper. Nice combo right there. So quick nose ride, a couple good turns. That could be exactly what John Michael is looking for. He does need a 617. We don't know what Jefferson Silva did, but you see different energies out in the water. I mean, Jefferson Silva right here, I mean, he's looking like QS Grinder in this heat. Nothing wrong with that as he gets a nice nose ride to start this wave.
Really quick with the footwork, 4 steps to the tip, runs back to the tail, all good footwork there, and then just kind of really manufactures that down carve, and then just finishes with a softer turn at the end. But this was nice, a bigger wave, a faster, longer nose ride as he walks out and then readjusts the feet, widens the stance into a nice sweeping drop knee turn, and able to fit one more maneuver in. And I think what we're seeing, Cote, is the waves are tight and fast, and you've got to be lively. They're running into those opening nose rides, they're running out of those nose rides, and they're trying to fit 2 significant turns in quite a small section. And Johnny did that with class, and I think this is going to be a really strong score for Johnny. It may well threaten him to move up into first. Maybe he's going to stay sitting in second, but certainly he's going to have his strongest score of his campaign, because he's only carrying a 4.33 and a 3.9.
And he just did one of my favorite turns of the day so far.
Yeah.
That turn in the middle of that wave was so cool looking. You know, style is a huge element, and that's a word that's not in our judging criteria, but you could basically replace our entire judging criteria with the word style, because if you make things look good, you're going to be rewarded. Here is your Longboard Tour schedule for 2025. After the Lexus US Open of Surfing, we're going to head to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Yep, we're going back to the UAE to rip the wave pool, and then you got the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships coming this November 5th through the 9th at El Sunzal, El Salvador. So after this beach break, we're going to a lot of long waves for our longboarders and wrapping it up again in Surf City El Salvador, which is always a fun one. And I would say at the beginning of the year, clean slate, you know, Taylor Jensen, Rachel Tilley returning champs, but it's anyone's ball game now for great events to come.
And the situation may change when this score comes through for Johnny. He needs a 617. I felt like this was a pretty significant score. Maybe not a 7, but certainly in the 6 range.
Boom,
and
you're on it. 6.33 for Johnny the Ripper. So he jumps into the lead, doing it with style, doing it with power. Not an easy wave to ride, but he did it masterfully. Now straight to the nose. It was Jefferson Silva, and you just saw right there, I mean, of course, style being that key element, a little bit too much maybe going on in the last wave from Jefferson. So Abueza now trying to answer back. There's your classic combo. Nose ride, turn to finishing move.
Great.
He rides out clean and rolls the dice.
Really nice, Cote. I mean, you could look at the poise on the walk into the nose ride there. It wasn't rushed, but he did it at exactly the right pacing with the speed of the lip, and he got a lot of lift on that opening 10, and I like the way he finished clean. I think he lost a lot of scoring potential on his last ride, which was a right-hander, which was a 4.13, just by getting a little bit out of control on the last turn, but you could sense there he knew he needed to have a strong finish. I think there's a possibility that it's going to push him back into first with that score.
Yeah, it felt like it had a good energy to it. And, you know, Jefferson Silva, at the end of his waves, he's been showing us a little bit more aggression than Johnny and Joe Marie. Are the judges, I don't want to say tampering or dampening, you know, their want for that type of aggression? How far is too far? What's too much for a surfer to put onto it?
Well, this felt just right. He didn't rush into that opening 10. He got lock and lift and hold on a full 10, and then he completes that nice turn into that floater as we get back to live action with Jefferson. Jefferson looking busy and lively, but Joe Marie had a sense of composure about that ride. I liked it a lot. I think it could change the situation again.
Yeah, the judges definitely have something to think about. As you see, Jefferson Silva just pulling out there on the inside. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. And at the moment, Johnny the Ripper's in the lead, but we're waiting for what could be a significant number to drop for Joe Marie Obueza. He's hoping for a Filipino sweep on our 2 morning heats.
And what was good about that wave, it was the first nose ride where we have seen the surfer not have to almost sprint into the nose ride. You know, his cadence, his timing, his rhythm, as he kind of set himself up, was slightly slower, but it felt like it was purposeful. It was composed. It certainly fitted the elements of style, flow, and grace. There was a lot of control, maybe a little bit more exciting in the final flurry. The final turn could have helped with the score, but I think the fact he only needs a 5.34 to move back into first, and he's already carrying a 5.33, it felt comparable to that third wave of his, so I think it could be a positive score for Joe Marie.
Well, I think the judges are right there with you. So Joe Marie Obueza comes through with a 6.5. So more than enough. He jumps in the lead. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go. That means the crew on the beach is no doubt firing up the lumpias. The party is about to start. And it's pretty cool when we talk about, you know, surfers from the Philippines and the crew on the beach. We always bring up the food. Filipino food is actually having a bit of a rising here in Southern California. I even have a friend who opened a spot down in San Diego called Valerio's 1979. It's one of the first Filipino establishments in San Diego. So Filipino food rising as it should, because it's great. Now, speaking of rising, Johnny the Ripper, that's the combo that helped him get into the lead just a minute ago with a minute 29. JMVH looking for a 5.51, and he's still going, gliding across this flat inside section.
And that was a really good lifting 10. You know, it wasn't the biggest wave, but it's certainly been a really long ride that he's worked all the way through to the inside. But the lift and the length of time in that 10 was pretty impressive. It was one of the best nose rides we've seen in the heat.
Classic finish there too. Somehow getting a quick 5 on a wave that was literally 3 inches tall. Gets to the sand, walks off the nose of his board. I don't know if the judges are going to give extra credit for a beautiful dismount, but that's how you want to finish a wave, with confidence.
Little tweak there to the line, sets himself up, locks into the 10, lift. You can see that is one of the most dynamic nose rides of the heat by far. It's not the biggest wave though, but I still think on that hang 10 alone, from my opinion, he's already sitting on a mid-range score just from that nose ride, and he did finish things off with a longer ride. It's down to how the judges now compare that to some of the bigger face surfing we've seen on that significant 6.5 from Joe Marie. But I think that Johnny the Ripper is a real contender to move back into first.
That was a great story, too, from beginning to end on that wave. Jefferson was right behind him, live action. Beach is going wild for Joe Marie Obueza.
Wow, right down to the last seconds, Cote.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the score for Johnny the Ripper. That would be Johnny's 10th wave ridden. This is Joe Marie's 7th wave ridden. Jefferson had a wave.
Big exchange there. So we're waiting for significant scores for all of the surfers. We didn't get to see the takeoff from Joe Marie. Body language from the support crew in the Philippines, for me, made it look as if it wasn't a crazily good wave. It maybe won't rival the 6.5, but he's got to replace that 5.33 to increase the requirement for Johnny the Ripper as we get to look at Jefferson's fade in, 4 steps to the tip, locks the 10, gets lift, straightens the knees, good long nose ride, smaller wave, walks back, readjusts the feet, snaps it in the turn, and then just climbs into a kick out. And the nose ride very strong, now we get to see if this could replace the 5-3-3. 2 to the tip, holds the 5, leans in, tightens the 5 there. No 10, but close on the 5, walks out. I don't think that's going to replace his 5-3-3. So it's now going to be down to whether Johnny the Ripper can get a 5.51 to move up into first. But all 3 surfers there, Cote, really put on a show. Super busy down to the last exchange. I loved it.
Well, I feel like, you know, this is a game of subtleties, right? So you can see the spray coming off of the nose where Abueza was riding up there. Vastly different than Johnny the Ripper, who was actually out there levitating, nose completely free of the water. He's rewarded a 5.70, so it flips back again. Your surfer in red, Johnny the Ripper, will get the win. Joe Maria Abueza drops to second, Jeff's into third. And now we're just going to be running right through into our next heat. It's going to be a good one. Kai Salas is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
If you're trying to adjust nose knife, since it is steeper, quicker away, you want the bigger fin to hold when you're up there.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico here in Huntington Beach, California for day number 1 of the event. It is the longboard portion of the US Open this year in the water right now on Saturday. Some really fun conditions and another stacked heat out there with former world champ Kai Salas, Nelson Aquino III, and local boy from Southern California, Jack Van Wagoner. I'm Mitchell Salazar, alongside one of the best longboarders on the planet, Carla Zamora, and also founder of Queen of the Point. Carla, some really fun waves out there this morning. We've already had back-to-back heat wins, really competitive stuff, but mostly looking at the combo swell out there that we have at south side of the pier.
Yeah, we're seeing plenty of rights and lefts. There's combo going on. We're seeing kind of a separation in the heats with the surfers kind of choosing their peaks, not everybody all clumped up, which I think is making for some great surfing and a lot of variety and a lot of dynamics.
Yeah, and it's not typical that we get to see some combo swell out there this time of the year either, as we look at the heat in the water. Kai Salas from Hawaii, also Nelson Aquino III from the same area of Honolulu, Jack Van Wagoner from just down the road in Carlsbad. So really good variety of surfers out there in the water, but you do have an alpha and a former world champion in Salas in the red. He is looking to become a champion for the first time here in Huntington Beach. So this was during the break. Carla, Jack Van Wagoner open up 5.83.
Yeah, Jack here. Sister also Reed in the event. Jack getting a nice opening ride here. Like as you said, that 5.83. Nice finish off there. A little bit that more high performance kind of hit off the white water. So super good start for Jack. And Kai and Nelson will just be waiting to kind of follow up. We saw a really explosive beginning for JR in that first heat, really coming on strong with those, you know, good range scores. So these guys are going to kind of want to follow suit and kind of keep that energy and that pace going.
And it's not the first time that Van Wagoner has had the chance to surf here at the US Open either. A couple of years ago, he's also been a champion at the QS level over there where he actually studies Cal Poly Slow. Going to be a junior later on this year. Seems like a split peak opportunity. Going to stick with the Hina. one of the tallest dudes in the event, and that's considering that we do have a good amount of tall gentlemen on the men's side. And looking at Ahina, he's been a former champion over in 2016 at his home break at Ala Moana, and actually was able to get second earlier this year to Kai Salas at the same event at the Surf in the Summer. So kid's got talent, and obviously making it to the World Longboard Tour for the first time ever as well.
Yeah, and his height not being an impediment to him
Right.
at all.
Good point.
Very smooth, very put together. You know, there's that theory that a shorter, compact surfer is going to benefit. But you can see here also kind of tall. Jack is not a small guy. He get his nice stretch 5 there, kind of through that whitewater section, looking for that opening face again. I believe this was his first, maybe it was second ride. I think we're waiting for a score here. But White there getting his scores on the board. And that's a replay there of Nelson kind of coming from behind there. You can see those toes kind of wrapped over the nose. Tiny wave for such a large gentleman. But as I said before, grace, smooth style, really well put together.
And it's not detrimental to him, as you were saying.
No.
And I'd actually say the same thing for the majority of the surfers on tour that are actually that size. So coming from Honolulu, same area as Kai Salas, and you have two guys that know each other very well, that have competed against each other for many years. In this case, though, you have somebody with close to 20, 30 years of experience competing at this level with Salas. First time ever for Ahina, but spoke to him this morning. He was really, really stoked and proud to be here at this event, and especially qualifying through such a tough region too, especially with minimal events on the qualifying series. Big opportunity for him in the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, the whole regional series in the various regions, it's really made it dynamic, and I think created that nice competitive edge for those areas, and really having to fight to get your spot here, and keeping it open and dynamic. And Jack Van Wagner leading the pack here with those 2 scores, and I think we're going to be taking it away soon.
Yeah, AJ down with Johnny the Ripper.
That's right, and Johnny, on the sand, that you got the win, the buzzer beater coming in so late. You weren't even sure what the result of your first heat was. Just how did you turn things around in the final few minutes?
Yeah, it was a really good heat. Yeah, I'm stoked that we have like extra 5 minutes this year. Last year's 25 minutes, and this year's 30 minutes. So that extra 5 minutes kind of saved me to get that buzzer beater. And at the very beginning, I was struggling a bit. I forgot how to surf for a bit. Then I kind of just like, once everyone started dropping scores, like, frick, I got to drop some scores too. So then I got two good scores, so I'm super happy.
Coming into this first event of the season, we were talking about just how you've been spending some time, part of it, doing a little bit of coaching at surf camps with the kids. Just how does being around the next generation of surfers fire you up for the season?
Yeah, it's stoked. I did the surf camp back in Ventura. My girlfriend and her family live over there. They're probably watching right now, and thank you guys for watching. Love you all, and everyone back home in Hawaii and the Philippines too. Yeah, it's like a good feeling to work with the kids. They're the next generation, and yeah, there's so much energy, and it keeps me young, and hopefully I have kids my own in the future. Yeah.
And a 2025 heat win to start things off. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say thank you to all my sponsors back home, everyone watching. I love you all back home in Hawaii, and yeah, thank you for everyone for putting on this event, and stoked to make it to the next round.
See you in the next one.
Thank you.
That's a rad kid right there, and there's a reason why they call him Johnny the Ripper, because he truly does rip. He's into the round of 16 with a heat win and a tough one against Joe Maria Bueza, which I would still say great debut for Joe Marie. Going to be in the elimination round, but I'd say watch out for that kid in the future.
100%, and I think just having that exciting heat, leading the heat for the majority, that's going to really set him and make him feel good, building that confidence going into that elimination round, which he will be in next. And just speaking to, I love the acronym that Cote gave, JVMH, is it? Just a humble kid,
yeah.
Really humble kid, really grounded.
Hard worker.
And he's just a really, it's nice to have someone like him on tour.
And speaking of having somebody nice on tour, how about Kai Salas? We mentioned him being around for a super long time. Up until a few years ago, he became a world champ. That was up at First Point in Malibu back in 2023. And defeating the prodigy, really, out of Hawaii in the final matches, Kaniela Stewart. It went to match number 3. And Kai was able to take away his first world championship, and really deserving one too, I would say, Carla.
Yeah, absolutely. He is, I think, again, Cote with his names titled him like the silent assassin.
Truly.
He's a man of few words. It's not very boisterous or saying a lot, but he just really gets the job done, and he does so in a way that really embodies that traditional longboarding. He's smooth, he's stylish, but he's also really strong and powerful, and he adds all of those elements together really well.
He's an alpha in the lineup too, tends to be on the best waves every time you're out there during the free surf, and of course can be quite selective when it comes to surfing out in the heat as well.
Yeah, definitely an alpha in the lineup, I'm sure. Sorry, Kai, if I've ever given you the stink eye out at Malibu, because I'm sure I have.
Yeah, I feel like you've done that to almost everybody, though. It's something
Probably
that happens
comes with the
Malibu.
territory.
Yeah.
It comes with the territory, yeah, for sure. But 20 minutes left in this heat, plenty of time, kind of a slow start, if you will, compared to kind of that first heat where it really just was so explosive. Really, these guys being patient. Kai, you see on screen here, really just being patient. I think he's really known for that, kind of holding out. He's not generally the one that is super quick in the start. He's more formulated and strategic, I think, in knowing the waves that he wants to do. And if it doesn't provide it to him right off the bat, he's going to sit and he's going to wait.
Funny you bring that up, because in the Bonsoy athlete era, he was definitely one of those people that has his corner, knows where to sit, knows which waves to select from land, and he knows the same way it looks when you're out in the water too. And just looking at the tides at the moment, still coming up, high tide around 11:45. So big difference with the tides this morning. It was drained out. It was actually negative at about 5:30. And luckily for us, we do have an increasing swell, and the increasing tide, we should see a bit more push later on this afternoon.
Absolutely. I was chatting with some of the athletes up there in the bonsai booth. Cole Robbins, we were talking about, he had a later heat. He was saying, yeah, I'm happy it's a little later. I got that tide to kind of fill in a little bit, kind of fill in some of those pockets of the sand, and give him maybe hopefully some of those rights that I know Cole's going to be looking for, having come from Rincon. But in this heat right now, Jack Van Wagner still leading the charge with that 5.83 and that 3.5. Other two surfers still trying to kind of get their campaign really underway. And as I said, a bit slow of a start.
So 19 minutes on the clock. Van Wagner in the lead. He's looking to improve on a 3.5. Meanwhile, Salah still with priority, only has the 0.5 as his only wave at the moment. Ahina with the 2.83. Looking at our Pacifico fan picks, very much in the favor of the former world champ Kai Salah. 68% of the fans online looking at him as the winner of this heat. Jack Van Wagner, though, kind of the underdog, 24%, and Nelson Ahina the third coming in at 8%. He might have a wave here. We're going to look at Van Wagner down the line, though. That's a good nose ride. And up into the lip for a great tap. 18:20 on the clock. Salas on the outside might get activated right here. He's looking left. And he's going to be going. The former world champion to the nose. Into the lip for the first one in this heat. And that's a banger to start for him with plenty of time still on the clock, Carla.
Yeah, it looks like that in-between of the tide right now might be kind of fussing with the sand. We're kind of waiting for it to fill in a little more because the waves seem a bit shorter than they were in those earlier heats. But these guys are putting it together, getting those quick tip times right in the beginning of the wave. That way they can lock in that high score, and then trying to finish it off with a composed finishing maneuver. Waves a bit shorter, not as many bringing it all the way in the inside. I think we saw one of our surfers in heat 1 or 2 finally get that connection, which we should see later today as the tide fills in. But Nelson comes in. He's got his 2 waves on the board. We see him up and riding here. New on the scene here, so perhaps that's why he wasn't quite the fan pick, but I think he has a bright future ahead of him.
Definitely does, and you know that in certain waves he's going to shine as well. This is definitely one of the most challenging waves on tour, if not the most challenging. How's that nose ride? But it's going to be incomplete for Salas. 17 minutes on the clock, but as we spoke, maybe in certain priority positionings, tends to be more selective. Under everybody else's priority, it seems like he wants to catch more waves.
Well, first of all, you can tell he knew how important getting that critical tip time, because you saw him rush right for it and get right to a critical 10. Unfortunately, the wave not cooperating. And the other thing is like you said, the priority and how you work your priority can be, that's all part of the play too. You see this replay here of Jack in the white jersey. Gets up, gets that tip time, just the 2 steps to the 5 and then the 10, but rebounds that white water in order to make those 2 completed maneuvers there. So that brought him in at a 3.53. So sits him still in that first place position. And then red here, Kai on that left, gets the tip time, and again, a rebound off the whitewater.
Do you tend to see somebody's style really brought out more at a beach break in comparison to a point break? Because I feel like, as you're saying, maybe on a high tide you get to see a lot more displacement because it's a longer wave. But to me personally, I like to see less is more.
Well, you make a really interesting, and this is the last of Jack here. Gets that 5 to the 10, critical in the pocket there. Finds that open face once again with a nice sweeping cutback using that rail work. Should be a decent score. I think he might be able to put away that 3.53, and then in the meantime there, Nelson also getting away there with a 5 to the 10. His wave not quite opening up to that second face, so maybe not going to come under quite as high. Looks like last of Van Wagner's coming just the same as his last wave, 3.53, so not going to affect the situation.
Yeah, he's had 3 waves in a row, basically the same score, 3.5 and a couple of 3.53. So just under the double-digit mark right now is Jack Van Wagner. Meanwhile, Ahina, 2.9, 2.83 as his top 2, and Kai Salas with a 4.33. He needs a 5.04 at the moment to move up into the lead, halfway through the heat. And as Johnny was mentioning with AJ, the extra 5 minutes does go a long way, whether you like it or not, especially when it comes to heat control towards the ends, Carla.
Well, as he said, he got that buzzer beater, and if it had not been for those 5 minutes, that wouldn't be in existence. So, yeah, as much time as you can get on the clock is going to be a benefit in the heat. I guess unless you're winning it and then someone comes around with the buzzer beater, right? Joe Marie would have probably preferred a 25-minute heat. But no, most time in the water is going to really benefit the surfers, especially when you got some of these lulls here where there's not a lot of action. That gives more time. And, you know, and as you read off the need scores, really attainable scores for both these surfers with 14.5 minutes left on the clock. So I'm imagining a lot's going to change.
I would think so, especially with this amount of time on the clock still. So 14 minutes to go. Let's go to Rosie Hodge for a Kraken conditions update.
That's right, your Kraken conditions update, guys. 2 to 3 foot south-southwest swell with a little bit of that northwest wind swell mingling in there. I know that you guys touched on the high tide that will be at 11:43 this morning. It's going to be about a 4'3" bit of tide coming in. We've got a southeast wind at the moment. It's pretty light. It's going to go clock more west come the afternoon, and the water, it's a balmy 66 degrees. That's about 19 degrees Celsius. So the water right now, warmer than the air. 66 in the water, about 63 on land. We'll send it back to you, Mitch.
Rosie, what happened to the sun? It had been sunny all summer long, and then it seems like the last few days it's been overcast.
You know what? I think the sun will be coming out a little bit later. We got a little bit of low cloud cover. It's not foggy, which is amazing. I think that's due to the warmer water conditions, but I think we're shaping up for a beautiful day, Mitch.
I'd love to hear, Rosie. Thank you very much, and hope you're enjoying the event down here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. So going back to your point about just, you know, beach breaks being so much more different than a point break, and really emphasizing style right here. It's not necessarily in the criteria. It does tend to go in the flow aspect of things, though.
Yeah, and I think what you make a good point as far as the beach break being the shorter wave. I think that actually lends to a person's natural style actually being there, where a wave that's long like Malibu, you can kind of pose. And it can be maybe poser-ish, right? And so here, you don't have the time to pose. It has to be natural, and Kai has that natural style already, as you saw in that quick nose ride to then the finish off the whitewater.
As natural as it gets right there for the former world champion, Ahina III, looking to make the connection into the short break. He's going to kick out, so wasn't able to really get the inside connection that he was looking for, but probably did some damage on the outside. He's not looking to improve on a whole lot. A 6.46 at the moment would give him the lead, but looking at the takeoff from Ahina right here, it seems like he wants to get things going at least in the mid-range.
Yeah, this is going to be his high score. He's sitting with a couple 2s, and that's going to probably better one of his waves there. He's trying to get a 6.46 in order to moving into that first place and on to round 3. Bottom 2 surfers will still be in the running. They'll go into that elimination round, and here's that replay of red, Kai Salas. A little bit of a hiccup there onto that nose ride, but he manages to gain control and a nice explosive rebound off the whitewater. I kind of like that finish.
Yeah, and a few years ago, I had a real good interview with him and just asked him about what's been the biggest difference right now in comparison to when he first started. He said the judging criteria. It's changed multiple times, and for somebody like him to still be this relevant as he is right now, having won just a few years ago, it goes to show how much he can improve in that time period too, especially with a lot of new kids on the block.
And it's a true testament to adaptability. And as a coach, one of the big themes and topics in competing is your ability to adapt. Because our sport is so different than so many other sports where you're given these certain criteria and these certain conditions and you know how to work, where ours are changing by the moment, even within your heat. You could be starting with an onshore wind and then glassing off, or vice versa. So that really is a testament to Taylor as well, Kai Salas, kind of these more seasoned veterans being able to adapt to these changing judging and equipment specifications.
Good point too. He's also one of the best shapers on the planet. Ahina right there. His previous ride, his best, a 3.87 for Nelson. So at the moment looking for a 5.5 or better, 10:20 on the clock. And Van Wagner still in the lead. The previous of Salas, a 4.83. So his high mark at the moment. And I mean, really, since the 5.83, literally off of the bat, nobody's been able to break a 5 so far, Carla.
No, but thankful, you know, I'm sure Kai is very grateful that he'd been able to kind of squeeze in there and narrow that need, that requirement that he needs in order to pull that first. Everyone's wanting to get that first place right here because you skip that round and you get right into that round 3. Next round, it's elimination, so it's an all or nothing deal. 9 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Kai looking for a 4.54, very attainable, as is Nelson's 5.5 that he's needing. So plenty of time. We say this all the time, plenty of time on the clock. Well, there is. There's plenty of time on the clock. Anything can happen, and we're here to see it.
Well, for the 22-year-old heat leader, Van Wagner, a big moment in his career. And speaking of him, up to the nose right there, gets a tight 5, into the carve. That's some beautiful stuff. Takes them a little while to ride out. Let's see if they deem that complete or not, but with just over 9 minutes, potential to improve on the 3.53. And, you know, as I've mentioned before, he's been able to win in probably one of the most difficult waves on the West Coast at Morro Bay over there at the Rock. Won the QS event back in December of 2023, and steadying right there at Cal Poly Slow. So the kid, not only a great longboarder, a great shortboarder, and still going to school, but 8 minutes 45, looking to maintain the lead against two of the best in the world at the moment, Salas and Ahina, looking to make a comeback right here, as Taylor Jensen, our defending event and world champion, coming up in heat number 4 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
We were talking about parking earlier being tough to find. Well, this guy just said, heck with it, I'll bring my car down to the beach. Strong man right there. Doing it for Julian. I still have to laugh at me about the driving and my kids and now they're 26 and older.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by FlexFit, celebrating 50+ years committed to comfort perfection, by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
Back in Huntington Beach for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Mitch and Carla here with you for heat number 3 of the opening round of the men's longboarding event. At the moment, Carlsbad's Jack Van Wagener in the lead, which he has kept the entire heat, by the way, a 5.83, the high mark of the heat so far. That is his top score. Backup is a 3.53. Meanwhile, the two surfers from Honolulu, Hawaii, Carla, chasing a 4.54 respectively for Salas and Ahina. He's needing a 5.5, just under 6 minutes. The one thing that is benefiting the rookie Nelson Ahina at the moment, the 32-year-old, is that he does have priority. Let's see if he can use it well and get the second best of the heat at the moment.
Yeah, definitely an advantage when you're underscoring. You know, you need that score, and you've got the priority, so that kind of helps him kind of be able to control the lineup a little bit and dictate. However, something to say about not being in priority and how you can kind of, in a situation, a location like this, being able to kind of be under, kind of sneak those waves. In that last heat, we saw 9 to 10 waves ridden. So a lot of waves being ridden. I always also remind them it's better to get 2 10s than 10 2s. So it's not necessarily a quantity race here, but rather a quality race. So that's what Nelson's going to kind of be holding out right now. He's got that priority, and he's going to be hoping for that set to come in on that right there, the pier bowl, I believe we call it.
Yep.
And you know, he's going to hope to get some action on there.
Yeah, really 3 different peaks that you would have on availability today. The pier bowl, which is where both the surfer in blue and red are sitting at the moment. Have middle peak Machado's, which is where Rob, successfully won one of his first U.S. Open titles way to the south. But this peak, for the most part, both in the wintertime and in the summertime, you're surfing the pier bowl.
It's the go-to.
Get a vision right there. This is where most people have made their money at this event. Ahina to the nose.
There you go.
And looking to get into the lip, so that's a great combo for him. A much larger wave, too. And for somebody his size, typically you tend to be on a larger wave when it comes to accentuating things a little bit more beautifully. Won't be able to make the inside connection, but damage was done on the outside, looking for a 5.5, and it seems like Salas was also up and riding too.
Right. The idea is kind of that larger wave gives possibly the potential of getting that reform on the inside. Didn't quite see it on that one there for either Nelson or Kai. However, I think Nelson here, like you said, got a lot of the work done right in the beginning, gets the 2 steps up to the nose, the nice little styling 5, and then off the bottom and rebounding the top, the right water there. Kind of waiting for that reform. It just doesn't quite materialize, and hopefully as the day and the tide progresses, that will change.
How would you describe Huntington in a phrase?
Ooh.
Because it's definitely complicated, it's challenging, but in the end, I'd also have to say it's probably one of the most fun waves and most consistent breaks we have on the planet.
It's definitely, I mean, I think you just described it pretty perfectly. I mean, it's consistent. We can see the replay here of Kai. That was while Nelson was riding his wave. Gets the 10, also does the rebound, kind of a little grab rail. Pretty radical there. We saw JR earlier doing about a bunch of those grab rail cutbacks, which I really liked the power that we see in that. So variety. Again, I'm kind of a little bit of a snob.
It's the spice of life.
Yeah, I want some spice. I want to see some variety. I like the fact that we're seeing some new tricks and some new things happening, and even more so that the judges are honoring some of these newer tricks and stuff on the longboard.
Well, you should, right? I mean, it's the whole thing about adaptability. Not only do the surfers have to do it, 5 people upstairs have to as well. And talk about this progressing over what, 80 years now, close to it, that we've really seen surfing catapult itself to the level that we've gotten to at this point. And I think a big testament to it, too, has also been the equipment change.
100%.
And how much that has changed, especially over the last few decades. Still waiting on a couple of scores right here, and it seems like with 2 minutes to go, still anybody's game at the moment, Carla.
Yeah, I mean, those scores needed by Kai and Nelson, not large scores, pretty much average waves there. So with 2 minutes on the clock, a set could flurry through, and that's definitely what they're hoping for. But as you mentioned, the equipment really is playing a role in this more modern day traditional longboarding. We see some scores drop there for Jack Van Wagener. He helps his situation, betters that 3.53 and comes in at a 4.60, meaning Kai was looking now for a 5.61, waiting for scores to drop for Nelson and Kai. We'll see if that affects the situation at all.
Yeah, and it seems like Ahina's gonna just come under, but that 4.6 at the moment for Van Wagener is huge, especially with priority and heat control. 4.2 for Nelson, so gets his best. Last to Salas at 3.93, and with a minute 10, this wave is crucial at this point of the heat.
Super crucial for White to just kind of keep setting his lead apart from the other competitors. Really gets that nice, powerful backhand rise up there, hitting the white water. Looks like we might have a little paddle battle here. Again,
I don't mind this from the Grom either, going up against the veteran, the old dog in red.
Yeah.
Respectable, Carla.
Yeah, and you know, given that Kai has the years on him, you know, that's not to say Jack is younger, but this kid, the Van Wagener family have been in the competitive circuit and surfing since they were wee tots, right? So it would be interesting, the experience. You know, I'm sure his experience wouldn't be that far off from Kai, even though he was a younger chap.
For sure,
you know, because he's been doing it since he was 4 or something like this.
Well, 20 seconds. Salas needing a 5.61. Van Wagener with priority, he's going to use it.
Yeah. And you could see how that was an interesting strategy. And Kai almost selling him on that wave, making him go, I'm going to make you use your priority right now, in the event that in the last 5 seconds, maybe I can sneak something else in behind it.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like that wave had the potential for the score anyway. So Salas, Ahina, they're going to be relegated into the elimination round. And the former world champ looking to make things right in his next heat. Meanwhile, though, big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagener is straight into the round of 16. A huge heat win for him, and we'll be chatting with him in just a few minutes. Well, a big heat coming up. It's our defending and reigning world champion, Taylor Jensen, going up against Max Weston and the local kid, Kai McPhillips.
Here he goes, up and riding in the red, right to the nose instantly. One of the taller ones we've seen, rides through that turn. Big, powerful surfer.
Yeah, I've always been impressed the way he can throw the board around. No doubt, probably the most powerful.
Right, and he's got those, well, sometimes I think these both might be a touch slider. Some of these others, he's got the white fire wires. Here's blue, Max Weston. Huntington provides the amount of speed these guys are carrying, Todd, on, you know, assuming these small little waves, but you know Huntington has some power. Kai McPhillips behind him, wow, gosh, he's just actually right together here and ripping those cutouts.
Yeah, this great opening exchange here between these three competitors. And they know they have plenty of heat. The defending champ, as you said out there, Taylor Jensen, 4-time world champ. So, this is a great heat on paper. We'll see how it plays out. So far, so good.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. You have two San Diegans right there. Kenny Morris and Jack Van Wagener winning his heat, saying hello to each other this morning here in HB. And for the young kid out of Carlsbad, a big heat win. He's into the round of 16. Live action, Max Weston, one of our doctors in the event actually, a chemical and biomolecular engineer from South Australia, 33 years of age, and still competes at the highest level of longboarding on the planet. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Carla Zamora. Taylor Jensen, Max Weston, Kai McPhillips in the water at the moment, Carla. Our defending event and world champion out there in the red. Dr. Max Weston in the blue, and Kai McPhillips. Well, we know the McPhillips name very well. His father, a former world champion multiple times. Kai getting the chance to surf in his local event here at the Open.
Yeah, we were discussing earlier the lineup of all of these heats and how they're all stacked. This is no different. Taylor being the champion, the season champion, as well as the event champion. Here is him up and riding on a nice critical 5 there, setting up, no stranger to this wave. In fact, I think he flourishes on a wave just like this. Just strong, clean, composed. Another one of our larger individuals that is not impeded by his size. In fact, I think it kind of goes with his style.
No doubt.
And then Blue up and riding here. Max comes unglued as he kind of drops down off that nose ride. He's definitely going to want to restart and visit that energy. And then White answering back. Kai McPhillips, famous name here,
Whoa.
especially here in Huntington, with a nice, powerful cutback. And again, no stranger to the waves here at Huntington.
Not at all. I've seen this kid for over a decade now, and he has been a big product of both USA Surfing, their junior program, and now going to school and college as well. I believe he was a national champion at Saddleback College at the community college level. And from San Clemente, big part of their board riders team too. Ripper on the shortboard, but guess what? Out of the opening exchange, judges really appreciating the one big carve on the open face. Comes through at a 5.17. Jensen's opener in the red of 4. And Max Weston also with a 3.17. So everybody in the mix, but when you look at young talent, especially from that small town of San Clemente, it just seems like they keep producing day in and day out.
It's like gremlins, just add water, right? You just add water and they just keep growing. And with the McPhillips kind of name, I'm sure that just feels good for their community. And here we see Max going up again, gets those clean. You can see it kind of keeps his line lower, which is definitely critical on those nose rides, and then restarting kind of that campaign there, hoping to kind of get a better flow going. As you said, Max, a doctor of molecular
chemical and biomolecular
Okay, he's on my zombie team, my zombie apocalypse team. We're going to need a smart guy like that to help figure things out.
Stanmore and Sydney. So a couple of great waves in the area over there. And of course, also Sydney, a great capital of surfing in Australia. 25 minutes on the clock. Priority is with Jensen in the red. Weston had a peek at that one, decides not to go. But how diverse the lineup is at the moment on the World Longboard Tour. Obviously now things being regional in terms of qualifying makes things a lot easier for us. And making things a lot easier for him, Jack Van Wagener, he's straight into the round of 16, AJ.
He is straight on to the next one, and Jack making the drive up the 5. Just a short little jaunt this morning for the first heat of 2025. Just how did you want to approach this first heat?
Yeah, just coming into it as the wild card, just felt that there's no pressure, so I was like, I'm just gonna go out there and surf how I feel like I've been surfing. So yeah, super stoked to make it through.
And you started off really strong with that high 5, turned out to be the high score of the heat for you. Just how much confidence does that give you?
Yeah, getting that first wave definitely helped throughout the rest of the heat, because I was like, okay, I have a good strong start, now I just need to back it up. And it took me a while too, but I got it, so I was stoked.
The San Diego contingent always strong, making the way up to Huntington, but a very special support system for you and your sister Reed. We're going to see her in a few days when she starts the Challenger Series. What kind of energy does that bring for the two of you to compete at the pro level together for the first time?
Yeah, no, it's so fun being able to surf here with my sister, because like we've been surfing together forever, and it's like honestly nice too, because we both get to come up to warm up together. So it's been super fun, and definitely there's like a lot of support for each other.
Very cool to see. We'll see you next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, AJ, and congrats to Jack. Straight into the round of 16. Looking at the last 5 world champions on the men's side, Carla, 3 of them have come from the mainland U.S. Justin Quintal, Joel Tudor, Taylor Jensen last year. As we saw, oh, speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line hit as well. And as you said, his size doesn't affect his performance. In fact, it's probably the best thing about his performance. It makes things even more elegant. And for him looking to make the inside, he won't be able to, but damage was done way out on the outside. Catching up with Weston right here. Seemed like a great ride for him as well. Has a 3.17 at the moment in his scoreline, 22.40 on the clock. And it seems like consistency has truly shown up a lot more in this heat in comparison to heat number 3.
Yeah, just speaking to like the size factor, I think the thing that makes it kind of unique is you don't expect to see a surfer of that size. And here we see the replay of Max getting that tip time in that critical part of the section. And then again, all of these guys really getting these nice explosive finishes, which I really can appreciate. And again, our leader here,
that was
or
nuts.
I should say, but explosive there, right? I really appreciate the turning and the rail work that's being acknowledged. You know, I come from a very traditional background where nose riding was always very impressed upon us. It was always the important thing. But getting these really radical turns in here. That's really important here. We can see kind of red on there. We had white. Oh, how explosive. Both of these guys really giving us dynamic finishes.
Yeah, and McPhillips nearly lost it at the end right there, too. It seemed like he was digging a bit of his nose, but was able to recover at the moment in the lead. Although we are waiting for scores from all three surfers. Kai did win the opening exchange, though, 5-1-7 on his behalf. But, you know, what's so interesting now, lastly, we were talking about how much the equipment has changed so far. Also, the experimentation of new materials within the equipment, too. And TJ's actually been a great component of that, especially in the last few years.
Right, with the Thunderbolt technology and the various elements that they've been adding to creating more strength in the boards and bounce and reactivity in the boards has really kind of changed the game for some of these surfers. And as you mentioned, the different kind of styles. Sam talked a bit about, you know, the different rails and the tails and adding some edge into the tails. And a lot of these boards, we've seen some of these bat tails and these different designs on the tails, which is kind of a trend now. And you know, to each their own. To say some work, some maybe don't work for others, and I think it just depends on that surfer and that style.
Right. And her comfort level too, right? As we look at the 4-time world champ up to the 10. Some beautiful stuff from TJ, brings it all the way around too. And once again, for all of our viewers that are newer to longboarding, to be able to move a board this big, this heavy around as simply as he is doing it, might be the most complicated thing in all of surfing. 20 minutes on the clock, his previous one, a 6.33. And if you look at his world championships, 11-12, back-to-back world champion right there in the early 2010s, wins in 2017. And last year, once again, relevant surfer, but he has won in all different types of conditions too. So been there, done that, and of course here in Huntington, maybe one of the best ever as we look at the last of Weston 2, one left for the first time this heat.
Yeah, it gets that little left there, gets some of that tip time there, looking for that finish. Not quite as dynamic as maybe some of his other rides, but he is looking for a 7-1-6, so pretty hefty score here. But your heat leader in the red jersey, Taylor, getting that, you know, chest over the toes there, and then following it up with a nice fluid roundhouse into that white water, looking for that reform on the inside. Gets a couple steps in there. And again, that inside not quite reforming yet, but pretty strong scores there for Taylor. Opened up with that 4, and then second wave, a 6.33. We'll see if he betters his situation off that last ride. And Kai McPhillips sits with a 5.17 and a 4.37. He's looking for a 5.17. Super attainable score in order to jump into that first place and into round 3. Got scores dropping for Max.
His best, Carla, 5.2, so that is the second to last one. The left seems like it's going to fall short of that, so still going to need a score. It's a 3.77, respectable, but still waiting on the last of Jensen, which might make things a lot more complicated for both Weston and McPhillips, although that was a great nose ride there by Max, excuse me. We should call him Wax at this point. Seems like he's glued to his board.
He's definitely putting it all out there. He knows he needs a big score. He knows he's been reduced, though. He's got a 5.14 he's looking for. So him and Kai kind of in the same position there, looking for similar rides. Really strong start in there. We'll see if he's able to pull that out. And again, with 18 minutes on the clock, as we've said it over and over again, and we will say over and over again, the situation is likely to change.
Yeah, and still waiting on the score for Jensen, which they're taking a good look at. Yeah, the 10 had the big roundhouse, and just considering the conditions, especially the way they appreciated McPhillips's opening carve, I gotta be thinking this is gonna be a hefty score, especially considering how inconsistent it was in the last heat. You don't want to reserve those numbers just in case you don't end up seeing it. You want to reward what you actually do see.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is kind of one of those stages where you don't want to hold back too much because you definitely need to get into an advancing position. And as that's what Max did right there, really getting up to that critical nose ride there through the white water, rebounds it around there as the wave kind of phases and fizzles out here. You can see how it kind of slows down in this inside section, but he navigates it really well, just really working that inside. And this one kind of giving you that inside action there as he milked it all the way into the inside. Looks like he finishes there with a 4.20. So both surfers still requiring some pretty big scores because the last of Taylor comes in like his second wave, a 6.33. So he's sitting with a 12.66 combo total. Both other surfers needing a 7.5 range-ish wave.
And by today's standards, that's a pretty large score.
That's going to be a tough one to get. We're not seeing a lot of larger waves that are giving that wave face in order to get that 7 score. So might be something where they're going to have to chip away at it.
So here's McPhillips now with priority, gets to the nose. Clean open face to work with. That's a beautiful carve. And combos it up with a really nice rebound on the whitewater. The elegant Max Weston now on the answer back, straight to the tip as well. Looking to get something going with the combos. How good is his style? As soon as they say that, though, digs the rail
It's
right
that
there.
Murphy's Law, right?
16 minutes, and majority of these surfers opting to not wear a leash, so might have to paddle in for the board right there. As TJ on the outside, just a quick one for him. So 16 minutes to go and waiting on multiple scores right here. And it seems like McPhillips might be getting his personal best, still needing a 7.49 though.
Yeah, it's a large score to attain at the moment. Definitely capable of doing so. Will the waves be able to? Not sure.
In the Bonsoid athlete area, we have the one and only Chris Cote.
Yeah, it's actually kind of buzzing in here right now. Of course, we got Jay over here, Chase Leaders over here, Cole's over here, all the stars of the Longboard Tour right here. Kyla Flint was back here waxing up what looked to be a pretty new-ish board. And that's actually going to be a 9.8 that Kai's going to be riding. Kai riding his own shaped board. He said he buckled his Magic board just the other day, so this is going to be a new board to competition, but he feels comfortable with it because he made it with his own 2 hands. And I'm thinking 9.8, that might be one of the longer boards that we're going to see in the contest today. But of course, you never know what these surfers are going to pull out of the board rack. And I will say one thing, that is one of the coolest looking board racks that we've ever seen here in Huntington Beach. A plethora of super cool looking logs. I mean, you can get lost looking at all the boards and all the lumber you have back in that board area. But right now, you know, it's nice and chill here in the Bonsoy athlete area. Everybody just kind of doing their research, doing their homework, checking the lineup to see which waves they want to ride. It's going to be changing up a little bit as the tide goes in and out, but as it stands right now, a great start here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. I like that we have the longboarders go first because they can really, you know, give us a show and kind of test the waters for everybody. And if you ask me, today would be the ideal day to ride a log out here in Huntington Beach. So everything smooth sailing here from the Bonsoy athlete area.
No doubt. Thank you very much, Chris. And as he did say, perfect conditions, and especially with that mix of swells too, you got a little bit of a cross of both the north and, of course, the south that is still slowly filling in throughout the week, but we should be seeing an increase of swell within the next few days. 13:45 at the clock. Still TJ in the lead with a pair of 6.33s. McPhillips gets a 5.43, so his personal best. Still in second place, now needing a 7.23 with priority, and Max Weston a 2.8 on his last, needing a 7.46. So Carla, you look at how diverse really we've seen in terms of the field so far the last few years, and especially now with having multiple stops on the Longboard Tour. You mentioned a crucial thing with Sam yesterday during our meeting, and you said that given the impact of this event, you could be deciding really the people who become world champions with their results right here in Huntington.
Well, how you start can often set the pace and set the feeling, set the vibe. And on one hand, it's just the beginning. I gave a piece of advice to one of the gals I'm working with that, hey, take a break, take a breather. You're in it for the season right now. She's first on, you know, Malia Logan. It's her new debut on tour, and I know there's a lot of pressure on this first event, especially being Huntington. It's so high visibility. That said, for those of them that have kind of been on tour and had kind of this experience, they kind of know that this event really can help set the stage and help set the pace. And when you can do well here, because it is a challenging wave for longboarding, given the, you know, the current conditions at the time, it can just set you for what's coming ahead. And we've got the epic wave at Abu Dhabi, and then of course El Salvador, and we'll be heading to Bells in September. So, you know, this can really help set that pace for them and help gain that confidence, if you will, to move forward.
12 minutes on the clock. TJ Taylor Jensen at the moment in the lead over a couple of competitors known as McPhillips and Weston in the lineup. And it seems like our Japanese surfer Taka Inoue, he's preparing for his heat coming up.
McPhillips wearing the white new priority looking for a 7.23, and Weston in the blue looking for a 7.46. Order of priority, the white, red, blue.
Well, I was going to say, so far so good. The sun's about to peak out here for day one. The wind would seem to get frisky this morning. It's mellowed out. Tides on the rise. The beach is filling up. It's Saturday morning here in Surf City, USA. And we're settled in. People have to see us open and surfing. Huntington Beach Longboard Classic.
It's not all surfing right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Today's happenings right here on Saturday the 26th. Of course, the World Longboard Tour, stop #1 in the water at the moment. We do have no cap freestyle moto though, starting at 11 a.m. We have 3 sessions today, 1 p.m., 3 p.m., the other 2. Lexus Culinary Master Food Sampling at 1 p.m. over at the Lexus House. And of course, scan the QR code, sundown sets for Common Kings tonight, 5 to 8 p.m. at the Beach Bar. Get your tickets now, and you can do so by scanning the QR code you see on screen. So a lot of people have been asking me all week long, and it seems like Common Kings, well, they're a pretty common theme, I would say, right here in Huntington Beach, Carla.
Yeah, definitely a festival of surfing, and otherwise the moto exhibition is always a favorite to come and watch and see those guys get so high in the air with these ramps and stuff. Really exciting. And then, but right now we've got the longboard happening, the first round of the men's. Currently winning this heat, Taylor Jensen. Not really a big surprise here with a pair of 6.33s.
I got a question for you, Carla. What's your first memory of coming down to Huntington here at the South Side?
Well, I'm a little bit embarrassed, I guess. I've only surfed here once. I surfed here once.
Nothing to be embarrassed about.
No, I mean, everyone talks about how it's such an integral part of their experience, and I don't have, Huntington is not part of my experience per se. I'm very rooted in Malibu, and my father was a dedicated point break person, so we would never come to a beach break. That was Huntington. My father was a dedicated longboarder, so, but I do remember my first time surfing here. It was really high tide, and I remember not thinking I was going to have fun, and I had a really good time. And yeah, it's a really neat place. I mean, it's Surf City. This is Surf City, USA. Everything's surf here. There's tons of culture and a liveliness in Huntington Beach. You know, it's great people watching, that's for sure.
Great eateries too. Shout out to Board Riders Cafe in the southern part of Huntington Beach. Billy Webb and Ian, his partner, opening up just a few days ago. Right on Main Street, you have also Sugar Shack, owned by the Turner family, which has been the staple right here in Huntington for many years. And I mean, you really walk anywhere. Taco Los Cholos, just right behind where the parking is.
I was overhearing you yesterday trying to spit out the good Mexican food places, and I was like, okay, I gotta write these down.
There's
I love me a taco, you know?
Some eateries around here that you'd be very surprised about. Pacific City, just across the street, also some amazing food. And yeah, I think this whole area right here in Southern California, whether you're in Ventura all the way down to San Diego, we got some of the best food in the world.
We really do, and it's just nice to be, I mean, I'm a native Californian, and it's cool to be able to have all those different culinary, you know, options, if you will. And speaking, you know, to California, you were saying, you know, the surf, we've actually had quite a bit of surf throughout July. We had a lot of south swell.
Last 3 weeks.
Some pretty good surf, so it's kind of, it doesn't surprise me that it would go a little bit small for right now. But, you know, the swell is going to be picking up, and we're going to be seeing some excellent surfing from our longboard surfers.
So looking at 6 minutes and 50 on the clock, you mentioned TJ, no surprise that he is in the lead at the moment. And to his credit, he does not only have a title here at the US Open multiple times, he also has 4 world championships. And looking at his career so far, probably I'd have to say, in comparison to everybody else, the relevance is one thing. The fact that he won last year at one of the best waves in the world at Edson Style also proves that he is still the best in the world at the moment. But a big couple of names right there, especially when you look at Dwayne DeSoto back in 2010, Steven Sawyer still in the draw, and of course Kai Salas back in 23, a world champion himself.
Right, and Steven Sawyer, he is still on. I know last year he was kind of feeling the doldrums, thinking maybe he wouldn't be coming back again this year, but he got in there and he is fired up, and really somebody that could be really showing a lot of stuff here at Huntington.
Harrison Roach, a champion back in 22. Joel Tudor, no surprise that he's on that list as well. The Floridian Justin Quintal, also a world champion back in 2019. And really nice diversity. Piccolo Clemente, he's been a 2-time world champ. Phil Rajman, also back in 2016. But, you know, once again, the consistency, I would say, the adaptability of Taylor Jensen. And I think
it's on par.
Coming from Oceanside, too, it's a wave that has many similarities right here to Southside Huntington Beach Pier, but the most important one is that it changes many times within an hour, if not into a day as well.
Well, and I think that's what you make a great point, and I think speaks to, you know, my personal experience with Huntington, because I don't come from an area, we don't have many beach breaks in general. Zuma is our beach break, and it's not really considered that that high quality of a beach break, right? So I'm dealing with point breaks. I've got Topanga, I've got Malibu, I've got Rincon, I've got C Street. So for someone like myself to come to these beach breaks, it was very much a challenge, right? And perhaps at that time I just wasn't up for the challenge. But these surfers that come from places like Oceanside and they're more conducive to these style waves, they're really going to shine and really feel comfortable in a wave like Huntington.
And especially considering, too, here in Southern California, you get a good mix of swells throughout the year as well. And speaking of getting swells throughout the year, the South Shore of Oahu has just been nonstop. And this guy on screen, the former champion of the event, Conniella Stewart, he's looking for another win here at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Got a big heat. Taka Inoue, Eduard Del Perro. And maybe, just personal favorite, might be the very best hair in the business as well.
It's definitely the I do not care look. Us older ladies that are reaching our more seasoned years, we have the I don't care club. And he's maybe a
member
mascot.
Of it, yeah.
He's a mascot of the Do Not Care Club. But I'm with it. I'm here for it, and I like it. I think he's been a bit elusive this morning, kind of keeping his vibe kind of on the quieter, lower profile level, which I can definitely go with. I like to be a little more low pro, keep my energy levels kind of low, and let it explode when I get into the heat.
And sometimes it's even better, right? You get to the beach, haven't really looked at the waves that much. You just go based off of instinct. And
well, you know, there's my cousin, Erin Hurley, shout out to Train Your Mind. We've worked together with some mental performance coaching, and I've learned a lot from her about the various arousal states. Everyone has kind of a different arousal state, and some of us, you know, want to be active and get ready and firing it up before the heat. Some of us need to kind of keep it low pro, keep it chill until you get to the heat. So regulating that arousal state can really be important.
You know, it's really funny that you bring that up, because I think for a lot of people, including myself, depending on how the waves were and which location I was at, I'd either have heavy metal music playing or really heavy rap. If it was like today, I need something to get me going.
Right.
If it's big and pumping and scary, I need something that'll tone me down.
I'm listening to some jazz, right?
Some real deep house music, something that you're usually playing at a lounge or something like that.
Yeah.
Whereas today, it truly does seem like you need to keep the blood flowing and go out there really with the principle too. I don't need that many waves, and for TJ especially, he's only caught 4 so far.
And that's that idea I was talking about earlier about getting, you know, 2 10s as opposed to 10 2s, and being selective and just making sure you get the waves that are going to be the 2 best waves of the heat. And that is really what Taylor has exemplified. Both the other surfers needing waves in that 7 range, and we've got about 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a bit tougher now.
Yeah, and a tough one right there for Wesson. It seems like He was in control of the nose ride for a good portion of it. Still needing the best of the heat, a 7.46, which by today's standards is a large score. 2 minutes on the clock now, and Kai McPhillips, the youngster out of San Clemente, still with priority. He's held on to it for a long time, and if I'm perfectly honest, Carla, he has surfed a great heat still into the double digits so far. He's thrown away a 4.37 and just coming up against the defending world champion and defending event champion in Taylor Jensen, but still has a minute 40, and he's obviously been doing his homework when it comes to the use of priority as well.
Definitely a great showing for the first heat for Kai. Looking for a time check there as things are running down. Heart starts to kind of go. You start moving around a little bit more, getting a little bit more antsy, trying to look for that wave that can provide that 7.23. But again, with a minute left on the clock, that opportunity is starting to narrow down.
Father Colin, a two-time champion here at this event. Different years, 94 and 07, so good difference and amount of years in between those victories. But for Kai, big opportunity right here, competing at home just north of San Clemente, and not his first rodeo here in Huntington either. As I mentioned before, coming through the USA Junior program, obviously a very talented shortboarder as well, but competing here on the longboarding scene. It's really nice to see that diversity within the family too, and maybe not see that forcefulness out of a father who's been so successful in one discipline, maybe allowing his son to pursue different things.
Yeah, I think in general, just having that familial connection and that passing down of traditions is really nice to see. I think as we have Blue up and riding Max on his final call with 20 seconds left. Looks like White's going to go ahead and sneak with his priority there on the left. Looking for that
wave.
7.23, a nice little lined up wave there. Almost comes a little hiccup there, but manages to hold that nose ride. Little rebounds, looking for that inside reform there.
He's got it too.
Yeah, starting to stand up. Oh, spoke too soon.
I know. I've done that twice already today. And for McPhillips, it seems
it's
like
not the end of the road for those two gentlemen. They're going to be hitting it up again in round 2. We'll see that tomorrow. And so they'll get another shot, and it'll be man-on-man heats, so it'll be more waves for each one.
And a lot of positive things to take out of this heat too, especially on this last wave at the end.
Well, and as we talked about, there's adaptability. It's not just about surfing the wave good, right? You know, we got to learn from the heat prior, take and move on, and get better scores, better positioning next time.
So Kai McPhillips, Max Weston into the elimination round. Meanwhile, the defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win. Let's take a Bonzo brew break. We'll be right back with heat number 5. Former champion Conniela Stewart taking on Taka Inoue and Edward Del Perro.
First to blue, 1.83. First to blue, 183.
Well, it's time to get your log on. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and on screen right now in red, Taylor Jensen, our reigning world champion, coming through with yet another big performance. We're getting really used to saying that. I'm Chris Cote, this is Rosie Hodge, that's Sam Bleakley. We've been excited to bring you some of the world's best longboarders riding waves that are very longboard friendly today. They're making it look really easy. It's actually pretty difficult because these waves are fast. These waves have these tight sections that make fitting a 9.4 or 9.6 that much more difficult. But Rosie, so far so good on day one here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
It's been a fun morning so far. I mean, the conditions right now, it's peaky up and down the beach as you got that southwest remnant swell as well as that northwest kind of mixing in. So it's good to see lefts and rights both being utilized today.
And you can just tell the surfers willing that tide to come in because it makes their decision making a bit easier when they know they can surf on the pier bowl. They don't have to mix up between those 3 peaks at Middles all the way down to Machado's or maybe on the pier bowl. And I think we're going to see maybe scores in the excellent range now in this latter side of the draw.
And you're going to see superstars of this sport. Kaniela Stewart representing Hawaii, Taka Inouye from Japan, and Edouard Del Perro representing France. So we're going to go around the world in this heat. Of course, all 3 of these names we've seen many, many times here competing in Huntington Beach. It's going to be exciting, though, because Kaniela Stewart always comes to these competitions meaning business. He's riding those Kai Salas boards. Connie Tsunami, if his friends on social media refer to him. And he is your 2023 US Open of Surfing champion. Hard to think, now it's almost hard to imagine, you know, when you watch Kaniela Stewart, you see the pier in the background. All I see in my mind is his beautiful, graceful nose rides with that pier of the backdrop. I mean, he won this event in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
And so he always comes here with a lot of heart.
And he's just had a daughter, Nami, Tsunami. So, of course, flying the flag for surfing parents, still competing as well.
And here we go, Taka to start this one off. He already had a quick up and down with the 183, so this will be his first wave of note. All the way through to the inside. Bonsoy milking this one all the way to the sand. Always calm, cool, collected. And that's why a log is a great option when the waves are small like that. I mean, he was literally riding nothing all the way through to the inside. And now Del Perro, the mastermind behind Del Perro Surf School in France. And here we go. Kaniela Stewart. So easily getting to the nose. Reacting to a little bump in this wave. Masterful footwork there, switching it up for the pullout. So 24.50 to go. Judges now have some work to do, locking in scores for those last 3 waves ridden. While we wait for the judges to do their business, let's go down to the glass. AJ McCord standing by with Taylor Jensen.
Chris, I have some breaking news for you. Taylor, you told me this morning in the call, I haven't ridden this board since I won the world title on it. It's coming out again today, but a switch up last minute. Walk me through the board chain.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an accidental switch up. I went to grab my board to go out in the water and I picked up the other one. They're like twins, they look exactly the same. And I just kind of took it as a sign and went, all right, let's try this. I've been riding that one a lot lately anyway, so yeah.
The board changes, the strategy, the result seems to stay the same. Just how did you get back into that competitive mindset?
I think it just clicks. You show up here early in the morning and you're at Huntington again. The infrastructure's here, everything's ready, all your friends are here. So yeah, you just sort of click back in. It's contest day, it's Huntington.
And speaking of it being Huntington, this is the place where it started for you last year. Now you got this first heat win. Just overall, how are you approaching this 2025 season?
I'm just embracing it, you know, like I got the world title last year. I'd love to back it up. I'd love to get a 5th. Like that's obviously the dream and the goal, but I'm just embracing every moment, enjoying my time on tour with my family and my friends, and yeah, just taking it all in.
Well, so are we. Love watching you surf. Thanks, Taylor.
Thanks, AJ.
Taylor Jensen, a great surfer on any craft, but put him on a board that he feels comfortable with, and sounds like he feels comfortable on any board he rides. I like that. Just grab whatever, go out there and make it work. He did just that.
I mean, the legacy as well. I mean, Rosie, to think that Taylor's got those 4 world titles, but his father-in-law, Nat Young's got those 4 world longboard titles, that 1966 world title, and then Nat's kid, Bo, of course, 2 times world longboard champion. So between the young Jensen legacy. I mean, they have dominated surfing for multiple decades.
I mean, it's just incredible to see those names pop up, and obviously there's that iconic people in the sport of longboarding, and this is one of them too. Kaniela Stewart is just, his body composure is just so quiet in what he's doing, which makes it look so effortless, even though it's so tricky and difficult, and that's what I truly love about his surfing.
Taka Nui on the Piccolo Clemente boards. He did tell me that this board has got a crease, but it's clearly not holding him back. He decided that it was still rideable. Straight in that nice tight 5, holding that real close, almost into a 10. Gets low. He's super elastic, and also competing here with his sister Kaede. She's going to be on the women's draw. Got the Frenchman up and riding, Chris.
Del Perro, quick 5. Wave closes out around him. He opts to looked almost like an accidental face-first dive onto his board, but I feel like that was just him knowing that there is 21 minutes left, but also a little bit of urgency because he really has nothing of note yet. Meanwhile, Kaniela Stewart, 4.5. Taka comes through with a 3.67, and that last wave from Del Perro comes through at a 2.23. So this heat's still wide open. And it looks like with the tide swing a little bit, I mean, not much has changed from this morning.
Yep.
It looks really similar to it did at dead low tide.
And big shout out to Lindsay Steinrider. She's expecting a baby, of course, the partner of Edward. Lindsay has been based in Biarritz now for the summer with Edward, where he runs a really good surf school, Del Perro Surf Experience, with his brother Antoine at Côte de Basque. Born though in Marseille, which is on the Mediterranean side of France. Marseille is a core gritty city. If you're born and raised in Marseille, you're rock hard. So he's definitely got the kind of Marseille vibe that he brought over to Biarritz in his youth.
Well, 21 minutes left. Taka in the lead. That's Del Perro right there in the white jersey. Taka does have priority. Have you guys seen priority really playing a factor, or is it pretty nice and clean out there with plenty of opportunity?
It definitely feels that way as we see Kaniala up on this one, but there is space between the competitors. I feel like they're surfing different peaks at the moment, and no one's really hustling for that priority position.
Already, Stewart with that classic combo, beautiful nose ride, nice carve, making it through to the inside section effortlessly. I mean, he looks so light on his feet, on his board. You stand next to this, he's a big kid. I mean, strong, big guy, and you stand next to him on the beach, and then you see what he's doing in the water. It's incredible, the athleticism and just how he has that ability to literally like float on that board.
Better than anyone.
So making his way back out, you'd have to think this score could potentially match that 4.50. I love this opening nose ride.
Yeah, holding that tip time for a little bit there, and you can tell, I mean, he's going to the rail there. He's showing us that variety. The judges want to see you use the entirety of your board and find, you know, toes on the nose as well as going to the rail, and that wave really dissipates into nothing, and this is where you get that float feeling where he redirects, changes direction. The nose just seems to duck under there with that wave really just running out of power on that shoreline.
Most likely on that 9-4 Tsunami model. And Connie Tsunami now representing Tenore, Kai Salas Longboard Company, and he's been training DNA Performance back at home. And man, you think of an epic vibe. How about Waikiki in the summertime? Sun's out, glassy. Of course, you have some of the best longboarders on the planet all focused in right there. But what an epic vibe that must be to have grown up and been born and bred into that scene, riding waves in Waikiki. It doesn't get much more traditional or classic than that.
Yeah, he's Waikiki, born and bred. Of course, Queen's an iconic spot. And Connie's composure, the fact that he's already won here. This is the 4th back-to-back year we've had the World Longboard Tour event here in Huntington. What was really cool is that inaugural year, he won with his cousin Kelis Kiliapaha, and that was really special for the cousins to both take the wins for the men's and women's respectively. And Connie's got charisma. You know, everything about him.
Well, he's got charisma and he has the lead for now. That last wave betters that 4.5. Comes through at a 5.10. Basically doing everything the judge is looking for. And now we see your surfer in white, Edward Del Perro, cruising into this one, gets all the way to the nose. Nicely done, extended. Hang 10 there for Del Perro. Smaller wave, but plenty of push for Edward to do his job. So he cross-stepped up, got the 5, got the 10, nice carve. That's the combo the judges have been rewarding all morning long, Rosie.
Yeah, he's paddling out, he's pumped, he's getting that number coming to him. Right now he's in that 3rd place position, so he's kind of got those lower score lines right now. He knows he's got work to do. As you see the replay, almost a little bit like of a stumble there. Gets the 10, floats with it, steps back, drop knee cutty right there. Beautiful footwork.
Wildly impressive how long he was actually able to hang out there on that nose ride. I mean, tiny little wave, but definitely got every ounce of points available. And here we go. Nearly a beautiful nose ride there for Taka. Unfortunately, towards the end, things got a little messy, and that kind of threw him in an awkward position into that closeout section. But a great start there for Taka. He's got a 3.67. Needs to get rid of a 1.83, and most likely needs to get rid of that 3.67 too. Meanwhile, Del Perro has a solid number coming through. That's a 5.5. Now he's firmly in 2nd place. This heat's still real tight. Del Perro now needs a 4.10. Taka, he's a 5.93. Let's take a look at what happened here. Brilliant start to this wave.
Definitely, and just committed to that critical section on the outside there. Just holds on just that fraction too long, I would have to say. But he wanted to make it seem, you know, a little bit more critical, really utilize that outside section.
Nothing wrong with a little drama on a nose ride like that, but you know, you look at the difference, and I feel like a clean exit from a hang 10 like that is going to be much more important just in terms of the score that you're going to get. Cross step back after that nose ride, and again, watch the noses of these boards for spray when they're in that hang 10 or hang 5 position. If there's spray coming off the nose, that means it's not a clean nose ride, and the judges will definitely notice that.
Definitely, yeah, it's just having complete control of that piece of equipment, and also just relying on your body composure and all of those things. So all the elements that the judges are paying attention to this morning here at the longboard event.
Yeah, and also composure. Coniella really looking composed. But the thing about Taka and Edward is they're gritty, they're resilient competitors. You know, they're die-hard in the sense that they know that they can still get the score they need in the last second, and they'll never give up. Taka's very busy. You know, a lot of rides, quick footwork, fits a lot in. What we see from Edward is an incredible ability to read the ocean. You'll often see in a heat that he'll get the biggest, best set wave, and that really emphasizes his relationship with waves here. And he's not had a big result at Huntington before, though. He'll be hungry for it, because Côte de Basque, where he surfs in Biarritz, is not too different to HB. You know, there's a lot of peaks, there's a lot of variety, and it's a tidal wave that changes dramatically between low and high tide.
That's such an interesting point. Just watching him, and just his head is always on a swivel. He's looking left, he's looking right, as we see Taka taking off on this one.
Taka, 5.10. Cheater 5. I believe that equals 20.
Yeah.
But we'll see what the judges throw out for that. You know, a fixture on the Longboard World Tour. Taka's been kind of in the upper echelon for the better part of the last 5 or 6 years, but one of the stars of the tour is Taka Mom.
Yeah.
His filmer, his coach, his manager. She actually films every session and takes notes on every wave he rides. Taka Mom is an absolute legend.
Yeah. Yuroki, she's called, and she does have this incredible playbook of all of her notes from the competitions, and it's pretty impressive to have a look at the studying she does of each heat. But look at this, the man on the tip, all upright, great posture.
Yeah, and that's what we were just talking about. Clean exit from the hang 10. You know, you saw no spray, no water anywhere around that nose, as he was literally levitating, and did it in a pretty difficult section. I mean, I feel like in watching these longboard events, you know, the subtleties are so important. It's really obvious on the Challenger Series when somebody does a big turn, but some of the less obvious reasons why these longboarders are getting big scores are almost the intangibles that you can't see.
Yeah, and you really saw on that wave from Taka, it was quite a peaky wave, and it didn't allow the nose ride to create enough of a stall for him to really hold and lift. So he quickly had to run out of that nose ride, else he would have nose dived. In contrast to Coniella's last ride, where the line he took and the shape of the wave just allowed him to really slow down. And it's making the hard look easy. You know, the judges will really recognize when you've got that calm upper body language, it demonstrates that you're in complete control. And that's where you start to talk about those elements of style, flow, and grace.
And we do have an international judging panel, male, female. We have 2 spotters for priority. We've got all the experts here in the building. 12:25 to go. The Lexus US Open of Surfing rolls on. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Arching out to 5. He gets back just in time to get the hit too. He's a nice little bottom thing. Keeping the feet moving, keeping the speed. As they say on Love Island, he's going to explore his connection. He gets all of it on the inside.
Well, to finish up that conversation on the Grand Dunk, I think there's 3 offsets there. We know the ball. We'll be there every now and then.
Yeah, they're on. I remember the first time I saw FaceTime. I was in Japan, we were eating dinner. I think I want to see some food. We probably had this for about 5 years. So we called somebody and talked to him right there on FaceTime, just like we do now. But we were baffled, and sure enough, 5 years later, we got the iPhone with the FaceTime, just like it said.
Well, I remember going, or, you know, whatever, 290, but in the first time I went there, the car had an on-screen monitor then in the car. It took 20 years to happen here.
Te Ahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, this is surf mecca. Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, just around the corner. It's like a monster lurking under your bed. You know it's there, and you know you're gonna have to face it. And I know our surfers on the championship tour are all getting prepared mentally, physically, boards. It's all about to happen, and that's actually the last stop on the championship tour before the Final 5 in Fiji. So big things around the corner. But before we get there, we have a lot of surfing to get through here. You're watching the world's best competitive longboarders do what they do best here in Huntington Beach. This was during the break. Tako Inui get things rolling here. He's got a 4.57 and a 3.67. This, almost a 5.
Yeah, that was a really nice soul arch 5 through the section, no 10, but gets nice and low, just now starting to stroke the pussycat through to the inside, gets another 5, holds that 5, runs out of it, super lively and busy, a little bit fluffy and scrappy in places, but a lot of variety, but definitely demonstrating that he's hungry, he's agile. And there, Rosie, is the notebook for Mama Taka there. And there's his sister, Kaede. She's going to be coming up on the women's side, and she takes notes for pretty much every single ride.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, and just Tucker's versatility. I know that he shortboards, he does the tandem surfing as we watch Eduardo on this one. Beautiful. Cuddy there just unable to hang on to that last maneuver.
Yeah, he's good on the SUP, is Taka, and also his sister's been a multiple SUP world champion as well.
Yeah, things just went weird for Del Perro there, swinging that board around. And I think that's another underrated virtue of modern logging is, yes, these boards are very heavy. They're hard to control. All of these surfers, male and female, make it look so easy, but I would implore anyone watching, anyone with interest in riding one of those boards, grab a log and try it out, and you'll see quickly, you know, it's interesting because most people learn how to surf on a longboard or a big softboard, but then you go to a board like Taka's riding, you know, like Kaniella's riding, and these are really expert-only boards. It takes a long time. It takes years of practice and probably a lot of natural ability to ride these big boards as well and as effortless as these surfers do. And you're about to see it right here. I mean, Del Perro, this guy has been doing it forever, one of the best in the business, but even he can fall victim to the weight and the swing of these big boards, just like that.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because it was a really nice setup into the 10. Had he finished cleanly, that would have been a strong score. But the footwork from Kaniella, a nice high 10, runs out of that nose ride, and then in the middle of the board there where things are in trim, walks to the tail to just sweep it back on the cutback, and now staying agile, but also there's a grace about Kaniella's surfing that's always a joy to watch. And look at the way he just wiggled in the middle of the board from that trim spot. Never putting too much in, always allowing the footwork to keep that board flowing. That was really nice and clean.
It was, and we just, looking at Taka, I mean, he's just so reactive at the moment, just going on everything. He's had, this was about his 6th wave that he's had compared to his competitors' 4. So he's really being active in this heat, and like you said, there's a lot of moments in his surfing where he does look like it's a bit hurried and a lot of flurry in the body language, but the variety from him and the excitement of not knowing what he's going to do next.
Oh, roller coaster nose ride. You love to see it. I wouldn't say that wave was, you know, like critical looking, but where he was riding the nose right there, extremely difficult. And now he's putting together a complete package for the judges to decipher.
That was a really incredible bit of surfing.
Wow, I mean, put together a crazy ride off a wave that looked wild from the beginning.
And now with the tide coming in, there's still now scoring potential for really good critical nose rides all the way through to the sand. But a couple of those 10s, the fact that he did the 10 front side going right and backside going left, bit of body language. Is it the crease completely broken? Because he did say he creased this board in the free surf this morning.
Oh, Mom's going to be writing some notes after that wave.
Was that, like you said, his sister on the sand with a backup surfboard?
Yeah, so he told me, I asked him how he was, and he said he creased his primary board, but he felt like it was still going to last, and I reckon it's completely gone. And you could see, though, that there was an additional amount of flex in those nose rides through the right and then onto the left. There was a lot of, like, extra flex in it. If it proves to be a carrying score, you never know, it might make the difference. But he's now on a much bigger board. You can already see a wider tail, but it's also a Piccolo Clemente board. Piccolo, 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion from Juan Chaco, Peru. He's worked with the Japanese crew for a long time, makes great boards. But look at this nose riding, incredible lift.
I mean, the roller coaster, I don't know if the roller coaster is the appropriate term, but when you're riding the nose and you feel that levitation through a section like that, I mean, that just shows you Taka's skills are among the best of the best on the nose, being able to maintain his composure through the inside as well.
Just somehow engineers the kind of finish to that flow. I would like to see from Taka just kind of cleaning it up through the inside. Sometimes I think less is more with Taka. You know, if he feels like he's doing a little bit less, it's when his bigger scores shine. But you can see the ability and the agility. I mean, his variety of moves. He's only 5'5". He's a small guy, but the way he flexes low and stands tall between his footwork and turns and nose ride, you always sense that he's one of the most talented longboarders out there.
I think a couple words that come to mind when you watch him surf: energetic and committed. I mean, when he's going and finding his maneuvers and finding his placement, he really does commit to what he's doing, as we see him slide up there in the placings, dropping a good score for him.
Yeah, it is an important score. So I reckon that on that right-hander, you could see not only the normal amount of flex, it was like increased from the crease of his board. So he just got like a kind of springboard effect.
And you could tell, I mean, he started paddling back out. Maybe he put his hands along the rails, felt that crease, maybe deepening, like we mentioned. So the change of equipment, I'm excited to see how this board looks and reacts to his surfing.
Well, this is a competitive heat. Del Perro there maybe made the wrong decision in fading left. You could see he tried to switch things up and fade right. But that wave's not going to help him out at all with a 5'5" and a 3. He needs a 6.11 if he wants to get up into that top spot.
Yeah, he had a fifth in Huntington in 2023 to Del Pero, losing to Taylor Jensen. We got a ninth last year, losing to Taka, and that guy on the backup board is looking incredible.
That was one of the longer nose rides we've seen yet of the morning.
But this is what I don't like from Taka. You know, it's when you see the agility and grace of an elegant 10, and then we start to see that element of just over-rushing the connection. If he just stood tall then, he could have just rode that through more elegantly.
And that's such an interesting point, and I wonder if it's something where he watches back and just makes those little bit of refinements. I do feel like there has been a little bit of an evolution to surfing in the last few years that we've seen him in this event.
Yeah.
But definitely something to pay attention to. Just that midsection of the ride, such a beautiful nose ride out the back, and then maybe keep it a little bit more clean coming through the inside.
Yeah, because he's light, you know, that board will keep trimming Edward on a nice 10 here.
Del Pero here now getting things back in order after a couple no-goes on previous waves, but you see, keeping his speed and opting out. That wave went flat.
Yeah, he stayed busy, Edward. He hasn't been lucky with the shape of the waves that he's got, but he's certainly been active in looking. But you can tell Connie's now going into that patient mode, just wants to build and replace that 5.10, but it's all pretty open for Taka and Edward to get the score that they need.
And even reflecting on Kaniala's waves, it hasn't necessarily been the bigger waves. So I think if he's sitting out there, he's got that priority, it's a 1 minute 45 seconds, he's going to want to control this lineup. And if he does find himself on a set, he can improve along that score line easily, just based on the wave quality that he can find.
Yeah, he's Mr. Smooth all the way. He's also training to be a pilot as well. He's already a sea captain, sails, but he is the epitome of the Hawaiian grace, the way that he is just so natural and flowing through his maneuvers, and rubbery as well, the agility to deal with this, you know, the more critical sections.
And such a product of his environment. We talk about the rich surfing history that you find in Waikiki. He exemplifies that in and out of the water. So it's really fun to watch the surfers' different styles and approaches and how they represent where they're from.
Yeah, and he's been tipped to be a world champion. He's been twice second on the World Tour in 2022 and 2023, but he's up and riding right now, Chris.
Connie Tsunami straight to the nose. Ooh. Quick snap there to finish. I mean, that's the combo the judge was looking for, right?
That was
ride with a clean finish.
That was really nice. And you could see that he had to be very fast out of that 10 to get to the tail, to project a little bit of verticalness into that top turn. But that backside nose ride was incredible, because it's so much easier to do the hang 10s on your front side when you're facing the wave. But when you're to the back of the wave, to do a 10 is really hard. But Edward looking really strong, and this is an important score for him.
Yeah, good, clean nose ride to start this wave. Solid turn, beautiful. Drop knee carve back. The little cross step check. He's trying to make the connection here. And he does. A little quick touch of the nose.
That's a
solid finish.
Yeah, that's an important opportunity. He's chasing a 6.11. I feel like that could be a good score. It's certainly his best wave, and he's going to leave that down to the judges. I like that.
I agree with you. I mean, important ride from him. And then the question also to ask is, does Kaniala improve on the 5.1?
I like this 10, Rosie, and the way he rode through that section on the 10, but I think that Kaniela's backside 10 was equally difficult, an equal amount of difficulty.
But just watching the flow of Eduardo on this wave, I mean, the downtime in between maneuvers, there is none. It's really flawless, one maneuver to the next as we reach this midsection of the wave, but also a strong finish on the inside.
Yeah, he really did read that last section very nice. Kicked off with that very good nose ride through the section as well. So it could come down to that last exchange, but I think that Connie's just going to squeak through and stay in first.
Yeah, and that's going to be it for Heat 5 here in our opening round. The winning surfer, who at the moment is Kaniela Stewart, will advance through and skip the second round. So wait for this last score from Del Pero to come through. He would need a 6.11, and
yep,
I'm going to say it's going to be pretty close.
It's going to be close. Connie didn't replace his 5.1 with his last wave. He comes in the high 4s there. Is it going to be enough for Edward? My instinct is it's going to be very close, but fall just short of the score he needs.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there as well. I mean, it was a pretty exciting wave. The nose ride was good, but it wasn't really in a super critical part of the wave. The turns were good too. I just felt like the excitement, you know, like the excitement level that you feel when you just know that the score was the score, not quite there for me as well, but I'm not a judge, thankfully, because I'm throwing 8s, 9s, and 10s on every single wave. I'm just always so impressed with what these surfers are able to do.
It had great variety. It was linked with speed, but it's going to come out just short of the score he needs.
Yeah, but close. So we're all right. 5-4-3 for Del Perro. It's just not enough. Kaniela Stewart gets the win. Del Perro second, Taka third, and more log action to come. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and we'll be right back.
All the way out here from the UK. Cole Robbins is just up the coast. Santa Barbara Rincon zone. He's the realtor to the Rincon area. You need a house up there, want to search for perfect rights right in front of your house? Call Cole Robbins. Sam Christensen all the way from South Africa, out there in the white. So a nice international field here. We got it all over the globe going on here. A couple places you had a stranglehold over that are asleep, and now they're battling it out in the water.
Huntington is providing some beautiful surfing and great peaks.
It's pretty darn consistent here in Surf City.
It really is. It really is. And I was
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by 805 Beer, Properly Chill, by Best Western, official hotel destination of the World Surf League, and by No Count, official soda of the World Surf League.
Welcome back, log enthusiasts. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We're live from Huntington Beach, California. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Rosie Hodge. I'm with Sam Blakely. And in the water, we got a powerful threesome. Ben Skinner representing Great Britain, Cole Robbins from right here in California, and Sam Christensen from South Africa. Sam, we're looking at an international superheat right here. You'd have to think, at least on paper, Ben Skinner, some of the biggest results of the past couple of years. But as we know, expect the unexpected here in Huntington Beach. It's anyone's game with 27 minutes to go.
Yeah, and we got a Brit, we got a South African, we got an American, and we got a Brit, a South African, and American in the commentary here. But of course, Ben Skinner, he's based in Cornwall. He has an incredible surfboard factory in Newquay, founded in 2008. He's raised an incredibly talented surfing family. Big shout out to his wife, Michelle, who also herself comes from a surfing family. The combination of Ben and Michelle, and Lucas has got a really exciting career. So has Lila, so has Levin. But Ben, we know that he can deliver the damage. He was amazing last year, Rosie. I mean, you got to see him compete here at HB last season.
Oh, he's always so incredibly impressive, and always just sliding in at the last minute after the European Championships, where his son and his daughter compete, and he sometimes coaches. So this year he said he wasn't at the European Championships, so he's had a bit of time to acclimatize to Huntington Beach. So just excited to see him back. This is a stacked heat.
Well, we got 26, 24 to go. Looks like some sets rolling through. Anytime you see those buoys bouncing, you know something big is about to happen. It's kind of cool that the surfers have a little hint, a little indicator of a set rolling through. One of the bigger waves of the morning so far. We got Cole Robbins. Gets the quick nose ride. Big snap. Solid combo right there. As he makes his way through the inside. Cole Robbins, super affable, really nice guy, character on the longboard tour. Just one of those dudes that you're excited to see every time a longboard event rolls around. So 25:40 to go as the judges lock in the score for Cole Robbins. Let's go down to the glass. AJ McCord standing by with Connie Stewart.
Another surfer that we're always so excited to see hit the water here in Huntington Beach. Connie, we were just talking about how fast it seems like the off season went, but you locked right back in. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I mean, I stayed pretty busy while I was at home. I had a baby and just been taking care of her, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about the change with Nami coming into the world and just how you're approaching this 2025 season as a dad.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It kind of takes my mind off of surfing, you know, like, or thinking about that next heat or the next contest. I kind of get done with one contest and I go home to the baby and just kind of get into that world. And then when the contest comes around, I'll just deal with it, you know.
How does having that balance bring out the best in both you as a person and you as a surfer?
I think it's super good just to have both, you know, and then kind of you won't let surfing like eat away at you. So that's good to just have that to fall back on. And yeah, surfing's kind of it's now second in line.
Well, it's still so fun to see you out here in the lineup. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Thanks, guys.
So as usual, Connie Tsunami winning heats. I mean, that's kind of a constant that you're going to see on the longboard tour.
Yeah, and wise words as well from a new surfing parent talking to 3 existing surfing parents. We know how much of a journey it is, and we also know how it makes your surfing experience so much more special. It enhances the joy you have when you get out there in the water. And he'll be really appreciating that here, that the peace and quiet, the sense of serenity when it's just you and the ocean.
We got Big Ben Skinner up and at it. Now the pier bowl looks like it's starting to flare up a little bit. See Skinner coming around this section. Nice carve with kind of a cross step right in the middle of the turn. Adding a little bit of flair there, but the wave dies out beneath his feet. So far, Ben Skinner with just a 0.50. He's going to improve on that, but he's definitely hoping to get a little bit more opportunity. We are kind of in that realm of heat on, heat off, at least for the first 7 minutes of this one.
This is nice. He sets a high line, 4 steps cleanly into the 5, touches the 10, drops down to the lower part of the wave after that nose ride, walks really nicely into that turn, snaps it back, and then as the energy just starts to dissipate here, he sees if he can make that connection, recognizes he can't, but I like the look, I like the body language. This was the 5 from Cole. It was a steeper one, Rosie, but he was so busy.
Yeah, such a nice set wave and then transitioning straight up into that floating maneuver. So the judge is really appreciating that commitment. The 5-point ride kind of sets the scale for the rest of the heat. Interesting to see that these guys have kind of transitioned to that pier bowl section a little bit more. We'll see that tide coming in, still filling in until about 11:43 this morning, so it's about an hour and 20 minutes before we see the top of the tide.
Cole sells real estate. Chris, have you ever been tempted to get some property up in the Santa Barbara area?
You know, I was just talking to him in the Bonsoy Athlete area, and I almost accidentally bought a house. I mean, he's that good. I thought we were talking about surfing. Yeah, you look at Cole's Instagram, and man, he's got amazing waves. He's catching fish. He's living a really good life.
He's also on Wayne Rich boards. I mean, and Wayne has been such a stalwart feature of the Californian longboard culture, creating incredible equipment and supporting Cole from the very early days of his competitive career. And it's nice to see Wayne Rich represented under Cole's feet. But interesting that exchange where Cole got the better that 5 and Ben on a smaller wave with the critical nose ride. It came out of 3.50. I think a lot of viewers would have maybe expected that to go a little bit higher, but it just didn't have the wave size relative to Cole's, which was a shorter ride, but had that kind of high energy excitement about it because of the wave size.
It's almost like we're seeing 2 different types of nose rides.
Yeah.
The ones that are scoring higher, literally the ones that look like they're higher on the wave, like the board's almost pointing up out of that critical section on the face of the wave, whereas some of the other ones have been lower, kind of almost right just on the edge of the whitewater. And that's why I think we're seeing those kind of differences in the judging scale.
Yeah.
The long, extended, almost levitating nose rides are going to be bigger scores all day long. And you know, if you look and you see the surfer looks weightless, that means they're about to get a big number.
Yeah, and someone who can do that is Sam Christensen, and you've probably seen him surf at J Bay over the years, Rosie.
Do you know what's interesting is just seeing Sam. I know they was competing here last year, and just nice to have the representation from South Africa. Stevie Sawyer also from the J Bay region. So these guys all traveling together as well. Crystal Hewlett, you know, hometown Durban, similar kind of conditions in Durban with the pier setup, with a mixed bowl and opportunity to go left and right. So Sam, such a wave-rich region in Durban, South Africa. Cool to see him back at the US Open in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, and he's now moved down to Cape Town where he's based. So he's got a lot of difference to be able to move between those two areas. But the fact that there's 4 South Africans on the tour this year is pretty exciting.
Oh, it's amazing. It's so great to see that representation. And for Sam, I mean, Durban, warm water. You go move to Cape Town, it's freezing cold. There's so many different waves that you can ride there too, but such a different part of the country. Cool to see him kind of mix it up and move around.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was really interesting talking about that difference between the 5 and the 3.5. And if we look at Cole's wave, it's already bigger. There's an element of excitement, but I really like this 10 from Ben. He drops down in, and what we see from Cole is just that lively projection straight into the turn. And I think if everybody at home drops a score for these two rides, you'll have quite a variety of scores, but I think the reason that Cole got the edge was that liveliness, that wave size. If Ben's had the connection and he could have garnered something on the inside, it would have been a similar score.
There was some drama, too, to Cole's wave. And I think drama could be a word in our judging criteria.
Yeah.
At any level. I mean, you add a little bit of drama at the end of your wave, you might get a little extra juice from the judges. Ben Skinner right there, up and out real quick. That's not going to help him out at all. That was his 4th wave ridden, but he's right back out there. And here goes your current leader, Cole Robbins. Straight to the nose. Kind of taking the waterfall down, but gets the clean finish again. So another solid combo from Cole Robbins. I mean, I literally blinked when he stood up and he was already on the nose.
And you see the way he just flexed low in contrast to Taka Inui, using the hands to generate speed. You don't need to do that. Cole demonstrated you can just lower your body weight or stand taller, and he kept that trim speed and connected it through to the inside.
And just looking at both of his waves, he's really had the knack of choosing the best waves in this lineup so far. I mean, himself and Ben Skinner kind of sitting pretty close to each other, but it just seems like Cole has had the knack of finding the set waves and really utilizing them.
But Sam, no wave ridden. I mean, that is the hardest thing, you know, when you have a slow start, to maintain your composure on your first wave. But this is Cole's 2nd wave, and again, a quick, fast one. Straight 2 steps up to the tip, locks in a tight 5, drives and holds out of that nose ride, and he just managed to get the acceleration to come back to the tail and really finish cleanly. And this is a good contrast between what I mentioned about Taka, where he started to kind of stroke the pussycat through the inside, but Cole just flexes a little bit lower in the middle of the board, and it keeps moving, it keeps accelerating.
Or just knowing that piece of equipment so well, keeping that body weight forward, keeping that momentum and that forward momentum going, and just looking at the positioning right now with Sam without a wave, and just looking at how he's just a little bit further south of the competitors. I'd say about 100 meters between Ben Skinner, Cole, and Sam, a little bit further south. One thing about Huntington, you've got to be easily adaptable. You've got to be down here. You have to be watching the conditions, and even the prep before the event is watching when the different sections on the Huntington Beach come to life with the tides, with the swell directions, and what we have, the energy that you see this morning.
And there's nothing worse than when you hold true to your position and then you decide to move, and the first thing you see is a perfect set come exactly where you were 1 second before.
That's my tactic every time I serve.
That's when you trust. You know, you've been timing the sets, and you kind of have an idea that there will be that energy that's going to come that way. I think, you know, Sam, he's dropped anchor right now. He's seen his competitors surfing. They're right in his peripheral vision, but he's hoping for that little set wave bump to come his way. There's less of a trough, I'd say, down south there too. So, yeah, it's all about rolling the dice, sticking to your game plan. Let's see if he positions. He's looking at his watch. This is where you start to get antsy.
And he does have a skin dog board in his quiver. Sometimes likes to ride the Ben Skinner double scoop 9.6. Ben Skinner himself riding a kind of an adaptation of the double scoop design with the swallowtail. And the great thing about what Ben has developed with the double scoop, where you've got these two quite significant concaves on the top of the board in the last third towards the tail to funnel water and create drag in the same ideology as you get downforce at the back of a Formula One racing car. And it's incredible hydrodynamics, and it allows a lot of lift. And what Ben's done is he's tweaked that by adding the swallowtail to give a little bit more drive and bite through the rail turns.
It was crazy. You walk by with that piece of equipment and you can, I mean, the swallowtail is incredibly obvious, but those concaves underneath, that undulation of the foam, it's so present when you look at that board, where, you know, you have some surfboards and it's so subtle where they've placed the foam and the concave throughout. But yeah, definitely a race car that Ben's on.
Yeah, and Ben loves him. He's a great driver. He drives cars well, but he loves Formula One, and he started to think about surfboard design as a shaper, inspired by the way that, you know, the spoiler, the foiling of the back of the Formula One car sticks it to the ground on corners and at speed, and thought, you know, I can do that on the back of my surfboard. And what's interesting is it's a very significant double concave, but when you're surfing those boards, it doesn't feel problematic to not be on that kind of flat surface that you may be used to for your back foot.
Yeah, it gives you that lift and kind of has that ship's hull almost too, where yeah, you can levitate. And so interesting to see him draw inspiration from different sports, from different visual things that he's being inspired and motivated by, and applying that to his equipment.
You guys are blowing my mind. I love this conversation about F1 racing and longboarding. We got 14:13 to go. The Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere.
We're looking good this year, Dave. I have to sneak up to some games or something. Maybe have some Pacifico stuff while we watch, you know.
No Pacifico doing competition. Finding the athletes are hanging out. Both of them. But everyone else. The Open's at 11 there, Pacifico Beach Bar.
I don't know, man. This is going to be done by then. They might be joining the Pacifico while I watch the women's race.
Oh, maybe.
It's that kind of day down here. Beautiful summer day in Huntington Beach, California. I'd like to say go up here in my beautiful brand new high-end Lexus, but I ain't meeting it.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. It's starting to pop off down here in Huntington Beach, California. And guess what? If you're feeling that bikini bottom energy, that's because we're in SpongeBob town. That's right. You can watch SpongeBob SquarePants right now. The movie, the shows, that's all happening on Paramount Plus. I love SpongeBob SquarePants, and I feel like most people watching do as well. I haven't talked to one person in the world that doesn't like that show.
You like a good bit of KLPG as well, don't you, Chris?
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like today's surfers right now, they're going to be, you know, channeling that Sandy Cheeks energy, brains, bravery, beach finesse. You can catch all the SpongeBob action you want on Paramount Plus, as well as Nickelodeon. One of the best shows ever made. And SpongeBob will be with us throughout the entire week, in spirit and maybe even in person, Rosie. You never know.
Wow. I'll get my son involved. I actually got him to eat a little bit of fish yesterday because I called it a Krabby Patty.
Nice.
Yeah.
Great. That's the way to do it. Sam's shifted positions. He's down there on the pier bowl.
Yep, so just recognizing that maybe, I'm even looking over my shoulder, this tide has come in quite a bit, and that little South Peak section has completely died, so probably a good idea for him to get started.
He's got to be sitting out there going, I've got my log, I'm in a jersey and my wetsuit, I'm all ready, but I haven't ridden a wave yet. I mean, this place can do that to you. He's literally done a couple big figure eights around the lineup, and we know how good a surfer he is. He's probably surfed all different types of waves all over the world, but sometimes Huntington Beach can be a vexing place.
Yeah, I mean, we saw JR catch 3 waves in the first 3 minutes of the first heat of the day. So things can turn around quickly at HB, but look at the positioning now of Ben Skinner. He's in second priority, and he's just opting to move down to the middle area there. He's not had the strong start he would have liked, but Ben is very good at clawing things back. He's got that trust in his own surfing to know that he can get excellent range scores on any ride.
That's fun just watching, because Cole's kind of having that inner fight. Do I follow Ben down the beach? Do I give this guy an inch in this lineup? And Ben's kind of repositioned himself. He's getting away with that second priority. It's not even like Cole's in third priority, so it's kind of a moot point, because Ben will have the option to go.
But it's so interesting, like you were saying earlier, Rosie, about that decision-making, to recognize that heats at HB, as we see Skavana coming up next, are about adaptability. And it's like, have you got the confidence and the belief to trust that adapting your strategy through the heat could be a game changer?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that's happened this morning already. Even feeling the wind puff up, we know that the wave energy is going to go down a little bit today. Here's Sam on his opening wave.
All right, we finally get to see at least a glimpse of the talented Sam Christensen, your surfer in white, on his first wave ridden with 9 minutes, 13 seconds to go. He had a lot of speed coming out of that turn. Meanwhile, down the beach, Ben Skinner kind of just caught up in the white water there. That's going to be nothing for Ben.
Yeah, you could see from his body language that nothing had opened out from the start of that wave. But Sam's wave, it looked like there was some potential there. So Sam's going to now feel like he's got to really operate quick to get potentially at least one good backup score, but he'll want a third ride as well.
Well, 8 minutes, 42 seconds left. Cole Robbins in the lead with a 5 and a 4.43, and now he has priority. So Ben Skinner, who is in second priority, rode that last wave. Doesn't switch up because Sam Christensen's still paddling out. Interesting to see the score for Sam, because he did look like he had some mojo going. And here we see it. Tiny wave to start, but this thing grew down the line.
Yeah, nice, Rosie. Straight to the tip there. Lovely, composed, upright stance. I like the way he puts that on rail. He's got such smooth surfing. There's an element of Nat Young to the way he rides a longboard.
Definitely has that effortless approach. I mean, just staying quiet with those arms too. There's no flailing around with the upper body, all the lower body, doing the cross stepping, and no catching of the rails either. I'm not seeing water kind of squirting off the rails there, so complete control throughout that ride.
And he's definitely on his double scoop. I can tell by the graphic, and we can see the Skin Dog Surfboards logo. So really interesting psychologically for Ben to know that a fellow competitor in this first round is on a board that he made and designed.
I wonder, surfers that shape their own boards. We actually have quite a few of them here on the Longboard Tour.
We do.
I wonder if well, we'll get back to that as Cole Robbins now fading into the perfect position. All 10 over for an extended period of time. Nice cross-stepping fading turn there. Plenty of energy to get him through to the inside section. Here's where things can get wild. He gets back on the nose with the 5. Comes around another section, now fades left.
Wow.
Great wave there for Cole Robbins. I mean, maximized all the potential, made it look easy, nice and smooth. That's going to extend his lead.
Well, that was
sure.
prime real estate, the way he found that golden patch at the tip. And I feel that could be a borderline excellent range score, because you think relative to his opening 5, there was so much more. There was almost, that score was almost twice as good. So is it going to go in the massive range?
Well, he's following the 3 main rules of real estate right here. Location, 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 boom. That's beachfront.
How's those toes curled over the tip, Rosie? That was a really committed hang 10.
So committed, and I mean, it's been all feast for Cole. He's found himself on all of the best waves, just right in the best position with priority when it's been his turn, whereas his competitors, it just feels like it's been famine for them.
Yeah.
Not many opportunities, and Cole finishing this one on the sand, just well surfed, committed.
Did he use that 5 to kind of get him across that section?
Totally.
So functional and cool looking.
And the way he finished as well, he stayed really calm and relaxed through those difficult parts of the ride. So certainly in control, a lot of poise. And straight into that 10 on takeoff there, the judges will recognize the degree of difficulty. When you've got all of your body weight over the nose ride, he's not soul arching, he's not leaning on his heels, he was leaning completely over the front tip. That demonstrates a complete letting go to trust the fin, the positioning. That's a very hard thing to do, and I think that opening 10 alone gets the score close to excellent range. Let's see what the judges think. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, they've dropped it pretty quickly, 6.33. So well earned there for Cole Robbins. That extends his lead. He's now in the double digits with 11.33 as his total. That means Ben Skinner now needs a 7.83. Christensen needs a 7.80, and Cole Robbins is back at it. No, he's not.
Well, I think Sam and Ben will be pleased to hear that score. If they watch that wave out of the corner of their eye, they may have felt, wow, we're out of this. But when that 6.33 dropped, Ben himself, I know for sure, would have gone, you know what, I'm still in this.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this wave, recognizing it as the high number of the heat, like you said, just complete composure, hanging over the board with the forward momentum.
Wow. Props to our camera crew. I mean, these shots right here are so cool looking, and you can really see, you know, when you're kind of panned back and you see an extended nose ride like that, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
But when you get in there and get close and you literally see those toes curled over the nose, classic, iconic. Thank you to our epic camera crew for getting these visuals already. I mean, it's only day one. We're going to see hundreds of toes over noses throughout this week.
How tricky is that? Because it's not a cylindrical section. It does get fluffy and tricky at the end there. So just to maintain, you know, that forward projection and the toes on the nose when it does start to push you out towards the beach.
And what's really special about the nose ride is when you first learn to get the hang 5, if you have your toes just back from the nose, you don't get that control. Once you wrap those toes around the front of the board, there's a sense of grip. And it's a bit like when you're driving a car, you wouldn't have your palms flat. You'd roll your fingers around the steering wheel, and you suddenly get this sense of feeling the rail edges, of feeling what the wave's demanding. And Cole demonstrated with both feet, all of the toes really wrapped and gripping around the 10. I felt like that was one of the coolest nose rides we've seen today.
I'm right there with you. And I love that we got a close-up angle on that. I would say, even though it's probably one of the most famous surfing maneuvers, probably a trick that's been people have been doing for the longest in the history of this sport, it's also one of the most difficult. I mean, it is so hard to get all 10 toes over the nose and ride out clean. And anytime it happens, especially in a quick wave like this, you got to give these surfers a lot of credit. And of course, the forefathers and the early women of longboarding being able to kind of figure out how to do that. I mean, I can't imagine riding a huge board back in the 40s, 50s, 60s and going, okay, this is cool. I'm on the board. I'm going down the line. I wonder what would happen if I went up to the front of this thing and hung my toes over.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rabbit Kekai was one of the first surfers to really recognize surfing at Waikiki, that moving your feet up and down the board, using the change of trim speed with the nose ride was functional. And then at the platform of Malibu, a lot of people really started to develop that hot dogging style. But here at HB, Joyce Hoffman, Linda Benson, David Nuiva, Corky Carroll, they really did some incredible nose riding in the mid-60s at the US Championships and the US Open. And a lot of these surfers would be inspired by that footage, particularly of Nuiva's soul arching. But what we saw from Cole Robbins is he didn't opt to use the soul arch. He just leant completely over, which is even harder to do. The soul arch feels really cool, and it's a lovely controlled feeling, but you're putting your body weight on your heels. But if you're able to lean over the knees, that demonstrates complete high degree of difficulty in a hang 10.
Yeah, and I think, you know, what we see on the longboard tour these days is there's a lot of camaraderie, but there's a lot of that kind of like master and apprentice feeling, and that's something that's been happening in longboarding for a long time. You know, you think of Joel Tudor, Donald Takayama, you know, Nat Young and Joel Tudor. He's had a lot of great masters to work under, but you know, it's happening now. You talk about Ben Skinner with Sam Christensen riding his boards, but it's pretty cool, this community we have of CT longboarders. As you see now, Ben Skinner.
Wow. That was a really nice nose ride.
That was powerful, and he had to actually like go into the closeout turn from the nose.
Pretty much.
And right behind him, Cole Robbins trying to hang on to his lead, and he goes down. Skinner still riding.
So Skinner needs a big score though, a 7.83. I like that a lot, but did the wave allow something in the 7.83? Considering that 6.33 that came through to Cole, I actually felt like that was going to go way higher than that. So I think it's not going to be the score he needs, but certainly he was unlucky with the shape of the waves he got.
Definitely, and I think we are seeing that little bit of a reserved scale on the numbers at the moment, and just judging by Cole's 6.33 comparatively to Ben's, you just recognize that it's not going to touch quite like that excellent range. He needs that 7.83. That's a big score. Moments of brilliance from him as we watch Sam.
Sam with just the last-ditch effort. He did get himself into second place. But that heat was pretty much all Cole Robbins. 6.33 and a 5. He's throwing away fours, having a great time. So from Santa Barbara, California, Team USA, Cole Robbins will get the win. So he'll skip the next round. Meanwhile, Sam Christensen and Ben Skinner relegated to that first elimination round, which is already stacked with incredible log talent. So our opening round, Heat 6, is over. We're going to move through to Heat 7. This is a big one. Stevie Sawyer, Kevin Skvarna, Kai, Ellis, Flint. You're not going to want to go anywhere. 3 of the world's best taking the lineup. We're going to bring Mitch back in. We're going to bring Carla in, and a very special guest will be joining us in the booth. As things roll on here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and Huntington Beach, California. The waves are here. The athletes are ready to rip, and we've got more log action coming right at you after these brief messages.
Sawyer in the red, Kevin Skvarna in the blue, and Kai Ellis Flint wearing the white. So we got 2 surfers volley over there on the pier bowl, and then it looks like Kai Ellis Flint directly out from the tower all by himself. We'll see what strategy plays out in this one and who's going to take the win.
Well, I remember last year Kai Ellis Flint getting used to rides and his handcrafted boards. His boards are like, I don't know if he changed his board that he's riding now, but the ones last year, he was gaining so much speed, he was ripping into these oncoming lefts. And you look for that quick start along the left into the deep hole by the pier, or one of those cross-grain rights. Maybe just like sitting alone, chilling out.
And for our fans out there that might not be familiar with the format, the winner of this opening round skips around, goes directly to the round of 16, and then second and third go into what we call the elimination round. And if you lose out there, you'll get a 17th finish overall, 800 points and $1,000. So always helps on a lot of levels to get that win early. Obviously gives you some confidence going into the rest of the event.
Santa Barbara's Cole Robbins taking away a big heat win. He's straight into the round of 16, defeating 2 of the best in the world in Ben Skinner and Sam Christensen. There's Big Ben. Still taking the time to say hi to a couple of fans on the beach. Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora, and one of the best in the world. She's going to be surfing in heat number 6 of the women's opening round. That is Kira Molnar. Kira, thank you for joining us this morning here in Huntington Beach. Obviously, the wind picking up little by little, but still seems to be a good amount of swell out there in the water.
Yeah, it still looks fun. It's nice and sunny now, so it's getting warmer, thank goodness.
Yeah, been pretty cold the last few days, Carla, which is something that we did not expect this time of the year right here in HB.
No, usually, you know, we're mid end of July here. Usually a bit more cooking here on the Southern California coast, but it's actually a little chilly here in the host set, so that's why we're a little bit bundled up. But plenty of surf, sun's shining. It's gonna be great.
And a really fun heat out there right now in men's opening round, heat number 7. This is one of the best in the world, Kai Ellis-Flint. He's matching up against former world champion Steven Sawyer and Southern California local boy Kevin Skvarna. And Kira, just looking at the Skies of Style, obviously very unique. I'd have to say one of the most creative lines out there, and really riding something very different to what you normally see at this level. A 9.8 that he personally shaped. Meanwhile, Steven Sawyer here on the left, one of the most casual surfers on the planet, Carla, and I'd have to say, as a goofy footer myself, really nice to see another one in the draw right here going up against Skvarna and Ellis-Flint.
Yeah, goofy foot, but no stranger to the switch. So he will definitely be maximizing all of the tools in his tool belt. And Stevie, looks like you got a little mustache action going. We got a new look for the Sawyer man. He was the 2018 World Longboard Champion. Kira, you've been surfing with Steven, all these guys for quite some time now on tour and in various events. How are you feeling about this heat right now?
Yeah, I think this is going to be super exciting heat. I feel like you never know what's going to happen out there with these guys. Like some of the stuff that they can pull off in these critical sections that we have coming through at the moment is going to be really exciting to watch.
And not your first rodeo right here in Huntington either, Kira. Like, having already competed at this event, at this location, but most importantly, seeing the different sides of Huntington so far, what have you been liking in terms of the conditions this morning?
The conditions this morning is definitely like dropped a little bit, but it looks like it's picking up a smidge now with that incoming tide, so that's kind of good. And it definitely looks like that sort of like they've moved over closer to the pier, so that right and left coming through has just shifted, whereas this morning it was further down the beach. See Kevin take off on that wave there.
Also another great mustache, by the way, too, Carla.
I mean, we could have a whole contest in just the mustaches.
Facial hair,
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I mean, the haircuts at this event, particularly with Skvarna and Sawyer, probably some of the best on the planet. But once again, speaking of Kai Ellis-Flint, a guy you know very well as we look at Skvarna right here from just down the road in San Juan Capistrano, close to San Clemente. A very unique style for Kai Ellis-Flint, Kira, and of course when it comes to shaping his own boards, riding a 9.8, which, you know, from our perspective, something a bit longer that we don't normally get to see out here in Huntington.
Yeah, I think it's like a very sort of, you see a lot of boards back home, so those traditional Aussie style waves, and Kai shaping his own boards, higher state surfboards is pretty cool to see. I think Max Weston is also riding some of Kai's boards too, and you can kind of see that in their style. Here goes Kai on the replay. Just really nice compressed knees, but really straight upper body. And he has beautiful control with that as well.
Yeah, you can really see how smooth he is in those steps. You don't see any like wobble or wiggle in his board. It's really stable for him. And yeah, as Mitch mentioned, the lines that he draws is a bit different than some of the lines that we're seeing by some of these other surfers. But Kevin Skvarna, I have always been a huge fan of Kevin's style. He really leans towards that traditional aesthetic with those really big drop knees and just kind of has always followed suit with that traditional aesthetic.
And then Sawyer right here as well, going left. It seems to be like he might be competing for the best of the heat so far on this one, Carla.
Yeah, it looks like Kevin opened up with a 4.17, as did Kai. We know that Steven has an opening ride, so we'll have a couple scores to drop for them. We'll see how things play out with 23 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah, lots of time still. And priority with Kai Ellis-Flint. Well, you know who needed priority in the last heat, and he did very well using it, was Cole Robbins. He's on the glass with Rosie.
He was on fire. Well, Cole, so great to see you back. It seems like every single heat in this round is incredibly stacked. You took control so early in that one. What were some of the key moments in that heat for you?
You know, I was watching a couple heats before, especially Taylor's heat, where halfway through it just completely died. So I saw him get 2 really good waves by the pier, and I figure, you know, live by the pier, die by the pier. So I just kind of stuck to my game plan, and anytime like a little wave came through, I just figured I should go just in case none of those sets really came, which they didn't until the end of the heat. So I was fortunate to kind of get a quick start and find one halfway through before that last set came through.
Talking about Taylor Jensen, you guys had such a great heat here last year in the round of 16. You finished 9th last year. What's it going to take to make it into the final?
You know, I think it's just consistency. You know, I think when you watch what Taylor and Rachel did last year, they were so consistent in every single contest, and it's rare they ever fall. And so kind of just going in with that mindset of being confident, being consistent. I mean, guys like him, and I've been doing this for almost 2 decades, so I'm used to these competition, and when it gets slow, different conditions, and it's nice. It's pretty close to my home, and I've surfed here so much kind of throughout my childhood, so I'm used to this, and it's really just nice to be back.
Oh, great, Cole. We love watching your surfing. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, and congratulations to my brother and Zari on their new baby born.
Yeah.
So I'm now an uncle. Woo!
Even more motivation to keep surfing and keeping everyone proud at home. Well done.
Thank you, Rosie, and congrats to Cole. And if you do need to buy a house in Santa Barbara, by the way, maybe the best realtor and best realtor/surfer on the planet potentially is Cole Robbins. Congratulations to him. He's in the round of 16. So a couple of scores dialing in right now. Steven Sawyer, 5-point ride, his open. It's the best of the heat. And Skavarna with a slight lead, his backup of a 1.33. And having Kira Molnar here in the booth with us, we really appreciate your time, by the way, Kira. We know you have a heat later on, but you have a degree in exercise science. I know you do actually practice a good amount of that back home, but having been here at this level before, in particular, to maintain such a routine with such a long time in between events, how do you maintain that kind of discipline with such a long time off?
Yeah, true. I mean, it's just like, it's time in the water, and it's like training to how your body feels, like what feels best for you and what you need, like stretching when you need, building that strength and keeping that throughout the season too. I'm pretty lucky. I teach a lot, I coach a lot back home and teach some classes, so I'm really excited that I get to like work out at the same time and keep training too. It's a good best of both worlds. So.
Seems like we have to start doing that in our own routine too, Carla.
Yeah, definitely. Can put you through some sessions.
Well, maybe we got to take a few days off right here because we got an early call time. But there is potential to maybe get a routine going. And looking at the guy with priority right here in the white, Ellis Flint.
Yeah, Kai feeling very confident this event, feeling like he has what it takes to take it all the way. And by his smooth surfing, definitely can see that. Unfortunately, I spoke too soon, Mitch. I think I've traded places with you.
Once again, and Sawyer right there, a quick fall for him as well. And yeah, I think it just comes down, as Cole was mentioning, Kira, the consistency that you're able not only to maintain throughout the event, if not throughout a heat itself too.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can definitely see like that wind's picked up and there's a bit of chatter on the waves there. So the guys are surfing really smooth considering all those bumps that are out there. They're really able to trim through it with those heavier boards.
Skavarna now going on the backhand. This is the right you were talking about towards the pier bowl. So Kevin, not only a very talented longboarder, of course, as you can see on screen, he's actually been a West Coast champion and a U.S. champion at the kneeboarding division right here out south side of the pier before. Talented shortboarder, but all in all, I think he's a very popular surfer among the entire Southern California crowd because one of the few Americans that have really stood out the last few years and comes of the new age of surfers here from Southern California, I'd say, Carla.
Yeah, he's part of that younger generation, but as I mentioned earlier, really embodies that old school style. So I definitely have an appreciation for that. You know, he hasn't forgotten his roots, if you will, but definitely an accomplished surfer and somebody that's been kind of in and out on tour for several years now, but hopefully this will be kind of his moment to really shine.
19 minutes on the clock, waiting for a number for Ellis Flint and one for Skavarna. Priority with Steven Sawyer at the moment. And just looking at the list of world champions in the past, Kira, somebody that you've obviously looked up to is not only a couple of people in the draw, but, you know, we mentioned Taylor Jensen, Kai Salas right here, but Steven Sawyer in particular, for somebody that shapes his own boards for the majority of the time, he's had a lot of success on them in the past.
Yeah, he definitely has. I think it was Taiwan when he won.
Yep.
I can't remember the exact year, but I remember watching that. And some of the waves he was on, like nose riding, I was like, how is he still going? Like, yeah, that was a really great year actually there. They had really good surf and super exciting to see Stevie win that year too.
And looking at the strength of schedule this year for yourself, obviously coming into Huntington for the first stop, then we go over to Bells Beach in September, which tends to be very cold that time of the year right there in Victoria, but finishing in Abu Dhabi right before the finals in El Salvador. Any event in particular that you're looking forward to when it comes to the quality of the waves?
I mean, when you're in a wave pool, you know you're definitely going to get good waves. So yeah, looking forward to Abu Dhabi again. Stevie on up on one here.
Yeah, he's been very calculated when it comes to his decision making on a lot of these maneuvers so far. And you know, you mentioned how good he is at nose riding too. I just have to say, the fades that he's been selecting throughout the waves too, Carla, have been very impressive given the conditions.
He's very calculated. He's got not just a lot of board knowledge, you know, being a shaper and whatnot. He's got high wave IQ. We mentioned earlier about the guys sitting up in that bonsai athlete tent, really, you know, assessing the lineup and then finding and picking the waves. As you mentioned, you know, where you see the wave, generally you can go right to that spot and know that that's, you know, what you're going to find there. So Stevie definitely, you know, you can see that energy in his paddle back out with 16 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Here's the replay there. Gets a nice little fade bottom turn into the 5. That wave kind of closing out, as Kira, you mentioned, there's a little bit more texture now on the water. So they're having to negotiate that, but doing it really well as you see him kind of negotiate into that double up, into the reform, kind of doubles up again, sets it up again. Really nice read from Stevie.
And Kira, just looking at the perspective of Carla, as she was mentioning, not only the great read on that wave, you also look at the tempo that he had, especially through the mid portion of it. Very difficult to manage to make the inside with the conditions we have at the moment.
Yeah, especially, keeping that flow. Nice big cut back from Kevin on that replay there as well, as he negotiates this wobbly inside section too. It's just trying to keep that forward momentum, using the middle of the board really well, which these guys have both done, to find that connection through and really find the flow between those connections, because you can have a lot of downtime there, but they've both done really well to get those extra nose rides in too.
So just under 16 minutes, waiting on a couple of numbers to see who takes the lead off of Kyle Flint at the moment. He has a couple of 4s in the lead. Steven Sawyer needing a 3.27, and Skvarna, depending on the situation with Stevie, potentially might be needing more than the 4.1.
Such a close heat there.
Let's go down to AJ.
Yeah, we got the Sun Cruiser board check here. I'm here with Dave, brilliant shaper out of Dana Point. His dad, Steve, the legend, who is behind so many of Kevin Skvarna's board. This is the backup. It's a bit of a utility board, but Dave, can you break down what Kevin's riding, his signature model out here?
Yeah, Kevin's riding his Diamond model. Pretty much his favorite board. It's like a wide point back, so it has a little bit more curve back in the tail. So like when the conditions are kind of peaky and less nose ridey, it's a little more versatile to, like, you know, throw it up on the lip. Obviously still it's got a nose ride and all that stuff, but it has a really nice glide through that flat section too. So he grabbed that one.
Grabbed that one, but has this one as the backup. We'll see how the conditions line up the rest of the week, you guys.
Thank you, AJ, and thank you to Dave Bainey, second generation shaper himself for Infinity, and a longtime shaper for the Southern California product, Kevin Skvarna, who is still riding too, and waiting on a proper score for him on his previous rides. Owed 2 numbers right here with 14:20 on the clock. And just talking about shapers and how good they are with their boards, well, this kid spends a lot of time in the shaping bay too, and it seems like it's been paying off for him so far. Carla, he's needing 2 numbers right here, and he might be taking the lead in the next few minutes.
Yeah, not a super high scoring heat this round here, but as you mentioned, a couple scores dropping, and I think going to be kind of our highest scores of this heat so far. We can see the replay here of Skvarna here in the blue jersey, sets it up quite nice, does the 4 steps to the nose, gets the 5, nice long 5, still in that critical part, gets a quick touch to the 10, and then reforms it into this inside. As we notice now, that reform, that inside reform is happening now where it wasn't before. So they're able to kind of get a few more moments of some scoring potential, which really helps a lot. So as we see here, Kevin dropping a 6.33, moving him into first place, and the last of Sawyer coming in at a 4.4. So he's currently in second place. Red, Steven Sawyer, he's looking for that 5.51 to move up into first place, and then Kai, who's currently sitting in priority, he's got a 4.17 and a 4.10. He's looking for a 6.33 to advance into round 3. Lots of time on the clock, Mitch.
Yeah, 13 minutes to go in priority with the surfer in white, Ellis Flint, at the moment. And still waiting on a score for Skvarna. So the 6.33 was actually the previous one. This one could potentially eclipse that score. And
here he goes again.
Just looking at his wave selection so far, Kira, if you've noticed, there was one thing that Carla mentioned earlier today. Typically, the best waves in Huntington don't tend to be the biggest ones. And for Kevin, a lot of them have actually been those mid-shippers through that inside portion of the wave.
Yeah, definitely noticed that free surfing out there yesterday.
Yesterday, yes.
Yeah. You want one that's going to run, that's got a wall that's not going to close out for sure.
Speaking of walls.
So here's a little wall here for Stevie. Gets that kind of cheater 5 action there.
Ooh.
Brings it nicely back around. Going to rebound that whitewater. He's looking for that open face on the inside reform. He's going to just kind of milk it, kind of wait it out, get some tip time. Really milking it here. Got a nice new haircut. Looking good. Last of blue came in at a 5.67, so that made the requirement for red right there. He's needing a 7.0. We'll see if he's able to pull that out with that last ride. But both surfers in the red and white jersey now in a much more difficult situation, needing the 7 range scores with 11 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and it seems to me like at the moment, Kira, the best waves out there have been on the left so far, and it seems like both Steven and Kevin have really been able to take advantage of that so far in this one.
Yeah, definitely they've utilized those lefts. You can kind of see it's kind of pushing from the south, the swell it almost looks like. And looks like that left pushing towards the pier is starting to work a little bit more. Got a tide change coming up midday again, I think, dropping, so we'll see what happens then.
45 minutes away from the high tide mark today on day 1 of competition here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. 11 minutes to go here in heat number 7 of men's opening round.
Oh, Stevie, your last score comes in at 5.17, so slightly encouraging situation. You now need a 6.83 to move into first. Catch your buddy Kevo, who's out there in first place in blue, good priority. I think Stevie might have been staying at just the Martin household. And then Danny down to San Juan. Probably got a couple of San Jose, didn't count on that.
You did get parking, right? What do you do if you get the parking right?
You get mine, like the other day I might have walked a little maze documentary on HBO Max. Here we go. Over here. We got the horse stops.
Right.
You're going really on up front.
And you see stats, they can't show it. Here we go, Kyle Flint looking for something beautiful.
Kai Ellis Flint up and riding, the surfer out of Australia, with one of the most creative and unique lines you'll see in the sport of surfing. Looking for a 7.83 near excellence is what he needs at the moment in heat number 7 of the men's opening round here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora, and our special guest Kira Molnar here in the booth with you. And speaking of Pacifico, let's check into our Pacifico fan picks for heat 7. Just over half of them picking Steven Sawyer for the win right here, Carla. About a third picking the local boy Scavarna, and surprisingly, at least to me, only 13% for the maybe nonchalant Kai Ellis Flint.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of under the radar, perhaps just, you know, the underdog, if you will, on the U.S. side of things, because he's definitely not so over on his side of the world, right?
No.
Yeah, so...
He's definitely someone who lets his surfing do the talking for sure, so
yeah, he's got a great style in that smoothness. I don't know if you guys noticed even just the way he kicked out on that last little wave. It was so smooth and calm and collected. It's I appreciate that.
Wasn't the kick out previously considered something really big too in the past?
I mean, I think the kick out should be it's a functional maneuver, so I feel like it's really important to finish off strong, just as you would want to start strong. But I think you should see here, he gets some tip time and then gets that nice cut back. And then as he whips it out over the whitewater, the way he caught it was so smooth. It really was nice.
pretty easy looking kind of stuff right there
Yeah.
too, from something that isn't very easy. So 7:40 on the clock, waiting on his last at the moment, with Scavarna still in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.67. Kevin also holding on to priority. Steven Sawyer's best so far, his high mark of 5.17, needing close to a 7 for the lead. Meanwhile, Ellis Flint needing about an 8 to move up into first place. So plenty of time. Talked about the extension this year in terms of the 30-minute heats previous to the 25 that we'd had in 2024. Obviously a big difference, Kira, when it comes to decision making out there in the water, but most importantly, I'd have to say wave selection out here in Huntington can be quite tedious, especially with the tide that we're about to see in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think even like with those 30 minutes in the water, it's going to change a lot throughout each heat that we'll see. The wind changing as well, like we mentioned, the tide. So you kind of got to surf what's in front of you. Eyes up surfing.
Yeah, not overthink it too much or plan too far ahead, because again, we talked about that adaptability and being able to adapt in the moment. The conditions are changing constantly, so you can't really set too hard line on a specific strategy, because you got to be able to kind of move with it.
Yeah, definitely have a plan, but yeah, adapting is key.
Be open to adjustments, right? And coming from a point break yourself and having to compete at a beach break that is as complicated and as difficult as this one, what kind of adaptations would you say are primarily the most important ones out here in HB?
Definitely, it's such a peaky wave. So with that takeoff, you see a lot of the crew are stalling at the top to try and get that nose ride before it gets that shoulder section. So that's where they're getting that critical nose ride. Is it's like it's fast, it's critical, it's at the takeoff. And then mostly into that turn or hitting the lip. So whereas a longer point break, you got that time to really like set up the wave, that like nice fade, take your time to get to the nose. Whereas you can see Kai here, he stalled on the takeoff straight away with that fade and straight on the nose. So he's really held himself in that critical section for as long as he can to get that time on the tip.
And a doable score that he's looking for, a 6.53, so not totally unattainable. Still riding into this reform into the inside. Definitely checking off a lot of boxes there, but Blue answering back right away, who's now in the lead. It looks like we're also waiting for another score from Kevin, but he's sitting with that 6.33 and a 5.67 with 5 minutes on the clock. Things starting to wind down here. Pressure starting to get a little tighter. Wanting to get those scores, wanting those sets to come in order to provide.
And I'd have to say, when it comes to the experience in this heat, it's pretty even. I mean, Scavarna's been around the block. Ellis Flint, we all know what he's capable of. But you talked about the fade, and especially that stall at the beginning. Really cool stuff right here from Ellis Flint, Kira.
Yeah, really beautiful controlled surfing.
Yeah, I really like the way he's patient and just kind of working it into the inside, like not doing too much, just kind of using that power of the trim. And just trimming into the next part of the section.
Yeah, definitely that mid-born trim through that flatter section in there that we know Huntington has on the high tide is super key.
And it seems like experience has really played a big factor in this heat, with really just the way they've surfed these waves. And so far, Scavarna, the local boy, well, he's in control of the heat, Kira. And looking at just over 4 minutes on the clock, Steven Sawyer still in the mix. And as Carla was saying, big difference right now today to attain a 6 in comparison to a high 7 as we've seen in previous heats this morning.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the tide kind of changing things, wind kind of changing things up a bit. People are, the athletes that are sitting up in the Bonzoy athlete zone, they're going to be kind of reassessing maybe their initial strategies. Perhaps they were watching it earlier. Oh, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to do this. Well, maybe now that's changed. And that's kind of the important part of being a professional surf competitor. You got to be adapting and ready to change things up. And here's Stevie right here getting that critical nose ride right onto the 10. He wants to get into that round 3. He wants to bypass the elimination round and just get into the flow of things. Time winding down here with 3.5 minutes left, and Sawyer really milking it all the way into the inside, really making the most of that ride there.
Barely rode out of the last maneuver.
Not done
though,
yet.
So.
Yeah.
In the end, I think they just want to see as clean surfing as possible, given the conditions, though, the wind picking up, as you've mentioned. But really, that high tide, it's really difficult to not catch a rail at this point of the day either, even with the board that is potentially 3 inches thick. And just looking at the time on the clock, things are really getting difficult for both Ellis Flint and Sawyer. Looking at Stevie's last tilt, pretty big comeback right here, needing a high 6.
Yeah, you see he sets up kind of high line right off the bat. Doesn't really bottom turn, but just sets up immediately for that critical nose ride, and then works on getting kind of that rest of that rail work done in the rest of the wave. Here, having to use that kind of middle zone, as you were talking about, in the high tide, middle trim zone, right, to get into that next active.
Yeah, just to find that reconnection for that inside nose ride and finish. But yeah, it is tricky out there. I think these guys are making it look a lot easier than what it actually is.
Truly.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, this is actually probably the best place for you to be right now, gearing up for your heat, because here you get to see exactly kind of what's going down. You can see how we're seeing it, and that hopefully will translate for you in your next heat and be able to kind of nail it. I'm pulling for you, Kira. I'm pulling for you.
2 minutes to go. Skavarna, the heat leader, looking to improve on a 5.67. Gets the nose right there. On the outside, a tight 5 to finish that nose right off. On the outside section, potentially looking to make the inside connector red here. He won't, so let's see if he does improve on the mid-5 he does at the moment. A minute 40. And Ellis Flint, well, slowly but surely he has improved on the majority of his scores. Last one comes in as his high mark, a 6.13. The last of Sawyer, not enough, a 4.27. And now up and riding again, going right, needing a high 6. 1 minute 30, couple of nose rides on the outside. That's really good work from Steven. And the big difference, Carla, on this one so far, no hiccups, especially going through the inside section.
No, it's really been really clean, fluid, really connecting all of those maneuvers, which I like. I know the judges are going to be, you know, we keep kind of
shouldn't even, like,
we keep kind of jinxing it. But up until that point, really well ridden. He's looking for a 6.83. So the judges are going to kind of probably be comparing that ride to Skavarna's 6.33 and seeing how that kind of fares between them. Will he be able to pull the 6.83? My judging experience says it's not going to quite squeak that far, but I have been wrong many a time. So that could still happen. But really the time winding down here, Mitch, Kira, 30 seconds on the clock. Sawyer's hoping he can maybe squeeze something out in the last seconds.
I know. I mean, 30 seconds is actually a long time in the water.
Isn't it crazy like that? Yeah.
Depending on which seat you're sitting in, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're in the lead, it's an eternity. If you're in third, that goes by real quick. And Sawyer having a look here, potentially a double up closer towards the pier.
Hey, not a bad go, really.
Well, at this point, no other wave to really go on, so.
I mean, bring it inside, right?
And the previous one, not enough, a 5.03, and I dare say this one not even going to come close to the high 6 that he needs. So Skavarna will be moving through into the round of 16, but I'd have to say one of the most competitive heats of the round so far. Everybody up until the double digits, 12 points, 11.6, 10.2, and a big heat win right here for the local boy, Kevin Skavarna. Thank you, Kira Molnar, for joining us, and best
Thanks
of luck
for having me, guys.
in Heat 6 of the women's opening round. We'll be coming back with Heat number 8 and bringing in another special guest in the booth.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
The Southern California product, Kevin Scavarna, moving straight into the round of 16 as he normally does right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Local knowledge paying big dividends so far today on day number 1 of action here in Huntington Beach. And of course, we have another special guest for you, Mitch, Carla, and that is the great John Michael Van Hogenstein, also known as Johnny the Ripper. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Stoked to, that's my first time commentating, so thank you for inviting me.
Pretty excited thing,
yeah,
huh?
this is cool. A lot of lights and cameras everywhere, and yeah, can't wait.
New experiences, huh?
Yeah, new experiences, and can't wait to commentate this heat with my boy Chase. And yeah, good luck to all of them, and hopefully they get some good waves.
Yeah.
A bit different than wearing the jersey, John?
Yeah, this is way different. This is so weird, but yeah, it's gonna be good.
I love it. It's good to have you up here.
Thank you. How you doing?
Doing great,
Right
great.
on.
Nice heat?
Yeah, good heat.
That was a nail biter.
It was a nail biter, yeah.
Yeah.
Buzzer beater heat.
But you pulled it.
I pulled it, yeah. It's tricky. It's so tricky. I couldn't find a spot like where to sit, and I got Kaimana's coaching me on the beach, and then Kaimana's dad on the pier. He's whistling at me to move more down.
Uncle Michael.
Uncle Michael.
Oh,
Kaimana's
wow.
dad, and I'm like, and I started moving more down, and yeah, I got some good waves.
Good for you.
Yeah.
So you mentioned your good friend Chase Leader out there in the red, Declan Whiteson from Australia in the blue, and from the Republic of South Africa, Oliver Packham, excuse me, competing for the first time right here in Huntington. A new name coming out of Durban. Obviously a lot of great waves over there, Carla, but for him, experience in beach breaks is going to be key at this location here in HB.
Yeah, it's for one, it's great to welcome him to the tour. It's great to have him, new name on the deal. We can see the replay there. He opened up quite quickly here in this 30-minute heat. Gets that tip time in the critical section there. We get the nice close-up shot there. He's going to bring it back around on rail. Nice style, keeping it nice and smooth. Just kind of waiting it out. Nice drop knee. He's going to try to bring it into that reform. It's great to see that reform happening now here at Huntington Beach. Didn't have that quite this morning with that lower tide, but as the tide fills in, it's giving these surfers ample scoring opportunity.
Well surfed wave right there by Oliver as well, 5.83. And then a paddle battle on the outside. So Leader was looking to go left right there, but it was Declan White and Johnny who was able to get a good connection with the lip line on the outside.
Dang. Didn't Chase have priority or Declan? Or
open priority.
It was just open.
Yeah.
Oh, so they had this.
Hadn't started yet, so priority was open, but now Chase will sit with the priority. But Declan, nice turn, whipping it back into that power
Trademark,
zone.
by the way. That drop knee carve is trademarked by Declan Whiten.
Yeah, definitely solid opening ride coming from Declan. Oliver opening up with a 5.83, so nice start, nice solid start. The heats have kind of been ranging in that 5-ish, 6-ish range, so it'll be interesting to see if we can see a little bit more scores added in there. I'd like to see a couple 7s get dropped,
I'm right there with you.
That was a good wave from Oliver, though. Nice.
So new names on the block. You've been around for a couple of years, even though you're still very young, John, and congratulations on your success overall so far in your first few years on tour. But seeing new names, seeing people bring their own style into the sport as well, how exciting is it to be able to compare yourself against some of the world's best so far?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Oliver, I think he's new on tour.
First year.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see other styles from all over the world, and kind of just I can just like show like my style compared to theirs, and kind of it's cool to watch everyone's style on longboarding, and it's unique.
He was saying, you've been on the tour now a couple years, right?
Yeah, it's my third year.
It's your third year, and now that you've had a couple years on the tour, you're not the new kid on the block per se. How does that feel in comparison to when you first started? Do you feel like you're more settled in and kind of know what to expect, or do you get the nerves just as much as you did the first year?
I still get the nerves as the first year. And everyone's so good. Yeah, I'm but I'm slowly getting more comfortable, and yeah, it's been so fun. Here's Chase up and riding.
Yeah, surfer out of New York.
Nice nose ride.
And
little nice snap.
If there's one thing I've noticed out of your crew in particular, in terms of your age group, might be some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, first of all, but the vibes that you guys always bring, especially Chase, yeah, some of the chillest people I've ever met.
Oh, nice one.
Oh, barrel on the inside.
Chase at the El Salvador after party, I think you already had to leave. Or were you...
I was there the year before that, too.
Well, so he was DJing, and I think he started singing even at the party at El Sal.
It was like 2 years ago, yeah?
No, this last one,
Oh,
the last one, and he was up there giving it, I mean,
yeah.
Stick to surfing, Chase. We love you. Singing may not be in your wheelhouse, but you are an entertaining individual, to say the least. And Dad, a really great supporter.
Yeah, his mom Lourdes watching back home as well.
Yes. Nice to have that family support. And your family also supporting you, your girlfriend, Olivia.
Yes.
I'm sure is she here? Is she watching?
She's in Ventura. Yeah, the whole family was watching.
Excellent.
I've been out here in California. I've been in Ventura for like over a month, so it's been really fun to be down there. Yeah.
Watch the replay here of Chase getting that tip time on that left. Really comfortable on those lefts. Really suits his style.
Well, and coming out of Montauk, I would think that he's probably pretty accustomed to a lot of wind swell like this right now. But you mentioned, you know, coming from Ventura the last month or so, the water temp has actually dipped the last few days right here, Johnny.
Yeah. It's coming from Ventura, it's so much colder there.
Yeah.
I come over here, it's like, whoa,
yeah.
It's a little bit warmer.
Difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, big difference.
And it ain't that far away. We're only talking about a couple of hours, if that. And you know,
well,
just
if you look at the geography of the coastline there with the Santa Monica Bay and the various things that can kind of swirl the ocean temps around, I think that's just the way it works. Ventura, though, great place to have been training. Lots of different waves up there. You got beach breaks, some point breaks, some messy breaks, some clean stuff.
C Street, the point, it gets a little windy, and then surfing Mondos, and yeah, it's been fun over there. I like Ventura.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you think it's also been a big part of your success now to be able to adjust and maybe surf some different waves in comparison to back home just in Honolulu?
Yeah, it was very good to come out super early, adjusting to the cold water, and yeah, it's awesome.
So this is the last one of Declan Carla, 4.07.
Yeah, gets those quick 2 steps to the 5 and then the 10. Almost stuffs that nose in, but keeps that tail pushed down and the tail out of the water, brings it back into that reform section. Trying to find some more scoring potential there. You can just see he's kind of in that kind of waiting zone, waiting for it to stand up again. Not quite able to get any more tip time on there. So he's going to be backing up a 5.17.407. I don't think it's going to make any change in his score line, but he's looking for a 4.17, so not a huge score, so it could have done it. Very easily could have gotten that score. Chase in third place currently with a 3.67. He's still waiting for that second ride, looking for a 5.67.
Yeah, 10 minutes gone by so far, and Packham with the lead. Well, he maintained the lead the majority of the heat. Kevin Scavarna with Rosie.
Yeah, Kevin, well, it was so great to watch you competing here at Huntington. We were just chatting offline about the preparation coming into this event. You're from San Juan Capistrano. What have you been up to in the lead up to the Lexus US Open of Surfing?
Yeah, I've been trying to surf a lot. The preparation being at home is a little different than being on the road. Like on the road, I always feel like I need to be at the beach the whole time and like spend as much time as I can in the water. This is a little more relaxed. I can surf at home or I can surf up here and kind of feel comfortable on the boards I'm riding. Spent a lot of time this last week up here in Huntington just getting some waves and like driving my buddies up who are staying with me and like just getting a feel of the place, kind of getting back into a groove, and seems to have worked and feels good.
It's always nice to sleep in your own bed and roll right up to a contest. And also, one of the first competitors that we've seen in board shorts this morning. Give us a little overview of what the conditions are like.
Yeah, the conditions have dropped off a little bit from yesterday. I mean, first day of competition, you never know what you're going to get. The swells dropped off, I think, quite a bit, but there's still contestable waves out there. I think it's a little sleepy through the higher tide, but I think we're going to have a fun week. I think it should be really exciting.
You got a bit of time off. We're going to have the elimination rounds tomorrow. What are you going to do between now and then?
Yeah, I'll come up and support my buddies and just stay in tune with what's going on here. I mean, I'm like a fan as much as anyone, so I'll be here watching and enjoying, cheering for my friends, I guess.
Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you in a couple days competing again. Send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie, and congratulations to Kevin Skavarna, straight into the round of 16, as we have seen Declan Whiten so far just manhandling this wave out here on the south side of HB. Packham on the outside, 18 minutes on the clock. He is looking to improve on his low score of a 3.5 as the heat leader. So just as I say that, close but no cigar on the end section. But, you know, Kevin has a really good point right there, John, that not only have the waves dip down, but it's contestable. And in the end, you surf what's in front of you.
Yeah. The waves, the conditions change throughout the tide filling in. And, yeah, my heat this morning, tide was bottomed out, so it was like so tricky. I couldn't. There was like 3 spots. It was the left side's breaking, middle, right, and it was just tricky for a bit. We're kind of happy we have like the extra 5 minutes now this year, so
makes a difference. Amazing what 5 minutes can do, right? Yeah. As we see Declan on the replay here, this is going to be, I think, a fairly strong score. That was a bitchin' turn there, cutting back with lots of power and speed and flow. He's only looking for a 4.17, and I'm going to go out on the stretch here and say that I think he's gotten that.
Yeah.
Again, I can be wrong. I've been wrong many a time before, but I'm feeling good about this one here.
It's going to be a good score.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good score. Could be the highest of the heat, but we'll wait and see what the judges play out. And then the replay here of White, currently the heat leader with a 5.83 and a 3.5. Doesn't get a ton of scoring potential on that one, but keeping himself busy, and that's kind of important in a 30-minute long heat.
Yeah, and he might be improving on the 3.5, so anything he does to improve on that helps his cause. And then your good friend leader was able to go left, and unfortunately for him, hasn't been able to break through the 3-point range so far, John.
Chase.
Yeah, just not quite finding the same flow. Not to say that that won't happen for him perhaps in the next round, whichever that round ends up being, but he is sitting with a 3.67 and 3.17, looking for a fairly decent score at a 5.67, totally attainable with 16 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. He's got plenty of time.
Any personal preference on what tide to surf at, what kind of size of swell, what direction of swell so far? Already, it's been your 3rd event so far here in Huntington.
Yeah, usually this first stop in Huntington, I haven't gotten the best results from the past 2 years. So I'm learning every day, and
still figuring it out a bit.
I'm still figuring out this beach break here in Huntington. Yeah, it's a little tricky, but just gotta I like to surf it kind of like a mid-tide going up, and usually like the morning time, no wind, nice and glassy before the wind hits like midday. It's starting to hit now. Hopefully it stays like this for some of the girls' heats. Yeah.
Would it be nice? 15 minutes on the clock. Whiten at the moment in the lead now. You're spot on, Carla, 6.83. So he moves up into the lead, pack him down to second, needing a 6.18, and leader needing the first excellent score of the day so far. So halfway through the heat, and seems like Chase at the moment with priority. Well, not only is he needing an excellent score, he's really looking for the best wave of the day so far. And you consider his style, how different he is to most people on tour. The kid's exciting to watch, and it's because of that risk that he really has no fear. And speaking of no fear, brand new mother in the house, Honolulu Bloomfield. Congratulations to her and her partner, Clay. She's going to be competing in a few heats out here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. How cool is that moment right there?
I have such goosebumps right now. It is so cool to see. I mean, you know, I'm a little seasoned. I've seen her grow up.
Look at the hat. Look at the hat.
And like here she's a mother. She's just newly had the baby. It's not been that long, and she's back on tour. It's just really exciting to see it just keep going, and the family dynamic really playing a part here. And I know as the Hawaii contingent, you guys are all really a tight-knit, pretty big family, so it's great to have all you guys here supporting one another.
So 13:50 on the clock so far. It's the Aussie Whiten in the lead. Meanwhile, both Packham and Lead are not far behind with just under 14 minutes on the clock here in the last heat of the men's opening round in Huntington Beach.
trapper. One opposite, pretty close down. Chase up on one. Head towards the pier. Nice spot. Holding it for a while. Just to the 10. Walk it back off the top. Nice and trying to make that connection out the back. Over here, headed left Decker on the back end. Chase still no hands. Decker goes down. On the inside, Chase driving again. A nice 10 in the shoulder. Getting some lift. So cut back on the mini run to another nose drive right on the sand. He's going to finish up right into the Lexus side. Yeah, great wave right there for Chase. Maximizing it all the way to the sand.
Watching Declan. And just quickly in and out of that one.
Join our global community for exclusive athlete updates, real-time event alerts, and access to Fantasy Team. Follow your favorite athletes know in real time when they're in the water. Download the app or visit worldsurfleague.com today. You can create your WSL profile as well by scanning the QR code on screen, and you can follow one of your favorite surfers like the one we have right here in our booth right now, John Michael Van Hohenstein, making his way into the booth. And after a heat win this morning, Johnny, I would have to say Huntington Beach so far is treating you well for your third visit here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Yes, I hope so. Hopefully I can make it as far as I can. Yeah.
So you mentioned how challenging this event is. You already have finals experience yourself. I was there the year you made the final at Salvador. Obviously a big moment for yourself, but here in Huntington, the complexities of this break, especially how much it changes, but really the importance of what we've been talking about, it can really set the standard for your year right here if you get a good result.
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, hopefully I can put a good result in and get better every year. And yeah, I'm gonna make mistakes, and I'm gonna learn a lot along the way. I'm gonna be learning for quite a while, and it's good to get like advice from like all the longboarders I've looked up to, like Taylor, Nelson Ahina. I'm stoked Nelson Ahina's on tour, and yeah, it's a good vibe.
Yeah, and you mentioned the camaraderie right there between the Honolulu, Waikiki crew. I mean, how cool is it to be able to share that not only with people that you see every day, people that you've really grown up with for the majority of your life?
Yeah, yeah, it's awesome.
And Ohana.
Yeah, Ohana. Yeah.
What you guys are bringing to the event. It's important.
A lot of aloha and respect. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Yeah.
So just over 10 minutes on the clock. Good friend Chase Leader out there in the water in the Redgers. He gets his personal best, John, a 6.77 on the outside.
Yeah, this was a good wave for Chase. He's coming back.
Yeah, you can't count the kid out yet. You know, he's got a lot of energy. Talking about an Energizer bunny. You know, he's got it. He's ready to go. And he's got the tools. He's got the tools in his tool belt, pulling the 10 there and wrapping it all the way into the reform on the inside. Really strong score. That's going to be, what, his third wave?
Yeah, so 6.77 back into the heat. 5.24 is what he needs. Meanwhile, Packham, who was in the lead for a good portion of it at the beginning, now down to third, needing a 6.18. And you look at, obviously, the addition of the time. The scores, of course, have really adjusted given the conditions too, John. But I also want to give a lot of props to yourself, as you said. What sometimes we misplace as respect tends to be really something that we really concern ourselves when it turns to competing. And you see these older people, and you see the youth with yourself, Chase. Everybody really shows respect by competing well against that older generation that we see with Kai Salas, Taylor Jensen, et cetera, et cetera. So Leader into the inside right here. Another great soul arch for Chase. And the New York product, a big Yankees fan, showing his emotion and his creativity on the inside. Another one of his great claims, Carla. Love to see this energy from him.
I told him to do, like, you know, that everyone's been doing, the, you know, the Thailand kid
on the boat. He goes like this, and he goes like
I
this.
think we're too old.
That's a TikTok thing, isn't it?
It was on Instagram too.
Okay.
It was
I think
probably,
you've aged us,
It was
John.
probably on Facebook too, but it's like
I
it's like
missed that one.
Yeah, it's like a cool dance.
Okay.
I thought Chase was gonna do it.
Well, maybe he's saving it.
Yeah, maybe he's saving it.
Saving it for a later round. Nice, tight. Tight nose ride right there. Some might call it a 10. Others might call it a tight 5. I think I'm going to lean at the tight 5.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Good wave for Chase. He's gonna better his second score. So
Pretty seamless
So-
transition to the inside too.
Yeah. Really coming at it in those last, in these last, 8 minutes left of the heat, pulling it together. Just goes to show that little flexing,
acting all tough.
little flex mode. I love it.
And when you actually get to meet him, it's like completely the opposite of what he is as a person. 5.24 is what he needs, and yeah, coming from Montauk, family owns a shop, and of course always, I'm a fan of the claims personally. I don't mind them, and I think actually the most creative claims come from these cool and relaxed people. He actually matches his best, gets another 6.77 straight into the
Wow.
lead right here.
There you go.
And now both Whiten and Packham needing some big scores considering how slow it's been out there in terms of anything above a 6
Right.
so far this round. So with 7 minutes to go, leader's been doing some amazing work under priority.
Yeah, really handling it, taking it down, now putting the pressure on Declan and Oliver as he's just keeping the flow going. You can really feel Chase is on a flow right now, feeling the rhythm. This wave not going to quite do what these last two did, but he's going to work it on the inside. He's not done.
So John, as a competitor yourself, having already won your heat this morning, is this a point of the heat where you're thinking, okay, 6 minutes 30, I have the lead, everybody else needs a pretty significant score. Should I just be waiting a little bit more on the outside and being a bit patient with third priority now?
Yeah, I would. With what Chase is doing, he has 2 solid scores. I would sit out the back, maybe sit next to the other competitors, maybe make them feel a little nervous. Yeah, a little pressure, and just hold his priority, and until he gets a good wave. Oliver Packman, he has priority. Declan second. Yeah, if I was Chase, hold his priority out there and wait for a good set. Get closer to the other competitors. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the idea of kind of sitting next to him, maybe put a little pressure on him.
Yeah.
Let him feel that energy, that I've got this energy, right?
Chase is feeling himself right now.
For
He's
sure.
frothing.
And that alone
so
can
hard.
really get in under the skin and in the mind of your opponent. Just having that kind of confident energy and going and sitting next to someone and be like, wow, it's so great out here. Like, I just had the best ride. How you doing? Right?
Yeah.
And here's a replay.
And as you said, this wave doesn't come even close to his top 2, just a throwaway at 193. But if there's one thing really cool about surfing, Carla, is that it's an expression of yourself. I mean, we're talking about an art, and for somebody who really paints the picture well, Leader truly brings out himself in his own art.
Yeah, you definitely feel his personality while he's surfing. You can sense his excitement and his desire to show. He's a showman, and he wants to show people what he's got.
That's something that attracted you to the sport initially, John? Just to be able to free yourself in terms of longboarding and just being creative on a surfboard?
Yeah, I started boogie boarding and sand sliding.
Like
And
most?
And I started shortboarding, and then I kind of just fell into longboarding. Everyone, us, the whole Waikiki crew, everyone started longboarding, and it wasn't easy when I started getting into it, but it took a little bit, but then I just kind of fell in love with it, and I've always wanted to travel the tour with all my friends because they started way before me, so I'm stoked. This is my 3rd year, and yeah, it's been a blast traveling with everyone.
What were the kind of things that made it difficult?
It was easier to paddle on a longboard. It was just a lot of falling and getting back up and trying to just push myself and watching everyone that's better than me, all the uncles and Connie as well too. Was watching Connie. I always like to watch, and that's how I got better at longboarding. I was watching Kai and Connie and everyone back home, and yeah, it's been, there's a lot to learn. Still doing a lot, but
That's right.
That's life, my brother.
yeah, it's life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It never ends.
But fortunately for yourself, you're surrounded with a great crew, as you're mentioning, and it all comes down to really who you're around. And to have Connie, as you mentioned, have this kid on screen who is just really a fireball, a great person. And once again, I think personality goes a long way in this, and you want to be able to fully be yourself on tour. And to be able to see you guys, it's very fulfilling, honestly.
Yeah,
and
I
think
agree.
we both share that sentiment, right,
I agree.
Carla?
I agree 100%. Like, you and I just met a couple years ago, if that,
Yeah.
and just watching you kind of evolve and grow through this process is beautiful. Not to be too cheesy, but it is quite beautiful to see these younger guys chase, kind of come up and seeing this new charge, right? I think it's important that we have this new generation to liven it up a bit, bring
Yeah.
some new color. So thanks.
Keep the older guys young with our younger
right.
energy.
Oh.
Yeah, keep them on their toes, you know?
I'd actually argue that if it weren't for your generation of surfer, Kai, Taylor, all those guys wouldn't be as good as they are right now.
I agree with that. I think you guys are definitely pushing the envelope for all of us oldies.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I need to bring up my age. I'm 31, so
He doesn't want to be in my group.
I'm still in the loop when it comes to a little bit of the TikTok, even though I don't have an account myself. But I do know a couple of the Instagram dances
Well,
and
you
whatnot.
are Mitch
but,
Salazar.
But I don't know the one that you're talking about,
You gotta
John.
see it.
But Chase's claim with the phone down last year was one of the
Was
best
that like
ones.
hanging up?
Yes.
I hung that one up.
And Griffin, Cole Hausman, all those kids have been using it on the CT. And as I said, I think claims, when they're deserving of it,
It's
I
great.
think bring it out.
It's part of the show.
Bring it out.
Yeah.
Put on a show, yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a challenge for you. Next heat, you get your good wave. You got to bring a creative claim.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna show you after.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you after this. I gotta show you that. The Thailand kid, he's standing on like a canoe and they're racing and he's like, is it Aura?
Oh, I have seen it.
You seen that one?
I do know what you're talking about. I have seen that.
Everyone's
I
been
have
seeing
seen
it.
I have
It's
seen
crazy.
that. Okay. I know.
Yeah.
See, I'm not that old.
Okay. Okay. We're on social media, guys. As simple as that. A minute 30 to go.
I doom scroll with the best of them. Come now.
Leader in the heat, and as his name indicates, he is the leader in this one so far. Declan Whiten in second. He does have second priority, an attainable score of 6.71, and the lone South African out there who had a stellar start to the heat of 5.83 has been a bit silent since, has not been able to break anything better than 3.57, needing a 7.71. And there's Whiten on screen. 60 seconds to go. He has been all about the right so far in this heat. Has the best wave of the heat, 6.83. He's needing something close to it again. Up and riding now. Up to the nose, touches the 5. Looking for this wave to give him some more opportunity in the mid portion of it. 40 seconds. Good tight nose riding right there. Maybe not the steepest of sections, but a great rebound on the inside. 30 seconds to go. So leader, the really nice trim on that outside nose ride too. A lot of lift on that one. And he's not going to be able to make it to the inside connection. But just looking at Declan's speed, the way he was able to carry that same line throughout the entire wave, could be a competitive score right here, John.
Yeah, I think Declan's gonna better his 5.17. That was a solid wave.
Is it enough for the lead though?
Well, we're going to find out soon enough. End of that heat. That is the final heat for round 1 of the men's. We'll be heading into the ladies.
What you think, Carla?
This is that replay. We're looking for, what is that, a 6.71? He gets that tip time. He gets the rebound. He's working that reform. He gets more tip time. Gets the 10. I mean, this could do it, but a 6.71.
The second best of the heat. I mean, when you look at the 6.83 that he already has.
You know, they're going to be comparing Chase's 6.7s. Oliver with one last final stand. Almost kind of comes unglued there. But the real question is, will Declan pull off that 6.71? Oliver is looking for a 7.71. I don't think that'll happen there for Oliver, but we'll wait for the scores to drop for red. But currently, as you said, the leader is the leader.
Declan.
See if he holds on to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a close score for Declan.
Yeah, so leaders last at 2.53, not even remotely close. Lasse Packham at 2.83.
Oh.
And the last of Whiten is not enough. It is a 5.5. So it'll be Chase Leader taking away the win in the last seat of the men's opening round. And we got his lucky charm right here with us, Johnny Van Hogenstein. Thank you very much for joining us today. And best of luck in the rest of the event. So women's action coming up. Elise Lemoine, Tully White, and Chloe Coleman to start our women's opening round right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Start that way, there we go. A minute in. You can keep the lap. Alice is going sitting at the back. No fire in the saddle yet, other than going down the matter.
First up white, 2.67. First up white, 2.67.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Well, welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. That's Chase Leader. He just came in as a winner of the last heat for the opening round of men. Now we're going to switch it over to our women. We've got a great heat in the lineup. I'm Chris Cote, Sam Blakely. Always excited to see what the women are going to bring to the table. We know we're going to see poise up on the nose. We know we're going to see a high skill set from each and every competitor. These are some of the best longboarders on the planet.
And to add that extra adrenaline boost, if you come on down, you can watch the No Cap Soda Moto show. I was just out watching that, and that was next level. Full tweaks, kicks, backflips, everything. Jared McNeil, legendary Australian, performing. It was really great, and that's the energy here at the US Open of Surfing. It's got everything, and definitely come on down if you're in the neighborhood.
The peak of summer is happening right in front of our eyes, and this heat to start us off here in the women's division is epic. Elise Lemoine representing France, Tully White, Australia, and Chloe Coleman for Team USA. So 3 surfers enter. Of course, Elise Lemoine, she's been on our radar for a long time now. Tully White as well. Let's say Chloe Coleman, one of the relatively newer names we're seeing in the draw, though she's been competing for a while as well. But one of my first time seeing her in action here at the US Open.
Yeah, she's from Montauk, representing the East Coast, kind of local at Ditch Plains there. Her dad will be watching Chris Coleman, as we can see Tully straight to the nose on her Sean Nettleton boards. Tully's so smooth. Elise, of course, has got all of the big hits, the big wins. She's twice been a World Longboard Tour event winner, but still yet to win that maiden WSL World Longboard title.
She's been close.
For sure.
She has been close. So right there in the conversation for the best of the best, Elise Lemoine.
And she's just opened a new restaurant at St. Gilles, very close to St. Lou, the break where she learnt to surf in Reunion Island. Her partner Luca, he's world champion kite surfer. Big shout out to Luca tuning in. I'm not sure if he's here with her. I haven't seen him, but he's a cool dude. He's a cool cat. And Elise has also been getting into kite surfing in the last few years as well. So demonstrating that she's kind of spreading her wings beyond just longboarding. But she'll be hungry to win a world title. You know, she's won before last season at Abu Dhabi. She's won at Malibu as well. Huntington, HB, she would be really stoked to get first place here.
Well, it felt like it was going to be great for kite surfing a little bit ago, but things have calmed down a bit. Glassing off in the lineup. 24:54 to go before these surfers take off. Let's go down to the glass. Rosie Hodge is with Chase Leader.
Yeah, Chase Leader, his energy is infectious, guys. Just chatting about what he's been up to this season, but talking about that heat. Declan Whiten, there's a little bit of, he had that last wave there, could have turned it, thinking back to last year where you guys had a great battle. What did you make of that matchup?
Oh, it's always fun surfing with Declan. He's always like bringing the best out of me, and I'm sure I'm bringing the best out of him. And it's always like he's just very cool, down-to-earth guy, and just love surfing with him.
And thinking about, you know, being back at the US Open, competing on this big stage, how rad is it to be back with your longboard family, competing, doing what you love?
Oh, it's awesome. I'm just here to have fun and just play one heat at a time. And yeah, I'm just representing back home, New York, all the boys, my buddy Austin, everyone. Let's go. It's time to bring it home for the boys. Let's go.
Love it. I remember how much support you had on the beach here last year, but you're away from your day job, and so is your dad. So who's managing the shop?
Oh, yeah. So just want to shout out to my grandpa, my mom, my sister, all the workers back home. They all know me. Too many names to count right now, but they all know who they are. They're watching live, and big love from here. Let's go. Hold it down, guys. Hold it down.
And then if you're in Montauk, what's a surf shop to go visit?
Oh, yeah. Check out Sunset Surf Shack or MTK Surf Shop. We got everything you need.
Yeah, Chase. We'll see you in that next round. Thanks for the time.
Love it when Chase's New York accent starts to come out a little bit. Doing it for the boys. Love to see it. Chase Leader skipping the next round straight into that third round.
And he'll be supporting Chloe right now, of course. Also a Montauk surfer representing New York. And Chloe's looking good. A couple of low scores, but she's out there as the front runner with that 3-4 and that 2-6-7. So she's flying the flag with style.
Montauk has a super cool surf scene.
Sure.
Some beautiful boards coming out of that area as well. And some low-key great waves.
Chloe was on the tour last year. She got a 9th at Bells, 9th at Huntington, a 17th at Abu Dhabi. Up and riding right now, Chris.
Yeah, so Chloe nicely up to the nose. Beautiful cross-stepping there. Just quick enough to maximize that time on the nose, but also, you know, graceful enough to where you can really see all the subtleties of what she's doing. You know, there's a pretty big difference between kind of that running up to the nose thing where you're kind of hiding that you're cross-stepping, but what Chloe did right there was beautiful cross-stepping and, you know, really accentuating. Like, that is a really underratedly difficult maneuver to do. Cross-step all the way to the nose like that with speed. And we're gonna see more of that right here. Watch the feet. Footwork, of course, a huge part of longboarding here at Huntington Beach. See Elise Lemoyne now. Super stylish, cruising through to the inside. Yet to get those toes over. There we go. Just a quick little 5 there, and whew, that inside section is sketch on a log, I'll tell you that much.
That was nice. Opened with a pretty quick snap. Used the footwork to keep things flowing. Did find a touch of the 5 on the inside. You can just see still pretty kind of chunky sections through that shore break. She sets herself a quick line here and goes straight into the rail turn. Look at the snap on that, throwing a little bit of spray. You could just see that spray coming out of the rail from underneath the board on a single fin loofy there. Using all that cross-stepping to keep in the trim spot in the middle of the board, which is the area where the board will move fastest, and finally finds a chance to get those toes on the tip here. And then you can just see how things get super sucky. But I think that's a good score. I think that, yes, she didn't finish that off, but we get the replay of the footwork from Chloe Coleman. You can really see why she's a class act. She's riding the Michael Takayama boards, of course, built over here in California. This wave didn't have the reform and the connection through to the shore break, but her footwork and the precision, the way she just sets herself up with that nice line. You can see the board lifting on the nose, back on rail, and then staying true to the trim. that wave dying, but she just gets a really clean opening nose ride, and it's gonna go into her 4th score. So that 267 to kick things off, she'll want to replace that, and she may well replace that and increase the requirements for Tully and Alice. Alice didn't get an opening nose ride on that wave, but I liked that snappy turn straight on rail.
Yeah, I think that'll be an interesting one for the judges, because they've really been, you know, looking at the formula, and the formula so far has been run up to the nose, get on there for as long as possible, turn, and then the rest of the wave, kind of wild card situation. The finishes haven't been super important to the big scores. It's really about the work that's happening on the outside and through the mid portion of this wave. Here we go. There's Elise up on the nose, 5 over, quick 10. Trying to hang all 10 toes out to dry, but you need the right section to do that. That wave dies out underneath Elise Lemoine's feet. She'll get right back out there. So a solid 2nd wave ridden there for Elise.
Yeah, and when we look at the things like the nose riding, the judges are really wanting to reward the critical sections with speed and control. When it comes to the rail surfing, it's about that power and flow. And when it comes to variety, it's using all of the board and having that adaptability and that creativity and a little bit of variation in similar moves. So perhaps mixing up the drop knee cutback with the rail cutback. And speed is hugely important here at Huntington, because you've got to use that trim speed through that footwork. As we can see, Elise straight to the tip, gets the 10, which is the stall, walks back to the middle of the board, and then cross steps forward just to keep that board flat and accelerating. And that's the art of footwork, and she did that with a lot of authority, and she makes the kind of the difficult look easy. That's an important thing, and the judges really want to recognize that you've got commitment and confidence and control, and all of those subtle adjustments with the feet. That's the benchmark of longboarding. A great way to really see the repertoire of the longboarder is, can they cross step? Are they integrating the nose ride and the rail turns through elegant cross stepping up and down the board? And that's something that all up-and-coming longboarders can practice on every wave you get. Even if the wave is closed out and you're in the foam going straight, you can still practice the cross step. And long skates are really good places to practice the cross stepping as well.
Yeah, I've seen a couple big longboard skateboards rolling down the boardwalk here in Huntington. And you're right. I mean, it's a good way to practice.
4.67, Chris, for that right-hander from Chloe, and that was really on the setup. She faded in, tight controlled footwork, a lifting critical nose ride, so it does go into her top 2. So it means Elise on just those 2 low scores, a 3.53 and a 2.87, needs a 4.55. Tully, she's had a slower start, but she's had a fantastic year. She's, you know, been busy with her studies, graduating with a Bachelor's of Environmental Science and Management, specializing in climate and sustainability, and still getting these really cool Sean Nettleton boards from Rhino in Brookvale. And Tully is a very graceful surfer. You know, she's really got that Phyllis O'Donnell kind of elegance in her footwork, her turns, and she's up and riding right now, Chris.
There you go, on command, flying down the line. Just on the verge of being out of control, and finally loses it, has to go down onto her stomach, but grabs her board. She'll be right back out there. That was fun to watch. Even though she was right on the edge of being out of control, you could see it was just, you know, on that razor's edge of getting it right back in containment. This is cool. She was going fast.
Yeah, you could see the speed. She commits to this second nose right there and almost holds it and accelerates, but that wave just had no cooperation for her to really come cleanly out of that nose ride. So she did well not to fall earlier. It was a faster wave. It's not going to be a big score. Comes in at a 1.5. So she's halfway through this heat, but she knows it's a reset. It's a start again. But it's Chloe who's the front runner with those 3s in the mid-range, that mid-range 4. But Tully looks like she's going down to the pier bowl, Cote.
Just testing out a different zone. 16 minutes left. Coleman in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3.4, and at it again.
That's right.
I mean,
and
to me, Chloe Coleman is showing us some of the most technical footwork we've seen yet of the entire day. I mean, super quick up and down the board, deep cross steps with every time she runs up and down towards the nose. Really fun to watch.
Yeah, that was really nice. That was clean, great read of the wave. She used the fade, and there was a sense of the footwork being precise, you know, tight steps, but she did it quickly, but it never looked too quick. It was exactly at the right speed. And nice again from Chloe. Here it is. She sets herself up, quick paddle in, looks down the line, just gets that high line, and then quickly to the tip, walks out of that first nose ride, stands tall. But look at the way she uses the footwork here through this slower section. She'll move forward and the board will increase in speed, back to the tail for the turn. And then again, nothing really cooperating for her, but ready to use the cross steps to keep that board planing, trimming. And when you're standing in the middle of the board, that's the fastest place to be. And what you'll see now from Chloe is the knee paddle. And the cool thing about longboarding is that the knee paddle is a great way to paddle out, and it's great exercise for your back. Even if you don't get any waves, if you just go for a knee paddle, your back feels really good and flexible.
And you can get a better view of the waves from an elevated perspective.
Yeah, the elevation.
We got 14:28 to go. There are so many VIPs and special guests here on the beach, and I believe AJ McCord has one of them.
I certainly do, Chris. This is Jason Woodside, a brilliant artist who is creating some very cool boards here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Jason, you've traveled all over the world for your art. You've been based in Florida, now based in New Zealand. How have you developed your style?
I don't know. I'm psyched to be here. Thanks for having me. I don't know. I started painting and creating when I was really young in Florida, surfing again, you know, making something out of nothing because we didn't have waves very often. But yes, I guess painting and stuff, and then moved to New York City and then embraced that inner city culture as well through skateboarding and graffiti culture and then painting on walls and then kind of coming back to my surfing roots and then moving out to California and then moving to New Zealand and then, yeah, just being creative, I think, is kind of what, you know, kind of put the fire under everything, you know.
And I've gotten to see that creative process in action here today. This board started as a blank, and now you've already put so many beautiful layers on it. I know you're far from done. How have you developed just the ability to find the art, create the art with each individual piece?
I think I'm pretty inspired by music. And like music, there's a lot of layers through that. So I think I have built a little bit of a voice through inspiration, through music, through nature, and those sorts of things. So I kind of just let it flow. I try not to think about it too much and just incorporate the color feeling. So.
I love it. Well, I cannot wait to see how this one turns out. We have some beautiful pieces behind us as well. So thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Awesome.
Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, AJ. Already so much going on.
Yeah.
Here in Huntington Beach, you know, this is known as one of the biggest beach parties of the year. We've got a lot happening on the sand. We're going to try to get to every nook and cranny of this event to show you all out there what's happening down here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Well, what's happening in this heat right now is Chloe Coleman is still in control. Elise Lemoyne would need a 4.55. Tully White would need a 6.57. And Chris Cote, I'm here with Sam Blakely. Sam, this is another one of those heats that's a bit of a slow burn. You know, you got some mid-range scores, but nobody has broken that 5 range yet. I feel like when somebody does, though, they're going to be tough to catch because the waves appear to be slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, and it was cool listening from Jason Woodside there, the fact that he spent time in New York. He talks about having grown up in Florida, come over to California, in New York, of course, Tully from Australia herself, but bringing all of that graffiti culture to surf art. And Tully on this replay, really nice off the rail, in the float, just driving elegantly out of that top turn, standing tall on her Sean Nettleton board, and dropping a score that does go into her top 2, but this woman, Chloe Coleman from Montauk, she's been the front runner with that 3.4 and that 4.67 on her Michael Takayama boards. And Chris, we've been really appreciating the footwork from Chloe, the tall, elegant approach, quick with the steps, tight on the nose rides. Elise comes unstuck on that ride, but 11 minutes, a lot can happen in 11 minutes at HB. There's plenty of waves still to come through. Good opportunity for decent scores for all of these women.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one constant here in Huntington Beach. There's a reason why there's basically a contest here every single weekend, you know, all year round. You got tons of amateur events rolling through. You've got adaptive events coming through. You know, if
body surfing.
Yeah, we have a kind of a boardwalk here that's set up, and they have a bunch of different events that happen. and they celebrating George Freeth as the first surfer to attempt these waters.
Yep, of course there's a Duke Kahanamoku statue there. There's the Surfers Hall and Walk of Fame. Incredible names represented. We'll be crowning new ones this week as well.
That's another fun part about this week. Everything well timed. You know, you've got concerts, you've got events, you've got signings. It's really a great place to meet one of your favorite surfers.
And the longboarders appreciate the high-profile role of this event, and it's a really chance to grow their audience. And Elise, she's staying busy. She's now moving back out, won't get a score that will go into her top 2, comes in at a 1.53. But all of the surfers, all round of the men and now kicking off with the women, they've had to stay very active. They've recognized that nobody has actually won the heats on patience. It's been some of the busiest surfers who have demonstrated a bit of variation, moved around the lineup between the pier bowl, between middles, opted to go right and left, stayed busy, and it's paid off. And I've also noticed that the people with a quick start have tended to win the heats today.
Yeah, I mean, that was from the jump. I mean,
Yeah.
JR basically laid the groundwork. Here's what you need to do. Of course, it's never that easy, heat after heat. And especially now with our tide situation, I think the good news for us is that the wind is very chill. We've seen in afternoons here in Huntington where the wind whips up and it gets so rowdy out there. So we're in a good spot right now. And of course, these surfers all on the right boards, 9 foot plus. I would say the call of the day, you know, whether you're in a contest or not, the longboard would be the board you would want to ride on a day like today. And it's fitting. Start our event with that peaceful, easy feeling, mellow waves, you know, great surfing. Solid scores have been coming through all day. You know, Chase leader in his last heat, 13.54 total. That's a big number.
Yeah.
So we know it's still super rideable, rippable.
So this is Hiroka Yoshikawa for Japan. She's coming up next, and talk about, you know, having heard from our resident artist, Jason Woodside, that looks like a really nice spray, a tie-dyed, psychedelic kind of resin swirl on the bottom of Hiroka's single fin.
Yeah, super cool looking. I've already a couple times explored a little bit in the board rack area.
Yeah.
And there are some of the coolest looking boards you'll ever see.
Yep. And it's actually Hiroka's dad, Ruji, who shapes her boards. He's a former professional surfer. She works in their family store. Her mum was a boogie boarder as well, a competitive bodyboarder. So she comes from rich surfing stock over in Japan, and surfing the likes of Chiba, she will be used to these types of conditions we get here in Surf City.
Yeah, I mean, this is that right now. I have that feeling.
You do, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 7 minutes, 30 seconds left. Coleman's got the lead, but Tully White has priority. Tully needs a 6.47. Elise Lemoyne would need a 5.77. So while we wait for these surfers to ride their next wave, let's take a quick Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere.
Down to 6 minutes remaining in this one. Going continues to lead the heat flow weight on a set. Just having a look at the map of our event here. All kinds of different activations taking place back here at Pepper Village. Surf riders set up back there. Ski shop, Rel, Angel City. Also Anaheim Ducks have a set up back there. We got Surfboard, Sea Glass, Cali
Welcome right back to the action here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and we are watching Tully White try to get herself back into the conversation and potentially skip the next round, straight to the third round. But for now, she's in that third place position. And remember, second and third will go into the elimination round, which will be the second round of our women's division here. And Chloe Coleman, so far she's pretty much been on the best waves of this heat. She has a 4.67 and a 4.63, so in the context here of the best waves being the best scorers, she's really maximized the most out of these little waves coming through here at Huntington Beach Pier. And we do have our Pacifico fan picks in action. So let's get these numbers. These are voted on all over the world. This is, you know, sort of a popularity contest, but also our voters know what's up. So they look at the waves, they look at the scenarios, and in this case, Elise Lemoyne gets 38%, 33% for Chloe Coleman, 29% for Tully White. I'd say that's a pretty even breakup of fans there, right there.
And, you know, if the Aussies shine this week in both the Longboard and the Challenger Series, you know that they're going to be having a few Pacificos. There's a big Aussie group here competing, and I think that's going to help both Tully and Declan in their campaigns.
Well, we're inside of 4 minutes now, waiting for a score to break that 5-point range. Will it be this set? Looks like this could be a nice little left runner. It's going to be Tully White. Quick trip to the nose, pausing that cross step to finish that wave, but just gets a little too far over.
And Elise was in priority for that set, but she had a look, she thought no. And I think it was pretty good from Tully to react quick enough, because she would have recognized that she needed to give way. But here it is, Elise in priority on a good right.
Coming off the bottom here. And that was your prototypical kind of every other wave out here in Huntington Beach. These rights can either be, you know, runners down the line, or they can be like that, pretty much all shoulder.
The prototypical could be one of your skateboard models, Cote.
Oh.
The Cote prototypical. I like that.
Amateur typical would be more like it.
Well, someone who's not been amateur in this heat, Chloe Coleman, has been absolutely blazing. Yes, not breaking that 5-score range, but the way she has surfed on that 4.67 and the 4.63, if she had a couple of her throwaways, she'd probably still be in the lead. She's looked really clean, great quick tight footwork in and out of critical nose rides, linking the sections very elegantly. Elise has been busy, but she hasn't had the luck with the wave shape. You can sense that she's hungry, and she just needs a bit of opportunity here on a more open face wave to really demonstrate the type of surfing that has taken her to 2 World Longboard Tour event wins. And a big result for her was taking that win at Abu Dhabi last year. We'll be going back there, the 3rd event of the tour after the Bioglam Bells Beach Longboard Classic. And the fact that she took that win was really a big confidence booster for Elise. She's up and riding. This looks like a nice one, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, perfect positioning there. And for the 2nd or 3rd time, Elise straight over the handlebars. Big time pearl. Call that purling.
She's 8 times WSL European longboard champion. She's the reigning champion. 2nd on that tour was Ginger Kaimi, and Ginger's 2nd place finish on that was important because Elise had already re-qualified from the tour as a top 10 finisher, and it meant that Ginger Kaimi comes onto the tour. She'll be surfing later. Great opening nose ride on her Luffy board, walked out of that. Didn't expect to see the nose ride, you know, a little bit unexpected to see some ruffled feathers from Elise, but if she does shift into that round 2, you know she's going to come out guns blazing. She's going to be a top seed in that round 2 and a big threat.
You think maybe just got a little bit greedy, trying to have a little too much time on the nose, or did the wave just bottom out beneath her with no warning?
I think there was a no warning moment there. She was walking out of that nose ride, looked like everything was controlled, and then just a little bit of that side chop just swallowed her. She took a fall. That would have been a good score. It would have replaced her 2.87. It would have improved her situation. But both blue and red, Elise and Tully, Australia and France, respectively, chasing fairly significant scores. Tully a 6.47 and Elise a 5.77. And wow, Montauk looking good off the back of seeing Chase Leader take that last win in the men's round. Chloe Coleman comes out in style, and it looks like she's going to secure herself a spot in that round 3.
That's a cool story starting to develop.
Yeah.
Team Montauk back to back with 10 seconds left. Elise Lemoyne looking for something. She needs a 5.77. Tully White needs a 6.47. That would have to be the best wave of the entire heat. Your hands have to leave the rails. I'll leave this one up to the judges to see if she got up in time. I feel like she didn't, but either way, I don't think this is a 6.47 anyway. So at the end of that heat, our opening round, heat 1 for the women, it's Chloe Coleman getting the edge. Elise Lemoyne second, Tully White third. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned.
So next heat, hold your position, stand by, wait on that last one for the roll. You go in the system, we'll hear it. We'll count you ladies in. Coach Kev with the sweep. Chloe with the win, Kev with the win right before. Gotta be the mustache. Yeah, it's definitely helped. All right, counting in the next team. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Heat number 2 of the opening round of the Women's World Longboard Tour. Event number 1. In red, Honolulu Bloomfield. In blue, Hiroko Yoshikawa. And in the white, Ophelia Akuen.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all. We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks. The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Surf Girls International out now. I watched the first episode. It's great. Excited to follow that crew around the world. See what happens next. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Sam Bleakley, and we're into it. Opening round heat 2 for the women. Sam, we've got another heat with something for everyone, including world champions.
Yeah, 3 times women's world longboard champion, representing Halle Eva on the North Shore of Oahu. Honolulu Bloomfield, she's just had baby Rain with her partner Clay Craner, Oceanside, legendary skateboard pro. And of course, Honolulu won those world titles back in 2017, 2019, and 2021. Will she break the record and go to number 4? We've got 3 world titles for Soleil Erico also. Rachel Tilley on number 2. She'll be looking to join that list of 3, which Hono and Soleil have got.
And that is a illustrious list there.
And Ophelia Akuen, a late call-up. The fact that Zoe Gropignon could not come to the event, and also Emily Lethbridge, it opened up 2 spots for surfers. It meant that Chloe Coleman, who we just saw, she's the season alternate, she got in, and it also has meant that Ophelia Akuen has got in, the Reunion Islander from St. Lou, but up and riding, 3 times world champion.
This is Honolulu Bloomfield. Brand new mom, and straight back to ripping. So a rough wave to start your campaign, but she made the most of it, got on the nose, and now our first look at Hiroko Yoshikawa. Quick one there. The waves look like they are becoming more and more of a challenge. If I came down to the beach today, I would probably go back to the skate park. But if I had a longboard with me,
yep,
I would definitely take to the lineup. Ideal conditions, at least for day one. You know, it's fun to watch longboarders have to challenge, you know, 6 to 8 foot Huntington Beach, but it's also really nice to start off like this with appropriate boards for the appropriate waves.
And this was a really nice sweeping fade on that right from Hiroka to the nose, back to the tail, and then veered off to the left as that wave died. But great footwork, and on her Carson Myers board, on the replay here, Honolulu just had her baby, Rain, of course. Her mum, Lynn, no stranger to getting back on the surfboard after she gave birth to Honolulu. Lynn, of course, a fantastic surfer herself. And that was a really nice setup for the Hawaiian 3-time world champion. But the wave didn't allow much more scoring potential. But she'll be really excited to get the jersey back on. And it's pretty incredible, you know, what she's achieved in her career, and now representing the family. And she's up for her second ride already, Chris.
Straight up to the nose. Wave kind of dies underneath her. I remember when Honolulu made her announcement, my comment was something like, "Watch out, world, super baby's coming." When your parents just happen to be one of the best surfers in the world, one of the best skaters of the world. I mean, no pressure, kid. You can choose your own path. This kid's going to be surfing, skating mega ramps and surfing pipeline by 3 years old.
There he is. There's Clay. There's Dad, and there's Rain, just having a little snooze there. Good times. You can see Kayamana Takayama there on the right-hand side. And Honolulu had a great season last year. She did the whole tour last year. She finishes as our third seed. She got third in the finals in El Salvador. Here at Huntington, she got a fifth. She lost out to Rachel Tilley. She had a third at Bells and Abu Dhabi. She lost out to Soleil in Bells and Zoe Gropignon in Abu Dhabi. So she had an incredible season to finish third. You know, previous year before that, she was also an ISA World Longboard champion. And now she comes back going for that fourth world title and kicking off with a 4, a strong score, the best of that first exchange, but it's Hiroka with her second wave.
Hiroka with kind of that late release of the rails to get up. Great style. I mean, it's super graceful, but you can see right there a little frustrated with that wave. Literally just disappeared beneath her. 24:44 to go. 4-point ride being the high mark so far from Honolulu Bloomfield. So as we wait for our surfers to find their next ride, we have the opportunity to catch up with Rosie Hodge, standing by now with Chloe Coleman.
Chloe, the first women's winner with me on the glass. We've had some East Coast people dominating today. I was chatting to Chase earlier before we met up with you. How great is it to be here in Huntington competing and also seeing someone like Chase doing so well?
It's so fun to be here with my family and all my friends, and obviously seeing Chase fired me up. He's like one of my best friends from home, so I'm psyched for him.
And then longboard's so fun because I feel like this really does have a community feeling. A lot of people saying that it's so good to be back with their friends. But what's it like competing? You guys are such great friends on land, but as soon as you hit the water, does that dynamic change?
The dynamic changes a little bit, but like we're all still chatting a little bit out there, and you know, everyone loves each other at the end of the day, and we all hang out after, so it's just a blast.
And what would it mean to you to win the US Open of Surfing?
It would be awesome, like my first win on the tour and stuff. It'd be super sick, and I just have the greatest support system here with me. My family, my friends, everyone, they're the best.
Chloe, thank you so much for your time, and good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you, Rosie. Congrats, Chloe Coleman. A rising star in the world of pro logging.
She was a finalist at the Mexi Log Fest earlier this season. That's a really important event for the longboarders. Yes, they've had the off-season from the WSL events, but they've had the Mexi Log Fest, which is very prestigious because not only is it a kind of dance-like celebration, it also attracts a lot of the really good free surfers who don't compete so regularly, but you know from the clips they drop that they're world-class. As we get the replay here of that last ride for Honolulu, waiting for that score to come in. She kicked off with a 4. So she's going to replace her backup 0.77. Opens with a 5, going left, just gets low here, milks it through to the inside. Live action. Philly's second wave takes a fall.
Yeah, I mean, that's low-key kind of sketchy when you fall in front of your board when it's kind of behind you in that whitewater. These boards are huge, they're heavy. Can be dangerous to fall anywhere around them, but luckily nothing happened there. I mean, I'm not hyping up the danger element. These things, if they hit you, it will hurt.
We saw a good technique there of the way both those women got through that wave. Philly first and then Honolulu second. They just sat to the back of their board and let the foam pop the nose of the board up and then put their body weight forward to kind of climb over the wave. You might use the turtle roll, you might do that technique. Some people will duck dive the board, but what we just saw from both of those women, that's a really good technique to perfect. You know, they just kind of go to the back, allow that nose to pop up, and then look at the way they then lean forward. Both of those women demonstrating it's a really good way on a longboard to get over the foam. Textbook stuff. Fans tuning in, watching, if you want to work out how to get through foam, that's a great example.
Well, with 21 minutes, 20 seconds, 25 seconds to go, this is a sight we're very used to seeing. Honolulu Bloomfield in the lead. 4 points and a 3.40. It's not a huge lead, but it's enough for now. Hiroka has priority, hopefully in second priority spot. So as we watch the lineup, no waves coming in right now. That means we can get in the mix. AJ McCord somewhere here on the beach in Huntington.
I am here in the Activation Center, and it is popping on the beach, Chris, for a Saturday, and no more is there so much action as here at the No Cap Activation, because this is where the Moto Show guys are. We saw them flying high earlier today. Jared McNeil and friends. Jared is 16-time X Games medalist, freestyle motocross legend. So they are here at the No Cap Soda Pop Activation, signing autographs. Everybody trying these sodas, and vibes are high, sodas are good. So if you're coming down to the beach, make sure you check out No Cap Soda Pop Activation. And these guys are going to be back in action 2 more times today, and then again tomorrow. Shows at 11, 1, and 3 o'clock Pacific. So make your way down here if you're coming to the beach in between the waves. There's going to be some moto, Chris.
Down for it. 3 times a day. The No Cap crew is going to be flying. Sam, you already went and watched the first show of the weekend, right?
I set myself up. I checked the schedule, and when I was off air, I went straight up there and watched, and it blew my mind. I'm a secret motocross fan. I love watching BMX. I love watching all action sports. In fact, I'm a sports freak. I love every single sport under the sun, but that blew me away because they're in quite a tight area. It's super entertaining. The projection they're getting in the air and the moves that they are doing is absolutely mind-blowing, and it's a great juxtaposition between like the cool nuance of the classic longboarding, soul arches on the nose and elegant 10s and 5s, and then you turn around and you see, you know, double backflips on the motocross. So it was a nice kind of juxtaposition. I really appreciated it, and I think if you're in the neighborhood, you must come down and watch the action.
Well, Huntington Beach loves motocross as well. So there'll be big crowds over there. 19 minutes to go here. It is almost lunchtime. Let me look at my G-Shock. Oh, wow. It's 12:27. That means it's board and brew time. So we've got some of the best sandwich makers on the planet with us. Board and brew. My go-to has to be the Turcado, but you really can't go wrong there. And Sam, they got a secret sauce there. Blow your mind.
Yep.
Don't forget the sauce.
I've been impressed. They've been feeding us well. Big thanks. And there's plenty of cool things to do down here. And there's a little bit of a lull in the action. And you can see now that Hiroka on her knees, just trying to get a look as to see where she should position herself. But Honolulu, she's pretty calm there, sitting with the lead with the 4 and the 3.4. And to the left of your screen, you can see in white Ophili. So she's sitting furthest to the south. She's also looking quite relaxed, but she's the one who's got to really garner something here because she's carrying that 1 and that 2.43. She doesn't need a big score, just a 4.97 to move up into first because nobody's really run away with this heat so far with big scores.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of right in the middle of this tidal shift. It's going back low. And sometimes that is a way of drawing a little bit of energy away from the waves. But then once the tide bottoms out a little bit, could see a little bit more action. I mean, this is summer surfing.
Yeah.
This is what you would be surfing in most days here in Southern California. So they all know the drill. I mean, everybody has the same opportunities in the lineup. It's just a matter of how you use those opportunities. You want to use it like that. Hopefully,
nice.
Onto the nose.
Really nice, Chris.
And gets another quick 5 there. I mean, talk about making the most out of the wave that you're riding.
Yeah.
I don't think she could have done any more on that one. That was perfect.
You know what was really interesting there was the positioning of Honolulu. It meant that she had to stall really deep on that fade, but it actually helped her nose ride. She got way behind the section, a lot of lift, right in the pocket, as we can see Hiroka on that backside nose ride as well, walking out of that, but that was a tricky one to drive out from.
Yeah, that one bottomed out pretty quick.
I'm looking forward to seeing what that score from a filly is. She's riding her John Garmendia boards. John Garmendia is competing at an event in Salinas at the moment. He's from the Basque Country, Zerauts in Spain. And a filly looking very good on the new equipment there from Garmendia. I think she's going to get a pretty good score. It's going to put her right back in the mix. It's certainly going to replace that low score she's carrying. I think it's going to be a big confidence booster. It may well not put her into first, but she's going to be now well placed to be a bit more selective in the last half of this heat, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of time to go here. This is the wave you wanted to see, Sam.
Whoa. That was so close, but you can see
Honolulu's tail.
How the stall really allowed that nose ride. To be honest, it's one of those waves where the live action for me looked a little bit more exciting than the replay. When I saw it live, I felt like there was a little bit more dynamic, but I don't think it's going to go massive on the score range, as we can see Hiroka cross-stepping forward. This one was a tricky one. You could see, like you said, it just bottomed out on her just as she was looking to get lift on the nose and really feel that lock of a nose ride. The wave just didn't allow much more, but a filly's opening nose ride is one of the more dynamic ones we've seen so far. So that alone could mean it might be the highest score of the heat for these women.
Yeah, still pretty tight in the score line.
There it is.
Honolulu now has dropped to second because the score comes through. You're right, 5-1-7.
And the strange thing is I think that the positioning of Honolulu there just helped a filly get deeper on that nose ride, because she had to hold her line like a nanosecond longer just to find the space to get through, and it allowed her to be really deep on the section, and she did get a nice locked 5, and the score comes in at a 5-1-7. So now low scores needed for the other women, just a 3-6-1 for red and a 4-4-8 for blue. So it's still completely wide open with 3-time world champ up and riding.
Honolulu's flying down the line on this left, and now this left has turned into a nothing, but she's still going. Straightens off into the inside section. I mean, what a transition there. There was no wave to ride, but Honolulu just has this magical ability to ride anything.
Yeah.
And when I first showed up this morning, one of the first boards I saw in the rack was this beautiful board that Honolulu has. I don't know if this is the same board she's been riding for the past couple of years, but that board is magical underneath her feet.
That was unlucky for a filly. There was a lot of scoring potential on that nose ride. You know, she committed to it, so she doesn't ride out of it cleanly. But it looks like Hiroka has got a lot of variety on this wave.
Yeah. Just couldn't quite get the finish.
If you follow Honolulu on Instagram, you would have seen that recently she had her baby boy Rain put his footprints in artwork across the deck of one of her boards. So whether we will get to see that board being ridden this week remains to be seen, but what a special touch to bring your children really into the mix.
So cool. Here we go. Hopefully now up to the nose. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Elegance on display. Cool little carve down. This wave could have more to give her through to the inside. Will she make the transition to the shore break? She doesn't, but I think she did some good work on the outside.
Yeah.
Cross-stepping, a couple toes over.
Sure.
Nice speed down the line.
I agree. Good trim speed in the pocket. Nice face section. She didn't get the chance for a fade, but cleanly up to the 5. Stretches out and then walks into a nice turn. There's some open face ahead, so you sense there's more scoring potential. A little bit unlucky that she wasn't able to just link this right through to the inside, but she's going to replace her 2.43. So if the situation doesn't change with those new scores coming through for red and blue, she's going to increase her lead.
Quick look there from Honolulu Bloomfield. She was sitting with priority, and that priority switches over. It's now with Hiroka. So open priority between red and white. Let's see one of our first paddle battles of the day. Yeah, so I believe
3.8 for Red's last ride. So
hopefully gets that second priority spot.
Yeah, but well, it puts Honolulu up into the lead, but we're waiting for that last score for a filly. It's surely going to be bigger than the requirement of a 2.63. But Hiroka's wave did look pretty exciting, Kote. There was a lot of variety. We didn't get to see the start of it, but we did sense that she had a lot of speed coming through the middle and the end section. So could be a significant score for her as well. But I'm expecting a filly to certainly move back into first position when her score drops.
Yeah, judges have some catching up to do here. So Hiroka, of course, you know, you think about the Japanese longboard culture.
Oh, nice. Now, this is going to be
a good start there.
Yeah, this is going to be really great, Chris. She gets into the 10, comes out of that 10, and then back into the cutback and moves, looks left, fades back right, sets a high line, gets another touch of the 5, back in for a third touch of the 5, walks to the tail, goes for the float, almost rides out of that float. But I think that it's one of the waves of the heat that's offered a little bit more variety. An opening 10, 2 quick nose rides as well, so 3 nose rides in total, some rail work. I think we may well see Hiroka going up into the lead when this score drops.
Well, guess what? You're going to have to wait to find out what happens next with 11 minutes to go. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And grab yourself a Bonsoy. We'll be right back.
It is a stunning Saturday here in Huntington Beach at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico here in the athlete area. A very special guest who's ready to make his WSL debut. This is Baby Rain, Honolulu and Clay's newest family member. Clay, it has been so special to see you guys at the US Open over the years, but this time with a new little one in tow. How would you describe what it like?
I'm just stoked. I don't know. He just gets to kind of be a part of everything we do. We're both very blessed, and so, yeah, just kind of stoked to show him our little life.
It's so fun to see you guys adopting this role as new parents, and I know you said you get as stressed to watch Hanu as you do your own stuff, so we'll let you get back to that. Dad multitasking here in the Bonsoy area as mom goes out and does her thing.
That is a beautiful baby.
That was so special. I actually had a little chill there, brought a little tear to my eye, put my hair
You'll
on
love
end.
to see it. Well, your daughter's actually competing today as well, right?
Yeah, she's doing an event in Spain on the European Longboard Tour.
Wow, you are doing a great job of not stressing out, knowing that she's
trust me, I was
competing.
sweating out while she was in her heat.
How'd she do?
She won her heat.
Oh, there you go. Congratulations.
But that was a really special occasion. They'll be so proud to see that moment. And she's answering back with a really good wave, great scoring potential. And Chris, the situation did put Hiroka in the lead, and then a filly dropped to 4.2 and went in the lead. And now Honolulu is chasing a 5.37.
And doing pretty well. I mean, I still just can't believe how easy she makes that transition all the way to the inside. Look, she was literally on nothing and somehow just kept gliding. When I think of Honolulu, I think of that word glide. I mean, she always just looks like she's in such control over her board, over everything that's happening around her. There's a reason why she is, one of the greatest competitive longboarders to ever do it. I mean, her resume speaks for itself, and this was a great wave.
Yeah.
Is it a 5.37?
Straight into the 5, good footwork, quick out of that 5, and then cross-stepping forward, keeping the board trimming, gets a second 5, holds that 5, and then goes a bit lower here just to see if she can connect through to the shore break, and she does. Clean steps into a third nose ride, and then just carving out of that last bit of foam right through to the sand. So it comes in relative to her 4. It could be higher, so it might well be the score that she needs to get the replay from the last ride of Hiroka, who's dropped to 6.17 for her previous wave, which was that long right-hander. She only needs to replace the 3.13 as her backup score. Don't think that it's going to be a significant score, but it's very possible that Honolulu is going to get close to the score she needs, or certainly improve her situation, meaning she's got a smaller requirement to move up into first and oust a filly on her last ride. A 4.27 Cote. It was close, but it's gone into her top 2. So now Honolulu needs a 5.11 to move up into first.
It looks like the waves are slowly starting to increase, at least cadence-wise.
Yep.
We've seen some more sets coming through in the last couple of minutes, so hopefully that's a trend that will continue. We have 5.5 left to go here in our opening round, Heat 2 for the women here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and we're about to see, hopefully now, gets on the nose, quick carve, maybe carved a little too hard. It looked like there may have been more meat on the bone on that wave.
Yeah.
Easy to say from this chair, but...
You could see she wanted to find the nose ride there, but just quickly reacted to the wave shape. But this looks like a really nice one.
Honolulu, high speed, hang 5. Has to straighten out. This thing's got a little wild. That wave closes out around her, but here we get to see again the grace, the poise. I mean, just the elegance that we see when Honolulu surfs, and she does it in all types of waves too, from 1 to 10, 20 foot. She'll surf whatever.
Yeah, and that's represented across her 3 world titles in a variety of breaks around the world. But what we see here is a great, nice, speedy line, locks in that 5, good control, walks very cleanly out of that nose ride. At this stage, she would have just been hoping that it would reform through to the shore break. She was ready to just pounce once again if she got a steeper section. I thought that was going to give her one more little moment through to the inside, but she's now chasing a 5.11. It could be very close to the score that she needs. It comes in at a 4.2 for Hiroka in Blue's last ride. A 4.27 was the previous ride for Honolulu. So a 6.11 is the score she now needs.
Yeah.
I think it could be close, Chris.
Jumped up a full point before she took off on that last wave. So,
well, Hiroka's gone up into the lead because of that 4.20. So it now means that Ophilie needs a 5.21. Not waiting for any scores for Ophilie in white from France. But our surfer in red, Honolulu, 3-times world champion. Also on your screen, a 3-times world champion. It's Soleil Erico. So representing just 6 world titles between them in back-to-back heats. I know that the fans will be looking forward to seeing Soleil shine.
Yeah, big heat coming up next. Opening around Heat 3, Soleil Erico, Luana Suarez, and Cash Hoover. I like that all of our heats have really had this kind of international flair.
Yeah, it's a good mix. Absolutely. This is a big moment for the judges now, having to look at the video replay and really recognize that Honolulu's wave was big and fast. It was a really nice dynamic nose ride. It came into a down carve. I just feel as if there was a reform on the inside for sure. She was going big on the scores, may even gone up into the 7s. But the fact that it didn't have anything else, it's going to be close. Is it going to sit just under, or is it going to be right on the mark? I think that it could be pretty much on the score that she needs.
I mean, you think about that wave compared to some of the other waves we've seen. You said it was bigger, faster, or she was right there in the critical section. But I think it's going to come down to time on the nose and the overall kind of act of that wave.
Well, it was a 4.87, Chris, and
Yeah.
if you think of the 6.17 that we saw for Hiroka Yoshikawa, which was a long right-hander, which had a 10, 2 more 5s, and 3 types of rail turns, the variety, the length of the ride, I think Honolulu was just super unlucky that that wave didn't reform on the inside. But 2 minutes, 8 seconds, is there enough time for things to change? You know, you wouldn't have put your money on Hiroka winning this heat. You would have put your money on Honolulu, but a filly's been really strong as well, and she only needs a 5.21.
Yeah, Hiroka started with a few mistakes, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And
Yeah.
right now, she's looking like a solid closer. 6.17 and a 4.20. In the double digits with 10.37 total, and a minute 42 to go, and she does have priority. I don't think they're really mixing it up too much. They're pretty separated, but Hiroka is just a few feet away from Ofili, so you know she has her competitors in her sights, and she probably also knows that they need a decent number. I mean, a 5.21 and a 5.51, those are not easy numbers to get this morning.
Yeah, and we've got that great benchmark of that 6.17 from Hiroka, and it allowed 3 distinctive nose rides, and that was the big difference with Honolulu's last wave, is it just didn't deliver anything through the middle or the inside. It was probably one of the bigger waves of the day, and she may have heard that score and felt a little bit deflated. She may have felt that it could have come out higher, but Hiroka's got one more chance to improve her lead, Chris.
Little victory lap here, nice fading turn to the left. Trying to cross step up to the nose, but the wave dissolves beneath her. 45 seconds left, so now hopefully in white with priority, Honolulu in second priority, so things could get interesting in these last 40 seconds.
Yeah, I'd love to see an opportunity for both of these women to get one last ride in the last 30 seconds. It's been a great heat. You know, everybody has been in the lead at least once. Is this going to be significant for our Hawaiian? It's such a small wave, and she's chasing a 5.51, Chris.
Well, you know, she kind of had to go. I
Yeah.
don't think there was anything else out the back. And to quote Turtle from North Shore, I've seen bigger waves in a bathtub.
You know the guy, Rick Kane, he's going to stomp your ass.
She had to go. 3 seconds left, and it's going to be Hiroka Yoshikawa getting the win in elimination round heat 2. So Hiroka will skip the second round, straight to the third. And we've got more to come. 3-time world champion coming up next. Special guest in the booth. This is going to be fun. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Number 3 underway out the back, Soleil Erco in red, Luana Torres in blue, and Cash Hoover in the white.
Big win for Hiroka Yoshikawa, straight into the round of 16, and the Japanese surfer looking at home here in Southern California, specifically in Huntington Beach for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Mitchell Salazar one of the greatest longboarders on the planet, Carla Zamora, and also a competitor in the event right here, longtime veteran. And don't call him an old schooler. He's a new schooler too. Tony Silvani here in the booth with us. Thank you for joining us, Tony.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. There's been some great action all day today, and we have the women's up right now, and you see that there's like some really nice waves coming through, and a lot of the girls are surfing really well.
Yeah, and really different conditions to what you surfed this morning. Much stumpier, lower tide. It seems like the tide are really helping out right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of troughs, and you got to find and pick out the right waves. And this morning with the dead low tide, it was real difficult. It was long lulls. We have Luana up on her first ride, so this is going to be a stacked heat.
Yeah, Soleil Erico out there in the red, former multiple-time world champion Soleil Erico. Luana Soares from Brazil, and Cash Hoover also from the US of A. So get a cast of names right here, Carla, but of course looking at Soleil Erico, the former multiple-time world champion. She's also had success here in the past in Huntington Beach.
Soleil is a formidable opponent, no doubt, but here we got White. This is who I like to call Cash Money Hoover. She is a sweet girl. I've been fortunate enough to really watch her grow up. Having done the Queen of the Point events, she has been a part of the event from the beginning. And then Red, our champ, Soleil Erico, what a sweetheart she is. Really just evolved into such a beautiful young woman. It's really nice to see all of these ladies grow up and not just evolve with their incredible talent, but become really well-rounded young women.
And as you know, Tony, really turned into a great competitor, Soleil Erico too, especially over the last few years.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've seen her win multiple world titles, and she's been really elegant on the new shape board that she has, and she really knows how to fit the nose riding in the pocket, and that really separates a lot of her surfing ability from other women surfers, and you know, she's the staple of longboarding, so a lot of these younger generation are looking up to her and trying to improve and add more repertoire to their surfing.
And sometimes you just want to add a little bit of everybody to the mix, right, Carla? I mean, in the end, as Tony was pointing out, maybe the best pure nose rider we have on the women's tour.
100%. I mean, she's a really strong surfer. She's a strong presence in the lineup. She's got an incredibly strong support system with her dad and her mother, and of course her coach CJ. So, you know, and now she's so experienced, winning her first world title when she was 17. Now she's, I think, 21 barely, and has 3 world titles. But Luana, newer to the tour, but definitely no stranger to a final. She's come from Brazil, winning the first place in the South American regional stats. So it's great to see Lua here, joined also by Chloe Calmon, who's returned now. We're all, I think, really excited to have Chloe back. And but again, really great to see these fresh faces. Opened up with a couple scores here. Cash opening up with just a real simple 2.33, and then Lua with a 3.33.
And Luana from Cambori, great area. And of course, as you mentioned, coming from South America, there are certain events that you have to surf on the longboard tour that have very physically demanding waves too, especially the Saquarema Surf Festival. Looking at Erico right here. You know, you mentioned her adaptability, Tony, and how good she is at nose riding too. I'd also point her up there when it comes to the way she's actually adjusted her boards throughout her young career as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw the quick footwork. Carla's from the same area, so she can really touch on that. With Soleil's footwork, at a beach break, she's really standing out, even though that she's from a point break.
Yeah, she's just a very well-rounded surfer, and I attest that to not just obviously the coaching from CJ, but her dad and herself. They've been really, you know, focused on giving her a wide variety of conditions and locations. I was fortunate enough to work with her many moons ago, and you know, they were on that same kind of program and strategy. So it's really not any surprise that she's a 3-time world champion.
Yeah, and she's won her world championships in different formats too. I mean, back in 2018, it was a world championship that was decided with just a singular event. And now with the new format that we have on hand, multiple events, Carla, obviously making a big difference too. But to me, it just goes to show that you truly have to be a much more complete surfer rather than just maybe winning based off of talent at a singular event. Suarez right there, real quick one for her.
Well, I mean, you make an excellent point. My day of competitive surfing was solely one event that titled our champion, and that was the Rabbit Kakai event in Costa Rica. And that was always a real struggle because, like you said, it was one event, one kind of condition for myself personally. Even though I was a goofy foot, I grew up surfing Malibu, so going left wasn't really in like my best cards, right? Wasn't performing maybe my best. So it was definitely a struggle then, because you had to put all your cards into this one event and hope that maybe you made it through. And I think with these regional qualifiers and then the multiple stops on the tour, it really legitimizes that title for that champion that gets it.
22 minutes on the clock. Soleil Erico in the lead at the moment. Downstairs, let's go to AJ with Hiroka Yoshikawa.
Thanks, Mitch. Hiroka, it is so good to see you back here at Huntington Beach. And you were just telling me you felt some nerves going into that heat, but you didn't show them. How did it feel to be back here at Huntington?
I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I couldn't come to this World Tour last year, so I'm just so happy to be back here.
And we're so excited to see you back. What a way to start your 2025 season with a heat win against some incredible names. How are you approaching this season?
I just focus on my surfing, just having fun and catching good waves.
And I know you have a lot of friends and fans back at home. Do you have anything you want to say to them?
今日から試合が始まって日本の明け方だと思いますが応援してくださった皆さんありがとうございました。なんとか勝ち上がることができたので次のヒートもっともっと頑張っていきます。
おめでとう。Congratulations.
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Thank you, AJ, and congratulations to Hiroka. She's moving through into the round of 16. Multiple language guy yourself, Tony. I've seen you speak Spanish back in El Salvador, actually, when you were on the podium, I believe. Was that the Alas? Did you win that event back at Las Flores a few years ago?
Yeah, I did, and I was speaking some Spanglish there, you know, so I was definitely trying. I think if you just indulge and embrace the beauty of culture and, you know, having the respect from everybody around the world that sees you at these events each and every year, and you got to learn more and more, you know, words to be able to put sentences together.
And in that sense, how global has the sport truly become nowadays, Carla?
I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, we have, you know, a Hiroka coming all the way from Japan, and Luana in this heat right now out of Brazil, Cash out of Hawaii. Yeah, it's truly an international contingent, and it's really great to see, as I mentioned before, as being kind of like the oldie on the crew here. There wasn't a lot. It was Hawaii and a few Aussies and a bunch of Californians, but here the Brazilian Luana Suarez, she's a really good surfer. I was fortunate enough to have her at one of the Queen of the Point finals, and yeah, just great to have that international love and see all the different cultures, as you mentioned, Tony, and embracing that surfing culture within other cultures. It's pretty special.
It really, truly is. And, you know, not Cash Hoover, too. I mean, she's a huge standout. To have an event wild card, she's incredible in a wave pool. I don't know if you guys have ever seen any footage of her.
Yeah.
But she blows my mind.
Yeah.
So.
And here she is, Tony. Take it away.
Yeah, so she's setting up on this left, walking up, nice tight nose ride, and she's waiting for the section to come towards her. She unfortunately loses her balance. But yeah, these are a lot of the waves from beginning of the heat, and here goes Soleil Erico. Nice nose ride, back pedaling, quick, on her feet, waiting for the section to come through, and banks it.
Yeah, it looks like Soleil opening up with her first two rides in that 4 range, a 4.33 and a 4.43. Luana currently holding that leading position. We're waiting for a score to drop, but she opened up with a 3.33 and a 5.83 on her last ride. As I said, we're waiting for another score to drop. And then Cash, she's just sitting with a 2.5 stick there, so she's going to want to better her scoring there so she can give these ladies a run for money. A little story, Cash, as I said, has been surfing in the Queen of the Point. She's one of the few that I've allowed to do amateur and the pro division.
Oh, wow.
And this was the first year that she got knocked out of the amateur, and she was no longer allowed to do the amateur, and she is full-time a pro. So congrats, Cash. You're doing a good job, baby.
And also one of the youngest surfers in the event, too. So yeah. As Tony was mentioning, I mean, just the opportunity to be able to surf at the U.S. Open, that is a big deal. We're talking about the world's best surfers. And, of course, for her to be able to compete in the spotlight. You know, you mentioned how not only important this event is in particular, if there's one constant throughout not only the Challenger Series, also the World Longboard Tour, eventually you're going to have to come through Huntington Beach, Tony.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I like this place. I mean, it really reminds me a lot of home to be able to surf similar conditions to North Carolina, have that pier, you know, with the backdrop, and having the chance to be able to find your right rhythm in the water and where you're sitting in the lineup. It makes it challenging, but it's also very strategical. So.
And how do you deal with the environment too? Obviously, you look at the pier, it's crowded. You look towards the beach, there's a lot of people. And of course, the broadcast aspect too makes a big difference when it comes to the U.S. Open.
Well, I love competition, and I thrive off that energy, and that's something that I really enjoy, seeing such a huge crowd of people on the beach watching the sport of longboarding. And look at Luana, nice cut back. She had a nice nose ride prior to that, so this was her last scoring wave.
Yeah, the previous one, a 5.83, the top score of the heat so far. I like that, though, Tony. Thriving under pressure. Yeah, and I like that you direct it towards everybody, too, so they can acknowledge it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I do really well under pressure. I love, you know, multitasking and doing a lot of things that are similar to my company, and just the energy that I thrive off of.
And also a small business owner, I believe, back home in Carolina as well.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just so thankful for my manager and everybody at home. I'm really have a lot of appreciation to be able to be back on the world tour and competing on this stage and this platform with all the best longboarders in the world. And you know, to be able to do it at my age, there's a lot of longboarders at the same age, but I'm just, you know, I keep on pushing each and every year.
So what year is this, Tony?
This is my 17th year.
Oh, wow.
17th year. Congrats.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
I think Taylor and Ben and Kai and, you know, many other surfers have more years on the tour, but...
Not by much.
I would say, yeah, I'd say you're in, yeah, I agree, not by much.
Yeah, you're in that realm
for sure.
yourself.
For sure. Well, that's great. That's a testament to all the rest of the athletes, kind of, you know, if you persevere and stay focused, you know. You too can be Tony Silvani on his 17th year in the World Tour.
And do it with a smile on your face,
yeah.
too.
You're by far the most positive person on the tour, hands down.
Well, thanks. I love being a part of this tour. And, you know, I did compete in Virginia Beach during Memorial Day weekend, one of the busiest weeks of the year for me. And I was just like, let's go for it. I really want to get back on the world tour.
And you did.
So, thanks.
And you did it. Nice
thanks
job.
so much.
Yeah, good job.
So nearly halfway through the heat, Luana Suarez in the lead with a 5.83 and a 3.33. South American surfer out there in the blue. Soleil Erico, the three-time world champion. Well, she's looking for her fourth win this year. In second, a 4.74 is what she needs. Has a pair of mid-range fours at the moment. Meanwhile, the youngster Cash Hoover, you call her Cash Money, needing a 6.83. And just talk about the significance of the events that you put on, Queen of the Point obviously being one thing, but really, I would say if it's not for the youth nowadays, people like Tony probably wouldn't even have a spot on tour right now to be able to push him to where he is.
Well, I think you mentioned something earlier that this new age is kind of helping to push some of you seasoned guys to like, okay, I gotta go for more. I gotta try more. I gotta add more tools to my belt. And yeah, as you mentioned, Queen of the Point, I've been fortunate enough to start something that took off good, and it's a need for the women. And someone like Cash Hoover, I've watched grow up and just really evolve and her surfing, and that's kind of was the point with Queen of the Point. Having a pro division is to give these amateur girls an opportunity to surf at a professional level with that level of surfing and that level of talent, so that they can come to stages like this. And so it does really warm my heart to see Cash here, because, you know, it's good stuff. That's what I'm doing it for.
I love that, Carla.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been such a big inspiration for many longboarders, and you've been very influential, and your coaching style has been really helpful for a lot of the girls, and a lot of people, you know, praise what you've done for surfing. And so.
Well, I appreciate that. It takes a village, as you know, Tony. As you know, it takes a village, so it's not just one of us. It takes all of us to make this all happen, and I just grateful to be a part of it. And here we are with 13 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat. This is heat number 3 of round 1 of the women. Luana is in first, holding the charge here, but these ladies, I wouldn't go so far to say as we've had any upsets, because we're a little early in the game, but that last heat with Hiroka taking the win over Honolulu, who is probably the favorite, and then here in this heat, Soleil clearly a favorite, but Luana kind of sneaking in there and getting that work done.
And all three of them looking for their first win of 2025. It's the Brazilian Luana Soares with 13 minutes on the clock, leading over Soleil Erico and Cash Hoover here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're taking a bonsai brew break. Be right back.
So Bucky Berry's back up here in the tower. He just went to a hot lap down there behind us and grabbed a couple of no-cap sodas. The healthy alternative to soda. His last name Berry, so he went to the busted berries.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of dig it. No cap. I'm about to bust and berry now. Got a nice little tang to it. I'm into it.
So you guys are, like I said earlier, if you guys are thirsty, go check out the No Cap crew down there doing some sampling. Grab yourself a whole can. Some of Bucky Berry, a little charming.
Fucking busting berry now.
Here we go, out the back, blue and red, both of them. Getting up there, picking on the nose, one of them out on a surf country blue, on a surfing leader. Soleil looking to make the connection. This area, it is connecting over here. She will on this occasion.
Yeah, this has got a little overrun. Underrun. Takes the overrun with a nice dip right there.
It's been a lot of dominance for the mainland U.S. in the last decade and a half on the World Longboard Tour. On the women's side, Rachel Tilley, our defending champion, will be coming up shortly in the next heat. Soleil Erico out there right now. Well, she is a three-time world champ, consecutively winning in 22 and 23, also in 18. Honolulu Bloomfield, a three-time world champion. She was just in the previous heat. How about the standout, though? 2016, Tony, our current head judge, Tori Gilkerson. Well, she was the world champion back then.
Oh, Tori was so incredible. A really beautiful longboarder, and she still is. Great hang tens and smooth, cutbacks.
And if I just take a second to put a shout out to the 2010 champ, Corey Schumacher, she was my hero and the person that I looked up to. And I remember the very first contest I did was the first time they had a women's division, 1995 MSA Club Classic. My first heat, I beat Corey Schumacher.
Ooh, claim
You
to
remember those
fame.
things, right? I didn't get to the final, but I beat Corey in that first heat. And another one that I would never probably be able to beat is this lady right here, Soleil Erico. So much style, so much power, and a lot of technique and talent.
So this one during the break, Tony, comes in as her personal best of 4.87, and enough at the moment to take the heat with 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that's right. But Lua only needing a 3.47 to take back that lead, and then Cash Money Hoover sitting with priority, and she is looking for a 6.97. I know for a fact she is capable of that score. Question will be, will the waves give her the capability to get that score?
Well, tide dropping at the moment. It's just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and despite the wind picking up earlier, much stronger, it seems like it's truly back down this afternoon right here.
Yeah, the surf is definitely looking a lot cleaner today. Yesterday afternoon, it was super windy. I was really concerned, and then show up this morning, I'm like, yeah, it looks fun.
Well, you're from the East Coast, where the more wind, the better in terms of consistency of waves over there, too. Whereas on the Pacific side of things, much more predictable, I would have to say. And fortunately for us, still beautiful conditions out there this afternoon. But Tony, Carla was mentioning her idols and some of her inspirations. Obviously, riding for Stewart surfboards for such a long time. Who have been some of the people that have you truly looked up to in terms of your surfing career?
Colin McPhillips, Taylor Jensen. I would even say my brother and Steve Newton too. A lot of these longboarders, even Troy Mothershead.
Troy Mothershead rips. Great surfer.
A lot of these guys have really, paved the way, and it's been a great chance to learn a lot through watching video footage and seeing all these movies from way back in the day. And yeah, Colin McPhillips had that signature roundhouse cutback that stood out over everybody.
And like most surfers that eventually got into competing on the longboarding side, you weren't initially a competitive longboarder, correct? I know that you actually competed against a lot of the guys that are actually on the Challenger Series nowadays.
Yeah, for sure. I was a shortboarder growing up and competing and groveling against some of the world's best shortboarders. Eric Geiselman from Florida, New Smyrna Beach. It looks like Liv Stokes is coming up next heat.
Also a great shortboarder. She's been judging a lot, and Liv actually just graduated from a master's program at UCI. She's going to be teaching in a few weeks over there in Irvine, so congratulations to Liv. She's going to be in the next heat up against our defending champion Rachel Tilley and Crystal Hewlett.
I'm sure we'll get Liv up in the booth at some point. She's a great commentator, actually. Really, definitely has another career in her future. If the school stuff and the teaching doesn't work out in the surfing, she could come and do this easy. Yeah, 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Things are starting to wind down here, as you mentioned, Mitch. Soleil squeaking into first place right now with that 4.87 and the 4.43. Luana only needing a 3.47, while Cash luckily sitting in priority, but she needs a 6.97. Plenty of time on the clock. Stuff can change. Sets can roll through.
I want to see her surf, too.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen her truly surf in this heat
She's a
so
great
far.
surfer, really great surfer. Great family. Shout out to Dirk and Michelle, who I know are probably biting their nails and chomping at the bit on the beach there, but super supportive of their little Cash, who's not very little anymore. She's grown up quite fast, so really good to see.
It's been an emotional heat already, this one with the two of you, and now I might be getting tears pretty soon just by the way you're talking about the development of Cash Hoover.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
6 minutes 30. She does have priority in, potentially looking at a right-hander here, close to the pier bowl.
Yeah,
And
she's going to snag that right.
Erico's got to let Suarez go. We're going to stick with her on the left. So at the moment, needing a 3.47, that's not going to be it, and not even close. That wave just really dying down, and Hoover right here needing close to a 7-point ride. Good touch of the nose right there on the inside. She's going to kick out 6 minutes on the clock, and a very intelligent competitor in Erico. Distract the judges, get the attention towards yourself, and it seems like Tony so far, when it comes to really her maturity, it's been presenting herself over the course of the last 3 years when it comes to Soleil.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you can see Luana's caught a lot of waves. She likes to stay real busy during the heats, and it looks like Soleil's only caught, this is her 4th wave, so she's being super selective and trying to separate that gap with finding more of a quality wave.
So this was Cash's one, Carla?
Yeah, we get the replay, a couple quick 4 steps up to the nose. Tries to redirect it into that reform there. She's looking for the reform open face again. She's going to get it. Just playing it calm, cool, and collected, waiting for that tip time. I call that that was the multi-lip. There was like 3 lips on that. Did you see that? There was like 3 lips on that wave, and she found the right one to get the little nose right on. And then Luana split the peak there, getting the left. Not a lot of scoring potential on this wave, as you mentioned, Mitch, so it's not going to give her that 3.47 that she's looking for. But 4 minutes 50 on the clock. Soleil replay here. She gets that quick 5 to 10. Kind of gets hung up in the foam ball there, but manages to come around it. Looks for that open face again. Finding that real nice, careful hands. You can see the real careful hands there. I like that. You know, showing composure, not flapping. There was, you don't want to see the what are the windows being rolled up.
Whoa,
right?
whoa. I'm being personally attacked at the moment, Carla.
Oh, is that your key go-to?
No, I'm just playing.
Oops. Sorry, Mitch Salazar.
But it does happen, depending on the conditions.
I think it happens to all of us at some point.
Welcome to Huntington Beach.
Yeah, I was going to say, right?
If you've ever surfed Southside on any given day, it happens more often than not.
Right.
So just over 4 minutes, the last of red. Erico 3.53. It doesn't improve. So the requirements exactly the same for both Suarez and Hoover. Actually, I take that back because Cash did slightly improve on her 2.33. It's a 3.17 on her last end. Now needing a 6.13. So obviously first event of the year, a lot more to come. And when we're just looking about how this event has really shaped up the year for everybody else, case in point for Rachel Tilley, our defending event and world champion right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. There's Crystal Hewlett with her partner Steven.
Really cool couple. Great Great energy coming from those two, coming all the way from...
That is a crazy mustache, by the way.
I think he was jealous of Kevin and wanted to, like, give Kevin a run for his money. Because so far, Kevin's been the one with, like...
He looks like a biker with that
the handlebars and all that, yeah.
Well, might have a little event within the event on who has the best facial
Well, you know,
hair.
back in the day when it was misogynistic, we have the bikini contest. Should we have a stash show? Rate each other's stash. Rate the stashes.
Could be. 2 minutes 50. Errico in the lead. Suarez in second, needing a 3.47, and Hoover once again still needing the best of the heat, a 6.13. Nearly halfway through the round, Rachel Tilley, Crystal Hewlett, and Liv Stokes coming up in the next one. Goals for yourself this year, short-term, mid-term, long-term, Tony? Anything you really want to achieve? Obviously, the World Championship still the goal for the first time.
Yeah, I've just really enjoyed my personal growth of my own health and my own balance in life, and being able to obtain a spot on the World Tour, run a business, be a family man, and be a part of a relationship, and yeah, just traveling and having more opportunities to see more places around the world.
You've been around the block multiple times too. I've seen you at other events outside of the World Surf League too, and I know that you have truly enjoyed those. And I think, as you said, for a lot of the young kids, especially somebody like Cash, enjoy the small things in life, because in the end, those are the ones that you're probably gonna miss the most. Suarez had a chance right there. 3.47 was what she was looking for, and it ain't gonna be it. Errico, the heat leader, up and riding on the right. Taps the quick 5. Was looking to get a cleaner connection to that with the rebound off of the whitewater. Still going though, and this has potential to improve on the mid-4 that she has as her backup. 1:20. And I don't know, Tony, but it still seems like the door's open right here for Luana.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like she's about to paddle into this wave. Let's see what happens.
Ooh.
She backs out.
Interesting. I wonder how that might play her priority. She did give a legit paddle into that, no?
It doesn't seem like neither Cash or Soleil
They're out.
were out there yet to establish priority, so it's going to be Blue still in the top priority. 50 seconds. And the last of Errico will not improve, so still going to be chasing the 3.47. Hoover in the white, her last at 2.8. Still requiring the 6.13. And at this point, as you said, it's really just going to come down to whether or not she gets another opportunity out here in these next 30 seconds.
30 seconds left, though.
And
Wow.
we mentioned earlier, sometimes 30 seconds can feel like an eternity, or it can be like 2. Right? So, not sure how that's playing out for these ladies, but
Yeah. Well, we got Rachel Tilley coming up next.
it's going to be an exciting heat. I think she's definitely the favorite. Obviously, she's the champ, but she's also a favorite here at Huntington.
Yeah, knows this wave very well, and it is going to be Soleil Errico taking out a very close heat win against Luana Suarez and Cash Hoover. So there are the official results here for Heat 3 of the women's opening round. Big thank you to Tony Silvani. We'll be seeing you later on throughout the event, and hope you enjoy the rest of your year, my man. We'll be right back with Heat number 4 here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
So Rachel from just down the coast, say okay. Soleil fan favorites out there. Soleil, the three-time world champ, coming into the fans.
SoCal's own Soleil Erico making her way into the round of 16 with a heat win here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. She is looking for her 4th World Championship and beating one of the youngest in history to be able to accomplish that feat. Mecho Salazar, Carla Zamora, and that is Montauk's own Chase Leader. Welcome, Chase, and congratulations on your big heat win earlier this morning.
Let's go. It was a slow start to the heat, and it ended up managing to take out the win. We're stoked.
Okay, towards the very tail end, you get your 2 scores. I have something to mention, though. We talked about it off air.
Yes.
Are we getting the claims in round of 16 onwards?
Yeah, we'll throw in a couple subtle claims.
Okay.
You have to be really paying attention to see them.
You got some while you're paddling back out to pumping the chest, everything. I think the excitement that you bring to the sport of longboarding, especially right here in Huntington, is something that we as fans truly deserve. So congratulations on that, too.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So having fun. Obviously, your dad traveling here with you again, as always. And, of course, Huntington Beach is a place that you hold very dear in your heart, as we see heat number 4 of the women's opening round. Rachel Tilley, our defending event and world champion. Crystal Hewitt from South Africa in the blue. And representing Canada, Liv Stokes from right down the road, and Aliso Viejo. But talk about Huntington. You made your debut here a few years ago, and of course now being a member of the World Longboard Tour for 3 years now, Chase. What's the experience been like of competing at the Open multiple times?
The nerves this year are definitely not as crazy as the first 2 years. It was definitely big culture shock coming from little Montauk to the big leagues at the US Open. But definitely trying to just be calm and have fun, take it heat by heat, and just kind of live in the moment, you know. Don't live too far in the past, don't live in the present, live right in the now, you know. So that's what I've been trying to do. And these girls too, Rachel's been killing it, Crystal and Liv, they're always killing it. They're so good at surfing.
Really competitive heat, this one, Carla. 3 different styles, and for Liv Stokes, she's no slouch in these types of conditions. Her favorite wave actually just down south in Oceanside.
Well, and
so
as
no
you said
stranger
it,
to beach break.
Competitive. These ladies are very competitive. All 3 of them, super in the mode, in the focus to win. And of course, as you already know, Chase, to be able to bypass that elimination round, jump into the round 3, it really helps a lot for just the confidence, the nerves, and being able to kind of set that pace. So I'm sure these girls are thinking the same thing you were when you were out there. Let me get the waves.
Yeah, it's just the elimination round. It's definitely something you want to avoid. Oh yeah, I was sitting out there. I was in 3rd place with 16 minutes left, and I was just like, all right, if I make the elimination round, I'm just gonna keep my head held high and just go into it and have fun, you know. And then end up getting 2 waves and end up winning it. So just the roll the ball in the ocean, you know. It's hard. You just gotta have Mother Nature on your side.
It's true. It's true.
So Rachel Tilley, 2-time longboard champ. She is still the youngest in the history of the sport to be able to accomplish it back in 2015, and our defending world champion as well last year in El Salvador. So we talk about people that have not only accomplished a lot in a short period of time. Within a decade, she has truly not only mentioned that she is one of the all-time greats, I'd have to say too, when it comes to the area where she's from, a lot of talented surfers, Carla, and of course a good plethora of different waves too.
Well, I mean, she's at the ripe age of what,
27?
27, and she's already reached legend status. A lot of us wait 40+ years to reach that kind of status, but when you see her able to get the tip time that she's able to do and kind of keep in control and show the flow and connection between maneuvers, it's just no reason why. I wonder why that she is given the kind of respect that she's earned.
And she can ride all types of equipment too. Great shortboarder, knows how to ride a fish, and of course, Now with the foil becoming a lot more popular, Chase, she is becoming an excellent foiler herself too. I don't know about you over on the East Coast. I know you tend to shortboard quite a bit when the waves demand it, but how important do you think it would say, especially to add on to your longboarding skills, is it to be able to complement things in that sense?
Oh, it's second to none. You need to be able to ride. Oh, here's your replay.
Take it away.
Oh, she's getting up there. It looked a little bit slow at the start, but nice little turn. She was waiting for it to kind of reform on the inside. She did a great job of trying to get in there, but I don't know, it just died out a little bit.
Yeah, not a lot going
But yeah,
on.
just like you were saying, all I see on her Instagram is her on a foil or on a fish or a longboard. You know, it's good. You need to be able to ride all sorts of different boards, and it just helps your surfing all around, like turn-wise, everything.
You take
paddle
the board
power
out
too, yeah.
according to the conditions, right?
Exactly. It's like cutting a steak with a butter knife. You're not going to cut a steak with a butter knife, you know? It's like today you paddle on a longboard. It's not really that big enough for a shortboard, you know?
Well, here goes Hewlett, or at least she was looking at that wave right there. In third priority, though, so nothing's going to change in that sense. Tilly, the heat leader now, her opening ride of 4.5, and an enforced error right there for Rachel Tilly. 22 minutes still left on the clock, and it's been a slow start for both Hewlett and Stokes, but for Tilly, pretty uncommon what we see right here.
Yeah, you could feel that wind picking up on her backs right now.
It's been rather breezy here on the host set all day. It's an entirely different climate once you get out into the sun and then versus in here. But yeah, you can see that onshore, that west wind kind of switched around, kind of pushing a little harder, making it a little bit more textury on the face. But these ladies are no strangers to these kind of conditions, and we'll just adapt and adjust accordingly.
And luckily for us, this wind coming more from the northwest, we are primarily protected by the pier too. So if there is one good thing to look at from this sense, it's definitely having the pier as something beneficial. So it is a 2.5, the backup of Tilly at the moment, and for Hewlett and Stokes, just a throwaway each. And Chase, you know, your development, of course, we were talking to Johnny the Ripper during your heat, and he was super stoked not only to be able to participate once again. It's been really fortunate to be able to see your growth just inside and outside of the water. And for yourself, what's probably one of the biggest things that you've learned about not only your competitiveness, if not in life over the past few years on tour?
Oh, I just take it one step at a time. Don't like overlook it or try and overstep something. You know, overthinking it just doesn't help you, you know? At this stage in the game, everyone's got the skills. Everyone knows how to nose ride, turn. Just all comes down to the mental game and who wants it more at this point, you know? It's great, though. I love surfing with everyone, and they push me super hard, and they're always really nice. And longboard community is just second to none, just like a family, you know? It's awesome.
First year I met you, you won nationals right here at Southside, correct?
I think it was like 2021.
Yeah.
Right? Like the year after COVID, yeah. I was out on my blue Michael surfboard. It was still sponsored by Hurley then. And I didn't even know I was going to be in the U.S. Open a couple of years later, you know?
Didn't we finish the event literally right at dark, too?
It was like 5. It was like 7. It must have been like 7:30. It was winter. It was like October, you know? But that was so much fun. I remember the first year I went on, and one of my first heats, Mitch, is just talking me up on the mic, and I
hadn't heard of you yet. So up until that point, I'm thinking, who is this Chase Leader kid? He keeps on winning each and every heat, and saw his dad on the beach. That's how I met your father too. Your mom Lourdes was watching back home, and all of a sudden, a year and a half later, he's competing here in Huntington. And I'm like, dude, and quickly. Yeah. And that's what was so impressive about it, Chase.
Oh, look at Crystal.
All right, Crystal trying to get that campaign really underway. Sneaks a little nose ride there, a little bit of a shuffle back, not quite able to get back onto her feet to rebound it. Liv also looking for some opening face. Both these girls kind of struggling to find that opening wall. As you mentioned earlier, it's kind of a luck of the draw on the throw of the dice and hoping that, you know, the snake eyes come up or something, right? And it's not as predictable as, say, a wave like Malibu or some of these point breaks where you can kind of predict it a bit more. Huntington's going to be a bit more shifty, the swell, the wind. You got to have to be adaptable and move a lot. I believe you moved quite a bit in your heat. You weren't always in the same spot.
Just constantly moving and reading the ocean. The tide helps a lot as well.
Here's Crystal. Another quick one for her.
Yeah.
She has truly struggled to be able to find
She was telling
something
me
with
we
an
were
open face.
we were free surfing the other day, and she's like, it's just so hard. You got to be able to cross step really quick and get right up on there and back off, you know, because it's a quick wave. It stands up. It doesn't like hold, like it picks up and goes, you know. You got to be up on the nose already before it's even breaking.
Well, and I think I could be wrong here, but Crystal's somebody that is used to surfing J-Bay. You know, a really lined up.
A lot of point breaks where she's from in St.
Right,
Francis.
predictable, you know where you're sitting. It's a long wave. So just speaking from my own experience, a wave like this is challenging for those of us that grew up on a point break. It's hard for us to find our spot. You're used to just going, I go there, and that's where I go.
And
I
you
sit
can
right
set
there.
up the wave. And
You got time and all this. And so for that, she may be having a hard time kind of finding that groove. Luckily, she has another round to go through in the event she doesn't make it through in first place in this one. But yeah, plenty of waves to be ridden, 17.5 minutes on the clock. Tilly still in the lead with a 4.5 and a 2.5.
A lot of falls so far, though. I will say, I mean, I am pretty surprised to see the amount of falls at this level so far. Halfway through the round, you obviously have the top seed out there in the red jersey right now with Tilly. Low score is a 2.5. It's a testament, as you said, to how unpredictable this wave can get. And I think to your point right there, Chase, do you think becoming not only a professional surfer in a place like where you're from in Montauk and how unpredictable the ocean can get over there has truly prepared you for a location like this here in HB? Totally.
The East Coast is just as unpredictable as it gets. You know, every day is going to be totally different than the next. It's just the East Coast, you know.
Well, and I think you both are making fair points as the one sitting in the middle. That's the point break girl that I'm at Malibu. It rarely is windy. It's rarely onshore cruddy. I put my finger in the wind and I'm like, oh, it's a little breezy. I think I'll wait an hour.
You're not paddling out, huh?
Whereas someone like Chase, where you're growing up, where you're going to surf with whatever it is at whatever time, it really does.
It's all timing, too, because if you miss it by 45 minutes, you're going to show up.
It's flat.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I think the point being, though, is that you're going to be surfing in all sorts of conditions, and it really helps improve your skill set to a level that I never really got to because, well, it's not glassy right now, so I'll just wait an hour and go out later. So, yeah, I think it really is a testament to the dynamic that you have on the East Coast and what it brings to the tour. It's great. It's great to see.
So just under 16 minutes on the clock. Things still the same. Tilly in the lead. She does have priority as well. Stokes out there. Once again, congrats to Liv for not only receiving her master's degree in teaching and education, but also lining up a job at one of the high schools in Irvine. Still very young, 23 years of age.
Just a babe.
And boy, she has truly accomplished a lot in a short period of time, too. Comes from a great athletic family, too. Sister Kate, older one, works for IC Sunglasses, a huge partner of us here at the league. And younger sister Claire also getting a degree in San Diego recently. But, you know, we talk about just being able to do multiple different kinds of things throughout the sport of surfing. We have 3 of them out there in the water right now. Halfway through the heat, AJ downstairs with Soleil Erico.
So, Lei, you have been coming here to Huntington for quite a few years, and yet every time you seem to thrive in the different conditions. How'd you do it today?
Oh, yeah, you know, out there is definitely grindy. But, you know, we've been out here surfing this way for years, so we know what we're up against. I was glad to win. A lot of my family and friends came down today because it's the weekend, and I was like, I do not want to lose when you guys are here. So I'm glad I took it out. It was a close one. Definitely, like, didn't go excellent or anything, but I got the job done.
As you come into this 2025 season, we've gotten to see you thrive in so many different moments in the last few years, from your hometown of Malibu, back here at Huntington. You had a great run last year. Just what's your mindset coming into this season?
I mean, I've learned over the years that you just prepare as well as you can and do your best, and whatever happens, happens. Eliminating the pressure of winning is not good. So, yeah, and I'm just trying to enjoy myself. Like, this time of year is so special that we all get to be here competing, and all of us are seeing each other again after, you know, a year, and it's good. I'm enjoying myself.
And we're certainly enjoying watching you surfing again. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Congrats to Soleil Erico, moving straight through into the round of 16 after a heat win here in the opening round. A couple of scores dropping in out there for heat number 4, 13 minutes 30 on the clock. Hewlett a 2.27 and just a 2.3 for Rachel Tilley. So, you know, speaking of how diverse the lineup is now globally, and of course coming from the East Coast yourself, you tend to surf with a lot of great surfers that eventually don't make it either to the Challenger Series, the World Longboard Tour, even the QS, most of them, because they tend to pursue other things. For yourself, what was the biggest motivation of actually wanting to become a pro surfer and eventually get to this point, Chase?
That's a great question. Well, back home, you know, I'm on Long Island. Everyone's like lacrosse kid or football.
Can you say Long Island again?
Long Island.
Long Island.
Where's my coffee? Long Island wise guy. But yeah, it's just everyone not really like there. We only had 3 surfers in my high school. It was me, my buddy, and my other buddy. That's it. And I mean, coming from where I am, it's hard to surf with someone who's better than you. You know, like it's very rare. And the first time I really wanted to compete professionally was when I went to the New York WSL in 2019, and I saw everyone there and the whole scene, and I fell in love as soon as I got there.
I got to do it.
I had to. It was my first week in high school. I was like in 9th grade, and my first heat ever was with Waxhead.
No way,
Yeah.
with Matt.
Yep, Matt Chinaski.
So Tilley working this wave through all the way to the inside. Great work right there by our current and defending event champion, Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora, and Chase Leader here with you for heat number 4 of the women's opening round. Speaking of somebody who truly has worked her way through to the very top, Tilley, still the youngest world champion in the history of longboarding, looking to improve on a 2.5 right here, Carla.
Yeah, I think she'll definitely do that. She's got that 4.5. She's sitting up there. She gets plenty of tip time on here, reads the wave quite well, works it into that inside reform section using that rail work and then more tip time. This is definitely, I'd even go so far to say this is going to better her 4.5. So I think she's going to definitely drop that 2.5, leaving her with a 4.5 and a higher score. Nice little rebound off the whitewater there. Definitely well connected and put together wave. The scores in general a bit lower than we saw earlier in the day. Just kind of a indication of just kind of the change in conditions, a little bit more texture on the water. Tide is filled in quite a bit, which actually is almost now swollen the break a bit. So just changing things up, but Tilley, no stranger to making things happen and getting it to work. And here we go, Mitch. We finally got.
Raise the roof.
We got out of the 6 range.
Raise the roof, a 7.17 for the heat leader, Rachel Tilley. As we see Liv Stokes right here, she's now needing an excellent score of a 9.1. Good footwork so far by the Canadian Stokes. Looking to make it through to the inside, and somehow, I was about to say she was going to make it. Once again, the curse of the commentator right there, but with 10 minutes to go, should be improving on the 2.57, it seems, and still needing the 9.1. Same thing for Hewlett right here, needing a 9.37, but plenty of time for the three of them out there. And you look at Stokes and what she's been able to accomplish, especially going to school the majority of the time. Pretty big accomplishments right there, Chase, for her.
Oh, she is the most kindest, sweetest girl out there. She's always saying hi to me, and I know she'd be a great teacher, you know, like for all these little kids, they'd be stoked to have Liv as a teacher, you know?
I know I would, and I hope those high schoolers eventually listen to her in the first few weeks of school too. Tilley right here, heat leader. A couple of taps right there with 9:20 on the clock, so looking to improve on a 4.5. Hewlett in and out. Seems like she has not been able to find anything with the open face right here, both right and left. And priority will be established by Liv Stokes. So her last one, just a 1.6. Not enough open face on that one for her. Seems like Crystal in the blue might be looking at something towards the southern end of the break right here at Southside, and she's up. Looking to find a lip line. She won't be able to really navigate that wave the way she wanted to. And the last of Tilley doesn't seem like it's really going to matter that much either.
Yeah, if I were to give Crystal and Liv advice right now, I fell on my first 2 waves and I was just kind of a little frazzled. Took a couple deep breaths and regrouped.
Reset.
And you just got to reset and just wait for the good ones that come in. Look at Rachel, another good wave.
8:20 on the clock, using her second priority to her benefit. Gets to the nose right there, quick 5, into the carve, and those chops on the face just made it very difficult for her to be able to ride out of that one. So just over 8 minutes, we got some big stars in the house. Rosie is with one of them.
I am standing with a Grammy-nominated band, the Common Kings, you guys. So sick to be here with all of them. Obviously, you guys growing up in Hawaii, but also some roots here in Orange County. You'll be playing at the Sundown Set this evening. How rad is it to be playing on the beach at the US Open of Surfing?
Oh, this is our home away from home, so it's nothing better than this. The US Open, Huntington Beach, our backyard. We've always wanted to do this, so I'm glad we made it happen.
Your set is going to be starting at about 5 to 8 p.m. at the beach bar this evening. What can fans look forward to?
Well, if you've been to a Common King show, you know it's a great time. We like to have fun, party on stage, and we're bringing the heat tonight, so be ready.
I love it. It's such a vibe. Any songs that you guys will be playing this evening that we can look forward to?
Oh, the usual, I think the favorite, Wade in Your Water, No Other Love. We got you guys.
I dig Wade in Your Water. I'm looking forward to that one. A little Surfer Girl tribute there. I like that. And a merch booth here at Huntington. Fans, go check that out. What can they pick up? What kind of merch are you guys slinging?
We got some cool new drops that we have there, so exclusive for, you know, for the t-shirts and hats. Yep, we got it here.
Perfect for the sun. You're wearing some of it right there. I love it, you guys. The Common Kings will be playing tonight at the beach bar. Sundown Set, 5 to 8 p.m. Please come down and watch it. You can scan the QR code on your screen and get some tickets to come to tonight's show. So stoked to have you guys here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We'll send it back to you, Mitch.
Thank you, Rosie, and big props to Common Kings. Awesome dudes and the most talented musicians you'll ever meet. So scan the QR code on screen, get your tickets tonight. Going on set at 5 p.m. for the Sundown Sets here. We'll be starting off with Common Kings later this afternoon. And, you know, I already got my tickets, guys.
I just
I'm
got
really
mine,
excited.
Mitch. Let's go.
That's a cool group right there. If there weren't 4 cooler looking dudes, I don't know. Those guys.
Great style, right? I was about to say.
I was like, I want to hang out with them.
Top to bottom, and they just seem like legit guys. And of course, when it comes to reggae, what better way to share it with your friends right here than at the US Open, Chase? I know your dad's frothing for that concert too later tonight.
He is definitely a little bit frothing. I just hope I'll see you there, Mitch.
Okay, just so you guys know, we've had some experiences in the past that have been very great, but at times I do get a little preoccupied when I see both Chase and his father at the same time. I can handle one of you guys at a moment, but the two of you guys together, it usually spells trouble for me.
Double leader.
Oh.
The double leader is
It's a lot.
It's
We
a
need
lot.
your
He's gotta
mother
keep
here.
an eye after me sometimes.
Or you after him.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it goes either way, you know.
Really, really fun time with you guys, though. And if I will say, I mean, having your mom back home, taking care of the business, and of course, just making sure that you guys are always well taken care of. Shout out to Lourdes, man. I mean, she is truly the one that holds it down for everybody over there in Montauk.
She's the best. I mean, she surfs every day, and she's a frother. She's a bigger frother than me. Crystal on a good wave.
Yeah, finally Crystal getting some action done. She's going to feel a lot better after this wave.
So just under 5 minutes to go. She at least looking to improve on a 2.3 to make her life a bit easier right here in these last 5 minutes of the heat. Stokes still looking to improve on her 2.57, and really a wave that broke out of nothing here, Carla.
I mean, we call these the growers, not the shower, right? So it kind of grew into itself and gave her some scoring potential there, more scoring than she's had thus far. She's only been sitting with a couple 2s. So she's going to feel a lot better after this wave. She is looking for a 9.37. I'm afraid that will not be the case for her, but she will drop a 3.07, so puts her into second place. Liv now requiring a 9, Crystal requiring an 8.6 with 3 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
So talent is one thing, Chase. You mentioned that earlier, that at this point, everybody who's gotten in here knows how to surf. but the mental fortitude that you need to have, especially with the comeback that you had in the last 8 minutes of your heat, there's still a possibility if you think about it mathematically with 3:30 on the clock right here.
And it's literally the Ocean's game right now. The wave could be sent right to Crystal or Liv, and they could get the score right at any second, you know? I was in 3rd place, and I needed an 8.33. I'm like, hey, there definitely is an 8.33 out here. It's just for me to find, and, you know, it's like, it's tricky, though.
Do you perform better under pressure, by the way, Chase?
I don't know, honestly. I mean, I feel like once I got like a rhythm going and like the Ocean's with me and the rhythm's going, then I just keep getting better and better and better. But like when I start off and get a couple falls underneath my belt, then I'm like, all right, reset, regroup, and just look for the better wave that comes in. And kind of I moved away from move away from the pack, stay under 3rd priority, and just go ham at that point.
Sometimes being under priority can be an advantage because they're sitting out there waiting and you can kind of almost sit inside. And I think with these conditions, the bigger sets weren't necessarily the best. It was actually those smaller in-betweeners, and that probably kind of leaves you with a window, be like, okay guys, you wait out here and I'll just go sneak inside here.
Yeah, like they were off to the left towards the buoy and I went straight towards the jetty, and I was like, okay, just pick off a couple.
Separate.
And it happened, it worked, and the little inside pier ball was working and just came to fruition. It's just tricky, man. The Ocean
and
either loves you or it hates you,
right,
you know?
And so to say that strategy, you used it then, but maybe the next heat you could use it again, but it might not turn out the same way. So it's just a luck of the draw, if you will, or a studying of the conditions.
Play it by
in the ocean.
ear, you know? I paddled out. Oh, Rachel. Oof.
Well, that's gonna give
affect.
priority away.
Yeah.
Yep. So Stokes right here with first priority. Hewlett still needing the 8.6. You were mentioning, though, Chase, sometimes it's the hand you're dealt, and by Mother Nature especially, nothing you can really do about it except surf what's in front of you.
Yeah, sometimes you just get in rhythm with the Ocean, and other times you just are totally out of rhythm. You can't even. It's happened to me way too many times.
Well, I remember that in your last heat, like it was slow to start, you didn't quite have the flow, and then once you got that one, and then the flow just kind of happened, and then you got the rhythm, and then you could feel that energy even from the screen. You could feel the energy from you of like, okay, I got this now. Like, all right, guys, watch me now, watch me now.
It definitely helps. It like just takes a lot of weight off your shoulder.
I wish I could be that way. Not many people in your position, Chase, that can really handle things the way you do.
It takes a lot out of me, though.
You're young. You've got it. You've got time.
So 45 seconds right here. Tilly, who has just really had another awesome performance given the surf out there at the moment, halfway through the round. So our top seed will be moving through straight into the round of 16. Although there are still 30 seconds on the clock, so always a possibility of something until the buzzer sounds. Priority with Stokes at the moment, and Hewlett also needing an 8.6. And just looking at Rachel Tilly, consistency has been key for her so far throughout not only this event, really throughout her career. And she's going to start off with another bang right here, Carla. She's moving straight into the round of 16.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly what she wanted to do. That was, I'm sure, her objective. I'm sure it's everyone's objective, but definitely for Rachel. She wants to take this one home, like we've talked about through rehearsals. She wants to be in that group of three title holders.
So Rachel Tilly, Crystal Hewlett, Liv Stokes. It's Tilly moving straight through into the round of 16. Big thank you and best of luck to Chase Leader and the rest of the event. Be right back with Heat 5 here in Huntington Beach for the Lexus US Open.
Here we go, to the south, Ginger. Ooh. Looks like she is going east, but that's not losing more. Now behind her, Natsumi has a quick look. And then our other, oh no, we didn't actually be able to go to the right, or that's what, oh, that's one over there, to the south, there we go, shooting on the right. On the yellow board.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
What's up, surf fans? Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We're live from Huntington Beach, California, and we're straight into the action. We've got opening round Heat 5 for the women just kicking off. There was 30 minutes on the clock, but now there's already 27:30, so time is flying down here. We're watching Natsumi Toka right now, riding this wave all the way through to the sand. That'll be her opening ride. She'll be going up against Ginger Akami and Chloe Calmon. So another international superheat in this lineup. Winner of that last heat, no surprise, it was Rachel Tilley, getting into the double digits with an 11.67 total. And we're getting really used to seeing Rachel Tilley on the glass in post-heat interviews because she basically wins everything. She's our reigning world champion, our reigning US Open champ. And here is Ginger now. Everyone's been mentioning Ginger as a new name to watch. So we're excited to see all three of these surfers for the next 26 minutes, 50 seconds left. I'm Chris Cote, that's Rosie Hodge. Sam Bleakley's way over there. Sam, so far so good today. You know, these waves to me are tailor-made for an opening day of a log event.
Yeah, and what about the music? I think Rosie's just been awarded Broadcaster of the Day award for her fantastic interview there. I mean, the music, we got a lot to look forward to.
It's more like a festival atmosphere down here at the US Open of Surfing. Common Kings are going to be playing this evening at the Beach Bar. Sundown set this evening from 5 to 8 p.m. So, yeah, I was nervous for that one. So thank you, Sam, for the props because, yeah, it was so great to be standing. Grammy-nominated artists. That's pretty rad to be watching them right here at Huntington Beach.
Super cool that you got us on the guest list. VIP or just general admission?
No, I got us backstage.
Oh, wow. Now I'm excited and nervous.
But talking about nerves, I mean, let's talk about Ginger Kaimi, the youngster from Italy, 13 years old, reigning European junior champion. The goofy footer, extremely talented, but it's back in action from Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro. Chloe Calmon, she's taken a year off the world tour, and will this be her year to finally win a long overdue world title?
Oh, wow, I actually got goosebumps just considering that. Chloe is such an incredibly talented surfer, recognizing that sometimes taking that little bit of break and reconfiguring, it takes a lot out of you competing, going for a world title year after year. So happy to see Chloe back.
And what's really special about Ginger is she's on a Michael Takayama board. So she's got this custom board that she collected when she arrived in Southern California. Ginger has learned to surf in Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands, which is a pretty great wave zone. There's a lot of wind, there's a lot of reef, there's a lot of power. So she's grown up dealing with juicy Atlantic conditions. She's really comfortable in a big variety of waves. And her standout skill set is her nose riding. She can nose ride through long sections. Yes, she's young and small still, but she's been beating huge names like Elise Lemoine in recent years, and you'll really get to see that she is one of the biggest talents in longboarding at the moment.
Wow, just incredible. Just what an international field. I mean, growing up in the Canaries, just seeing her coming in here as a talent that she is, but picking up a Michael Takayama as you land in Southern California, I mean, that is such a keepsake and an absolute, that's a trophy in itself, having that board.
And her dad, Franco, he's from Italy, and her mum is Chinese, but she's been raised in Spain, so she speaks Spanish, she speaks Italian, and she speaks a little bit of Mandarin. She's homeschooled, so she's really able to focus on her travel and her competition, and it's just really exciting to have her here.
Wow, I mean, you can just pick whatever nation you want to represent. Obviously, choosing to fly the flag of Italy right there, but what an incredible story. Probably giving Leo Fioravanti a little bit of a run for his money in terms of language counts.
Yeah, I reckon Leo will be tuning in. You know, there'll be some big energy behind the Italian surf scene right now. This is a massive moment for Ginger, and she's had a pretty good start, Chris.
Yeah, and just at 13 years old, I mean, that is already a stacked resume, and more to come as she's in the lead, using priority. She's got a nice looking left right here, straight to the nose, and maybe just a little too much time on the nose. She goes down, but she has the highest score, single wave, or the highest total so far, 3.5 and a 2.23. Highest single wave score goes to Natsumi the 4.57. So great way to start there from Natsumi Toka. Let's take a look back at what happened. What went wrong here for Ginger Kaimi?
Well, she had a high line. She dropped down on this nose ride just here, and there's just a little bit of chop that catches her out. I think that's a little bit of nerves. You know, you would be used to seeing her just easily walk out of nose rides like that. This is a big occasion for her, but she's got lots of time. These 30-minute heats, I mean, the wave count, some of the surfers have been getting up to 11 waves in the 30-minute time.
Yeah, there's no shortage of waves, and I definitely feel like, you know, so much of longboarding is intuitive, and when you add that element of nerves when you're competing, it's hard to kind of overcome that and let your own self rise to the occasion when this, like you said, world stage right now. It's a huge moment for Ginger, and let's see how she conducts herself.
Yeah, and it's great to see Chloe back. She took a year off the World Tour, of course, from Macumba Beach. She won the Mexi Log Fest earlier this season, which is a really prestigious event to win. But this is her it was 15 years ago that she started competing on the World Longboard Tour in 2010. So she's still pretty young, Chloe, but she's got an incredible history of competition success. And her drop knees, her flow, her speed. I mean, she's like the samba dancing role model of silky longboarding. You know, she's the benchmark that you study for the moves. And I think that Ginger would have been very inspired by watching video clips of Chloe. So this will be a big moment for Ginger. And it would be interesting if the reason that she fell on that last wave, will the nerves get to Ginger? Is this, you know, like almost too much at such a young age, or can she compose herself in the last 20 minutes?
I think, I mean, it's actually incredible to see, to me, how athletes have evolved, and watching even the younger competitors, I'm thinking on the Women's Championship Tour, is how well they meet these big moments. And I know Ginger is really young, but I feel like to be where she is right now, she probably has a lot of wisdom and an old soul, and she's going to be able to handle what's happening right now. But I'm going to love to watch this heat unfold and see how many waves we can get going for her.
Yeah, they're pretty focused. Her dad, Franco, is really got her back, and they come into heats with strategy. You know, they study things, they do a lot of video analysis, and you'll sometimes see, even after Ginger comes back from a heat win, there's still something to consider, something to improve. So, you know, the training, the strategy, the thought behind every trip, every contest is, you know, there's a lot of depth behind what we're seeing from Ginger here.
We do have 20 minutes 48 to go as we see Natsumi Toka now. Kind of a rare right for the afternoon. Did get some time on the nose, a nice turn there. Just relaxing on this wave, gets 5 over, still going. So nice work there for Natsumi.
She's gone for the double bun. Normally she'll have the single ponytail or the single bun. It looks like she's gone for the kind of Chiba Japan double bun for Natsumi. And will it work? We'll see. But she is so fast. Natsumi's got the quickest footwork up and in and out of the nose rides. And she's a real charger as well.
This is the 4.57 from Natsumi.
I like that, straight into the 10, and you can see the speed of her footwork. I mean, one of the great things, Rosie, about Natsumi is that she stands out in all conditions, whether she's pulling into barrels, whether she's riding small waves. She's always on the pulse. She's very, very quick in and out of the nose rides, but she reads waves well also. And I think that Huntington is a good spot for her because it's not indifferent to Chiba in Japan.
True. I mean, this wind swell is something that she'd be surfing every single day. And watching her, I mean, the top half of her body is so composed and quiet, and her footwork is so quick and delicate. It's beautiful to watch just how intricate all the little movements that she's making are. Just beautiful surfing from her. Great flow.
She's just come off the back of getting second at a longboard QS event at the wave pool in Seoul in Korea. So that was a good result for her.
That just wrapped up, I feel like, last weekend.
Yeah, it would have been, you know, tight travel. I mean, you've had a trip back from J-Bay. You know the feeling of coming straight into the action from a lot of time on the airline, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the way she's surfing.
Yeah, definitely. There's that little bit of a transition where you kind of, you know, this is part of it, traveling and the jet lag and everything, and coming to Huntington. It's something that she'll be overcoming and going straight into competing off the back of a big result.
That's momentum brought with her, along with a massive board bag, I could imagine. 18:36 to go. Natsumi Toka in the lead for now. Chloe Kelman out the back with priority. As we wait for the next wave to roll through, let's go down to the glass. AJ McCord is standing by with Rachel Tilley.
Rachel, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. This is exactly how we started last year, 2024 Huntington Beach. You get the win, you go on to win another world title with a decade almost in between those two. We were talking about how has that sunk in? 8 months-ish later, how has that sunk in that you're a two-time world champ?
It's still pretty unbelievable. I think coming into this event now, you know, obviously I got to celebrate that with my family and got to go to the awards, do all of that, and that was amazing. But like coming back to this event, and now we're starting a new tour and coming in as first seed, it's kind of all hitting me again of like, oh wow, we're kicking this year off, and I haven't started the year off as the first seed since 2016. So yeah, it feels really good, and I'm really excited to be here. And this is my home, so we're starting the first event off here in California, and yeah, I'm very happy.
What are you most proud of yourself for over the last decade between those world titles that you've been able to showcase and grow in your surfing and as a human being?
Oh my gosh, big question. I think I'm most proud, at least in my surfing, I've definitely become a better surfer. You know, my first world title, I went in with, I think I achieved that because that was just my goal of like, from being a kid, it was what I had written down, and I was just trying to achieve that goal. And going into the second one over the last few years, I had to rediscover my new why. Like, why was I still showing up to compete, and why was I still doing this? And I rediscovered just my genuine love for this, and the opportunity to travel around the world with all these other women and men is incredible, and that's why I continue to show up. And I think through that I became a better surfer, and so I'm really proud with the surfing I was able to do to achieve this world title and the win here at the US Open last year. And yeah, so I think that's what I'm most proud of.
As it makes sense, that why is so important, and it's so apparent every time you hit the water. Just how good does it feel to have this first heat win in 2025?
Yeah, great. I mean, it's so tricky out there. If you watch the heat, you're watching these heats right now. Yeah, it's really tricky conditions, but I've surfed a million amateur heats just like this, so I feel even more confident when it looks tricky like this, because I know I've put the time and work into trying to learn how to surf these well. Still made a few mistakes that I can go and review and try and build upon for future heats this year or this event, and we'll go from there. But I'm very happy with a win to start.
As you should be. We're so happy to see you back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ, and congrats, Rachel Tilley. I talk about carrying momentum, bridging the gap between a title and today. I mean, she's just catching up right where she left off, and yeah. We knew she would. We know what type of competitor she is.
Agreed. That was a really good interview. As always, amazing questions from AJ. But it was very interesting when I saw Rachel win her most recent world title, to compare the experience of winning in 2015 and then winning again with more pressure last season. But this surfer from Rio looking so silky. I mean, Rosie, you can just see why so many young longboarders around the world, men and women, grow up studying the moves of Chloe Calmon.
And it's so true. She's got such a unique style. She does add that little bit of spice to her surfing. You know, that the way she carries herself on land definitely translates to the way that she rides waves. Yeah, Chloe definitely is competing for over 15 years too. So that is a long career. That's a lot of life experience. That's a lot of competing. But that traveling and all of those experiences just start to exude through your surfing.
So she rides boards shaped by Nico Carbone, the new Advance down in Sao Paulo. It's actually the biggest surfboard factory in Brazil. And Nico's been supporting Chloe since she was a Grom. So they've been fine-tuning designs. And this is the board that she won the Mexi Lockfest on earlier in the season. So it's a favorite, a trusted board. So will it deliver the magic? We'll have to see. But you could hear from Rachel that she, you know, emphasizing how you've got to be busy out there. You've got to be super active. You can't be too patient.
Well, with 13:58 to go, Chloe Calmon now jumps her way into the lead, a 5.23 and a 4.67. It's going to be pretty interesting later on in the draw. We've got Chloe Coleman from Montauk, Chloe Calmon representing Brazil. Opposite sides of the draw. That could be a pretty confusing semifinal or quarterfinal matchup.
Could be a final.
Who knows?
But I mean, you would have seen the psychology of a lot of the shortboarders, Rosie, in the sense when you win a world title like Rachel did when you're young and there wasn't much weight on your shoulders, and then she came so close so many years. I think it was in 2017 when she lost by a narrow margin to Soleil Erico in Taiwan, and she was studying at Bond University at the time, and she was doing research for her assignments and exams between heats, and she only just lost that, and she had to really dig deep to win another world title. And the difference between winning on your ascendancy when you're super young, age 17, and defending that again later in your life, it's really impressive to have that strength and that resilience.
Yeah, and I'm sure that she would say that she cherishes maybe the second one even more, just knowing how hard she had to fight for that. Maybe the first one came a lot easier for her, and she didn't really even recognize the gravity of that achievement. So obviously world champ, but yeah, amazing to see her almost 10 years later win that second world title, and so much life lived in between, getting a degree at university. Pretty impressive.
Big time for sure. 12:25 to go. Surfers waiting patiently for the next set to whirl through. We're going to ask you at home to wait patiently. Well, we're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with more action and the culmination of opening round Heat 5.
Teahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, it's a surf mecca. Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago and Party. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
There's something wicked right around the corner. Lexus Tahiti Pros coming up next on the championship tour, the last stop on tour before the final 5. That event's going to set up everything for a potential world title for a man and a woman at the end of this season. August 7th through the 16th, Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. I'm very excited. I'm going to be on the boat watching those barrels from the front row. That is the best job in surfing, if not the world.
It truly is.
Yeah, Rosie, I can't trade. I'm sorry. I'm already locked in. I'm basically on the boat already in my mind.
Yeah, no, I'm hissing at you because that is such an incredible experience.
I tell you, a couple of longboarders who've charged Teahupu on their longboards, Dwayne DeSoto and Clea Moniz, both ridden maxing. In fact, Dwayne was surfing the swell that became the Millennium Wave ride of Laird Hamilton. He was out there on an Oxbow trip at that time. And then later, Clea Moniz took it on, and she did a great job. So, you know, search up those video clips if you're listening online, because it was pretty impressive. She's one of the few longboarders to take it on at full size.
Trailblazers.
Absolutely impressive vision from that. Raymana, just, you know, Peyton and Raymana, I love you, babe. Go. Just.
Wow, this is a big one because Chloe's out there in the lead. Ginger needing that score. Natsumi looking strong, but Chloe, wow, impressive to come back from a whole season off tour and to really perform at this level in the types of conditions that we've got. But you could see that she was just so smooth and composed on those nose rides, looking to go on the lefts. But the option is still there for Natsumi and Ginger because not chasing massive scores.
Yeah, this one's so very tight. Natsumi needs a 5.83, 5.33. Ginger needs a 6.40. Not a lot of waves have come through in the last few minutes, so that just kind of adds to the tension. And tension is a strange word to say when you're kind of looking at this scene. It's a very relaxing, chill Saturday afternoon. We're at about 2:09, so prime time at the beach, but there's still work to be done, and you've really got to do your best to identify a wave that's going to give you anything right now. And unbelievably, Ginger Kaimi gets herself up on the nose on a wave that was literally nothing. That was low-key, pretty great surfing. I mean, where is it? What's going on here?
Yeah, you can see the talent in Ginger, you know, the way she sets herself up. You know, the wave didn't deliver much scoring potential, but there's pure class and pure skill in this young surfer. And you know, maybe this first event of the tour is a lot of pressure for her, but if she does slip into round 2, she will learn a lot from this experience against Chloe and Natsumi.
And just like, you know, that first-hand account from Rachel Tilley saying just how tricky it is in this lineup at the moment. I mean, we've got that energy from the swell kind of dissipating slightly, got that tide starting to go low, and it's direct onshore with that southwest wind. That's also kicked up a couple notches.
It must feel like, you know, if your friends are down on the beach here in Huntington somewhere, these beaches are massive, and they just say, hey, we're kind of by the pier just to the south a little bit. We're the people with the umbrella. Come find us. That's what it's like finding a good wave out there. As you see, Ginger having no problem getting on the nose on a tiny little wave, but making it count. She's looking for a 6.4. She is, the last wave came through a 1.93, but that wave much better, a little bigger, and a little bit more push to it.
Well, I'm glad we got the chance to see that because I know I was really bigging up her nose riding, and I think she demonstrated it just there. You know, the fact that she just set herself such a clean line, walked cleanly and confidently and so elegantly. There's wisdom, there's maturity in this 13-year-old. Gets that line, 2 steps, 6 all the way to the 5, and gets that lifting 10 on her Michael Takayama board, walks out. And although she's small, she's still got strong rail work. And I think that's a symptom of learning to surf in Fuerteventura, which is a place of a lot of powerful waves and some pretty strong winds in the afternoons.
You can even just tell by her body language as she kicked out of that wave, as she's paddling back out, she's a little bit more, feeling a little bit more of that confidence as she's headed back out.
Yeah. I think she would have been a bit frazzled falling on that earlier wave that we saw. That's unusual for her. And, you know, this is now given her a reset, a little bit of confidence. It's probably going to go into her top 2, that score. And then she's going to have something she can really hunt for.
Is she a bit of an anomaly coming from the Canary Islands? I mean, not many people are going, I want to learn how to ride a longboard traditionally coming from that area.
Yeah, well, she lives on Fuerteventura, and she surfs a lot of waves on the North Track, and they're boogie board and ledgy waves. You know, the shortboard scene there is aggressive and territorial. The bodyboarders are hardcore, and I think that has grounded her to be a serious surfer, and it's healthy for her. You know, she's really comfortable, you know, in pressurized ocean conditions. And if you see her on a big day on a longboard, she'll find a way to paddle out without having to duck dive. She reads the ocean really well.
Well, we're inside of 5 minutes now. Chloe Calamont still in the lead. Score comes through for Ginger. Decent number, a 4.90. She's still in third, but now needs a 5.01, making her job a little bit easier. Natsumi, meanwhile, has priority. It's a 5.33 if she wants that top spot. You know, and scanning the internet as we see Felice Kale'opa'a making her way back out for her debut here at the 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing.
She's going to be fun to watch because Khalees has won here at Huntington 2 years ago, and she is so smooth, so fluid, the way she links things together. We saw her cousin Coniella surfing in the men's round earlier, and Khalees as well, a goofy footer, but the flow that she has, the way she uses the footwork to link things up, effortless, but done with so much poise as well. She's the perfect example of making the difficult look easy on a longboard.
Well, you know who is the master making difficult look easy? Mr. David Nueva. Recently celebrated his 77th birthday. Actually just had a surgery as well, and so he's getting back on his feet. But some of his friends, Joe Tudor and some others, they put up a GoFundMe for David just to, you know, kind of help him get back. And I think all of us owe it to the legend, David Nueva, to check it out, see what we can do to help out an icon of our sport. And we all owe him a debt of gratitude, if not, you know, a couple bucks to help him get back going.
Oh, 100%. And of course, there's those famous photos of Nueva soul arching in '66 here. And then I was looking back at the kind of winners of the US Open in the times before the shortboard revolution. And Corky Carroll and David Nueva shared many finals together, as did Linda Benson and Joyce Hoffman. And Nueva's one of the greats, and another goofy footer looking really good. Look at the footwork, the way she walks out of those nose rides. This is not easy in the bumps, but quickly out of that opening nose ride.
She's just so reactive to what the wave's doing too. It seems like she's anticipating that wave bottoming out as we see Ginger.
I like that little action on the takeoff, showing us that she's starting to maybe feel a little bit more confident, getting loose and maybe a little bit too loose. So a lot of movement down the line. It's kind of cool. We got to see her graceful side on the previous wave. Right there, we got to see kind of the action side of Ginger Kaimi.
That was really creative, the way she set that board on rail with kind of 2 speed check turns before going into the nose ride. We're used to seeing her fade in and walk straight into a 5 or a 10, but she just recognized the shape of that wave, that she wanted to just change direction a few times. But it almost was as if the rhythm she had got so busy and elastic that when she did that final hit, she just was a little bit out of tempo with the wave.
I like a good swivel, you know,
Yeah.
when you can just kind of, it's like your body's not moving a lot and your legs are doing a lot of the work. I think Alex Nost might be the master swiveler on a log, but I like what we saw right there for Ginger. While that might not be a huge score, it was really fun to watch and hopefully some foreshadowing of things to come. Meanwhile, Chloe Kalman fading right straight to the nose. Tricky situation there, and yeah, she goes down. That was a double bump right there. Natsumi on the replay.
Nice into the 10. Smaller wave, but tight, quick footwork and a good committed 10, and a really nice sure change of direction on the cutback, just coming back off the foam. But again, that wave dying on her, but she's still in the mix, only needing a mid-5 range. This was that like double turn and then the setup for the nose, but it just felt like she's now a little bit out of tempo on this last turn here as she walks back to the tail. Had she just ridden out of that, chasing a 5.01, she may well have been close to the score, because she dropped a score as a 3.43. So that says that had she finished that wave, she could have got the 5 she needed.
Natsumi just walked the plank straight off the nose, but gets her board right back under her and makes her back into the takeoff zone. 30 seconds left. You can feel a little bit of the urgency coming through. Chloe Kalman now on a gem of a left. Quick 5. Regroups, straightens out. She's going to scan what's ahead of her and goes down. Action-packed at the beginning of that wave, though. And here we go, Ginger Kaimi. She gets on the nose.
Wow.
Nice extended 5. Creeps back to the tail, and kind of a similar finish to that wave than her previous one. So she's definitely, I'm sure, learned a few things. She's going to take some notes going into the second round, but Natsumi needing a 5.33.
Yeah, well, that looked like a good potential score for Natsumi because of the ground that she had covered. Didn't quite link it all the way through to the inside, but I'm sensing that that could have been a decent score for Natsumi. So we're probably going to have to wait for the final exchange of scores.
I mean, even Chloe's last.
Yeah, she sets herself up really nicely here. I love the poise in the stall and the tight 5 and walks out. And then as she does that down calf, she just would have been hoping that she's going to get a reform and get some more open face after this foam, but it just kind of swallows her in that section, so it probably won't go into her top 2. And again, this is a really nice nose ride for Ginger. Locks the 5, gets some lift, stretches back on that 5 nose ride, but just on this final move here, she needed to distinctly ride out of that to get the 5 that she was requiring to move up into first, as we get to see Natsumi looking super good as well on that wave.
Yeah, great direction change there from her, getting this one all the way through. We didn't actually see that outside section to begin with, as there was a flurry of action, but Nice work on the outside. Rides this one through. Gets a little bit of tip time there. A little bit of water flying off the nose there. So not as clean as what you would have hoped for.
Yeah, that's the phrase I was going to use. She needed like something clean and distinctive. I think that it's not going to change the situation. Chloe's going to stay in the lead and take the win. But I think that Ginger can gain a lot of confidence from her performance today.
Yeah, every heat is an opportunity to learn something.
Well, Chloe Kalman gets the win, opening round heat 5. But don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Kalis Kaleopa'a goes up against 2 solid competitors. We got more to come from the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and brought to you by Huntington Beach, California. This is a live shot of a super Saturday here in Surf City, USA. The beach is absolutely going off. The waves, hey, it's fun. It's rideable, especially if you got a big log like all of our competitors today, tomorrow, and the next day will be riding. Great conditions, competition already today. We've seen finishes in the double digits. Chloe Kalman got a win in that last heat. And in this heat, another awesome mix of surfers. In the red, Kalis Kaleopa'a has had a lot of success here in Huntington Beach and, of course, all over the world. On paper, you'd think she would be the one to beat in this heat, but she's got her hands full, no doubt.
Yeah, this is a good one against Sive Girard, the first female to represent American Samoa on the WSL when she qualified for the season last year. And Kira Molnar from Noosa, Australia. Kira is also the first female president of any of the 10 World Surfing Reserves. She's the president of the Noosa World Surfing Reserve. So she works as a surf coach and a Pilates instructor. And both of those 2 regular footers, they're really strong and they're quick. They compete regularly. But Kalis, she seems to thrive on rhythm. When she shines is when she's feeling relaxed and she's got that flow going. And her surfing is so spontaneous and natural. And, you know, she gets a lot of that from both her mum and dad, are really great surfers. But don't rule out both Kira and Sive. They are incredible longboarders, and they're very good competitors as well. They know how to build on their scores. They know how to be patient when they need to or be busy when they need to get more waves.
There you see back-to-back US Open Surfing Champion 2023-2022. I believe in 2023, she won with her cousin on the male side. And that was just a great story. That was the Hawaiian sweep year.
Yeah, she was incredible both of those years. And again, I talked about that word rhythm. That's what we saw from her, just the timing. Kira up and riding.
Kira fading left. This little power snap, keeping herself in the pocket there. Not an easy wave to ride. Almost like she's going upriver on a stationary wave. It's getting quite weird out here. But if anybody can make it look good, it's these three surfers in the water with 25:32 to go. No scores of note just yet, but we know there's a couple needles in this haystack. And I'm pretty sure one of these surfers is going to find it in the next few minutes.
Yeah, good range of boards. Kira Monar rides the Peter White boards. Sive has been riding the Ian Chisholm boards, the Slasher Low Pro model. Ian Chisholm from Torquay, down in Victoria. And Khalees, of course, has her Thunderbolt model with the Kai Salas Longboard Company, the Waikiki model. So you can get all of these different models that the surfers are riding from Peter White, Ian Chisholm, and Kai Salas, respectively. A nice spread of shapers represented. I'm always interested to see what the surfers are riding. I like to check in with them before an event to see if anybody's changed things up. And all of last season, Sive started working with Ian Chisholm, and it's been paying off.
Sive here. Again, none of these waves are going to be easy to surf, so it's all going to be about which surfer, of course, puts themselves in the best position on the wave, because there are brief moments of open face to work with, but then maximizing the potential of the wave, which I feel like Sive did. You know, the mid portion of this wave is going to be dead flat. So if you can make it through that and get closer to the inside section, closer to the sand, length of ride isn't something the judges are necessarily looking for, but overall performance on the entirety of the wave can be helped out a little bit if you ride the wave all the way into the beach.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there hasn't been too many significant scores on the longer rides today. A lot of the best scores have come from those first sections.
Well, 25:53 to go. The judges have something to think about now. Kira's last wave comes through at 2:17. Surfers making their way back into the takeoff zone. Let's make our way down to the glass. We have Chloe Kalman standing by with AJ McCord.
Chloe, it is so good to see you back here on the glass in Huntington Beach. We missed you last season. What was the biggest thing you feel like you're bringing into this season after not being here last year?
Well, after taking a year off competing and yeah, just being away from the scenario for a bit, I feel like my biggest win was to fall in love with surfing again. I think that was something that I was really missing towards the end of my last season. And I'm feeling extremely grateful to be back for another season and with renewed energy. And it's crazy because this is my 15th year on tour, but it's crazy because it feels like the first time. So like before going on my heat, I was really calm and nothing came on my mind. So it was like as if I had a brand new opportunity to write like a new story. So yeah, I was stoked. And surfing against Ginger, which is the youngest competitor, she's surfing amazing. And she has a great future ahead. And against Natsumi, she's a really good friend. And I feel like in every event, we are surfing against each other in a heat. So it's hard when you come up against friends. And I was sure she got the score on the last minute, but I was like hoping things would go my way. And yeah, I'm super stoked to be back.
So you have this renewed energy coming into the season, and then you start out with a heat win. Just how does that validate the process that you have been through?
Well, I think my goal now is just focus on my well-being and feeling relaxed and enjoying step by step, having fun, enjoying myself out there. And I think the result comes as a consequence of it. So since I came back competing in Brazil in March, that has been my goal. Not focusing on the results, but how I feel. And I know I've put the work in. I have great confidence on my boards. I have a lot of good people supporting me back home, my family, my sponsors, my friends. So yeah, I'm feeling good, feeling happy, feeling light.
Speaking of Brazil, você quer dizer mensagem para o Brasil?
Sim, bom, obrigada a todo mundo que está torcendo. Estamos de volta no tour e é isso, estou muito feliz de estar aqui representando o Brasil mais uma vez. Eu vi algumas bandeiras do Brasil ali na areia, então é sempre bom sentir um pouquinho da nossa energia aqui. É isso, continuem torcendo.
Parabéns, congratulations, see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Yeah, congrats, Chloe Kalman. And if you were watching the Championship Tour event in Rio, you saw Chloe giving us a tour of a few beautiful places down in Brazil. I mean, you could just feel her Brazilian energy, and she's a great ambassador for Brazilian surfing.
I know her mum and dad, Miguel and Anna, will be tuning in. They will have been so excited to see Chloe winning that opening heat, because a lot of pressure to come back from a year off and take the win, and you know, that really says a lot about her, that she's feeling relaxed and fresh and looked really good.
So 2018 to go here. Kira Molnar now in the lead with a 2.83 and a 2.17. Sive, she's got a 2.83. And Khalees right now trying to get things rolling. Only a 0.67 in her scoreline. But plenty of time to go with 20 minutes left.
Yeah, absolutely. And Khalees knows this wave so well. You know, she's had 2 back-to-back wins here. Rachel, of course, won last season. But Sive and Kira, you know, they've had the busiest starts. But nobody's got a significant score yet. So all in the kind of 2 range. So it's completely wide open. On one wave alone, Khalees could move up into first position. And you know that Khalees will start to build momentum. She's one of those surfers who will recognize that you don't want to peak too early. So she'll be fine about this slower start.
No doubt. And, you know, all these surfers have, of course, a rich competitive history. Back in June, there's a great video of Sive getting the news that she did, in fact, clinch her spot on the WSL Longboard Tour at the Surf Into Summer event in Hawaii. And she is also the regional champion for the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region, which, I mean, if you're going to win a region, that's a pretty good one to win.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a hardcore region to win. And she's also been studying. She's soon to graduate with her bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Hawaii, West Oahu. So that's impressive that Sive's been able to balance the competitive career with her academic career. She's really broad and balanced and hardworking, and she's a pretty tenacious competitor. You know, she's hungry. You know, she'll get in the mix. She'll work hard. She'll scrap her way through to a win if she needs to. And in these types of conditions, I think it's okay to be scrappy. You know, you really got to dig deep and maximize what could be small scoring rides for your total.
Well, this is, I mean, I think a lot of the times when you hang out with the longboarders, everyone's so easygoing and they have this persona of like, just what will be, but I do think underlying that competitive nature is a part of all of these people's persona. And I think for Sive to be where she is right now, that competitive edge is something that we need to see someone that's going to get scrappy, that's going to play the game. Khalees up and riding now. Let's see if this is a better way for her.
Khalees could have a pocket to work with here. It kind of collapses around her. She was creeping her way towards the nose, but you know, you need to have a little bit of push behind your board to get up there and do a proper nose ride. So wise decision not to tempt it.
But wasn't that a model of elegance?
Oh, yeah.
For me, she's one of those longboarders that, you know, she stands up on anything, whether it's a fade out, whether it's a fast hollow wave at Ala Moana Bowls. She always looks so composed and elegant. I love that. And I think for longboarders, what you want to do is you want to look stylish. That's, you know, like a huge part of the culture of longboarding, and she embodies that. And we all study Khalees's clips because she does things so smoothly.
It's almost like the opposite of what we're looking for in the Challenger Series. You're looking to almost be blown out of your seat and worried. We're like listening to the Eagles right here, peaceful, easy feeling, you know, and the subtleties are what the judges are really studying right now. And, ooh. Again, longboarding is, there's a list of dangers that come with it. How much do these boards weigh?
Well, in
Roughly.
the 60s, they would have weighed 30 pounds, and that's the impressive thing. And you had this great question earlier, Chris. You may have missed this, Rosie, but Chris was asking me and Carla about, say you got the likes of Joyce Hoffman and Linda Benson to compete with the women today, who would take the win? And I was saying, well, if it was on the boards from the 60s, Hoffman and Benson would win. But if it was on the boards now, they're a lot lighter than the longboards that surfers were riding in the 60s. And yes, we add a little bit of weight to keep the flow and the speed, but it's really tricky to travel with them if they're too heavy.
And we were also talking about the pier could potentially have been a wormhole through time and space, but we have yet to figure that one out yet. Chloe Kalman almost figured that out last year, or
I'm still getting my head around the fact that at the opening West Coast Surfing Championships here at the US Open in 1959, Jack Haley, who won, shot the pier twice on one wave. That still absolutely blows my mind. I mean, you're talking like a full cutback going through the pier and back out the pier.
He threaded it.
Yeah, he
Wow.
threaded the needle in 1959.
It's like a proper U-turn on the I-5 freeway.
They just quit the whole thing. They're like, you win. That was round one. Here's the trophy.
Well, Sive just got her toes over the nose, at least 4 or 5 of them. So kind of found a wave that jumped up out of nowhere. She is looking for a 2.17. I feel like she may have just earned that on her last wave. It was a quick ride, but pretty impactful, nice and stylish. And any nose ride in waves like this is going to be a challenge. So I think they deserve full credit when they get up there. Khalees Kale'opa'a. And it is true. On any wave, on any given day, it is a joy to watch Khalees stand up on her surfboard. I mean, it's almost like meditation, watching her surf. And all the things that she's doing are extremely difficult, but she just makes it look so fluid and so easy.
And the way she walked back into the tail out of those first 2 nose rides, you just could see how it allowed that board to just accelerate at the right moment. Yes, it was a small wave, but I think that it's going to be a fairly important score to change the situation. She's only chasing something in the low 3 range to move up into first, so nobody's run away with this heat. It's completely wide open for all 3 of them, but I think that this is now the starting point for Khalees. She's going to back up her existing 303, replace her 0.67. It may well be a good enough score to move up into first.
There's plenty of time left, 14.4 to go. Sive was in the lead for a second, and then Khalees came through with that 3.40. So no one's safe at the moment. All 3 surfers pretty evenly matched right now. Sive Gerard would now need a 3.17 to get into the lead. Kira would need a 3.60, so still wide open, over halfway through. A couple more heats left today. I'm gonna go through to 8, I believe, and then we're gonna have an epic post show.
Yeah, and the cool thing about the sundown sets, I was just thinking that a portion of those ticket sales go to the Surfrider Foundation. So if you do get a ticket for Common Kings tonight, you're also supporting the Surfrider Foundation. And Rosie, when you got to do that interview, you know, what's the froth levels, the excitement for the musicians getting ready to play this evening?
I don't know, it's so fun to just stand with the Common Kings, and they're just saying, you know, they watch some of the surfing. They actually know a few of the surfers competing. I saw Coniola Stewart going up and saying hi. Johnny the Ripper was going up to the band. But I think it's just, for them, it's just rad. They're playing on the sand at Huntington Beach. You know, some of them growing up in Orange County, they have such a diverse background, all of the band members. But I think for them, it's pretty special to be here at the US Open of Surfing.
Yeah, another cool one that I'm trying to encourage Cote to go to see is Yolanda Be Cool. That's on Thursday at 5 p.m. That's the Australian duo, Andrew Stanley and Matthew Handley, in their like disco electric swing house. They're really, really good. My daughter loves them. She's turned me on to them in the last couple of years, and I'll be there for sure.
There's so many good lineups. I mean, last year, Sunbender was on the main stage.
Amazing.
Chris Cote, that was pretty sick.
Pretty awesome.
They were pretty rad. I've still got my merch.
Was it Sublime last year, or was that the year before?
I believe Sublime last year.
That's pretty epic.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of the Sublime generation as well. We would have all been listening to Sublime in our youth, getting fired up to go out and surf.
Well, if you've been watching any of the events this year, we've been using the Sublime Stick Figure collab song as our theme song.
Yeah.
And now it's like a Pavlovian response. When I hear that song, I get excited because I know I'm about to see something awesome. That's why I feel like that.
Yep.
You know, you know.
You
I feel like that. Yeah. Not a good Sublime impression right there. I'm sorry.
What number are you up to, Chris?
What were you saying about Sunbender? Anyway, 11 minutes, 37 seconds to go. Khalees Kale'opa'a in the lead, as expected. Of course, on paper, definitely a favorite in this heat. But Sive, being the Tahiti Nui Hawaii regional champ, she's got a resume of her own. And you've got to think that Sive and Khalees have been surfing against each other for many, many years.
Yeah.
And for Kira Molnar, you know, coming through as the Australian in this heat is probably, you know, just kind of, you know, like in a boxing match, you're kind of figuring out the reach of your competitors, but they're all tightly sitting right now with just inside of 11 minutes to go.
And it's fun to watch the surfers compete in these kinds of conditions. I heard you guys touching on it this morning. You're not going to see the competitors go left much on the longboarding tour, because next up, you know, you got Bells Beach, right-hand point break. You're going to be competing in El Salvador, another right-hand point break. So to have this kind of funky beach break condition thrown in the mix, it's an interesting element.
Yeah, and Kira will want a big result here. The last 2 years at Huntington, she's finished 17th. She lost to Kira Bush, formerly Kira Seal, here last year. And then in 2023, lost to the young Brazilian, Luana, known as Lua Suarez. So Kira's no stranger to big results back home in Australia. She's competed internationally for a number of years. She studied sports management and physiology, and she does a lot of amazing coaching and surfing and Pilates, and she absolutely rips. And yes, it's not easy conditions today, but you give Kira an open face wave and she can really deliver a big score.
It's time for someone to strike. Everyone's sitting on scores in an average of a 3 range, which if I'm looking at the water right now and I'm getting 3.4s and 3.27s, I'm pretty excited, because this is not easy to decipher which one of these bumps is actually going to become a wave. So I give a lot of credit to these 3 surfers in the lineup for competing, and you know, they've all ridden at least 3-4 waves.
I've been surprised at how patient they've all been. I thought they maybe would have all gone out there a little bit more busy and thinking, yes, if I just have a look for a lot more. But I think that says a lot about their competition experience. You know, they've all now got one of those scores to build on, and they know that there's no point in wasting it by not taking off on something that's going to replace their lower score.
And even just looking at the opportunity to find an inside wave, there isn't much. There's that trench that you're seeing at Huntington there. So you do need a specific wave that has enough push to give you any kind of scoring potential. And I think no one's going to transition into that mid part of the break, because there's just no waves right there.
Yeah, Sive got a 9th at Huntington here last year. She lost to Honolulu, but up and riding again. Look at the flow and the momentum. I mean, embodying Hawaiian grace. So stylish and elegant in and out of every single cross step.
I don't know how she's doing this, because that was a wake. That wasn't a wave, that was a wake. Yet she still has the ability to get up, cross step, get on the nose.
Well, she may replace her backup 303, so that may well just increase the requirement. And it feels now this is going to get super granular with the scores, you know, like something that is just a 0.1 in a score range is going to be important in the last kind of 5 minutes.
Oh, submarine on the outside. And Kira now. Some of these waves are harder to ride than others. That was among the hardest wave to ride. That was a wild one.
A 293 for Khaleesi's last ride. So it didn't go into her top 2, but it looks like Sive's last wave did go into her top 2, that 327. But again, one of the lower scoring heats, but I think one of the more classic performances, though, as far as style goes, from Khaleesi, demonstrating that the art of cool longboarding is always looking elegant, of, you know, having that tall, composed posture through the footwork and the nose rise and the rail turns.
Definitely embodying all of that. But now Sive, this is a great opportunity for her with that priority. You can tell that the women are sitting fairly close to each other.
Yeah.
And Sive, she improved. She needs the 317 to take the lead. So like you said, it's going to get very granular on the scores with that kind of compressed scale that we have at the moment. No one's run away with this heat.
But that's a nice place to be in for when you're in 2nd and 3rd and the heat leader is carrying a low scores and you know you only need something low. That's a great position to be in, because you've got to make that decision. Can you get the score on a poor quality wave? Do you be patient and wait for one of the better shaped waves? But you can see both Khaleesi and Sive have moved themselves way south, but Kira, a little bit of potential on this. Could things speed up through the inside?
Well, she stood up, she went down the line, but that was about all that wave was going to allow.
It was good that she had a look, though. You sense from takeoff that had a little bit of zhuzh to it, that it was maybe some speed, some momentum, but nothing. No scoring potential for Kira. But she'll know in her head that she's still in the game, as will Sive. And it's interesting how Sive's sitting super tight there, close to Khaleesi.
I was just about to say priority hasn't been much of a factor in these last couple of heats, but it might be a different story when you're out in the lineup. And yeah, just like that, Sive sitting with priority. And yes, it is stripped, so a little, you know, small kind gift, but still handed over priority anyway.
Yeah, so now do you think Khalees is going to sit pretty tight with the rest of the ladies? Do you think she's going to move away from the pack? It doesn't look like it. They're all kind of paddling north.
It's kind of a lot of time to hang on to priority, 5 minutes, 40 seconds. That would feel like an eternity.
But it does feel like such a nervous place to be in because her lead is so vulnerable.
Yeah.
With everyone needing such a small score, now she has priority. She's got to control the next set that comes through because this is her opportunity to keep her competitors off that next good wave.
Exactly, and there's so much ground to cover with priority at HB. You know, you can already see they've paddled like 100 yards just in that moment alone, and there's still another couple of 100 yards to the pier, so they still may well keep moving around.
Well, we're at the 5-minute warning, 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining. Shout out Rock and Fig, rest in peace, HB icon. Can't say 5 minutes remaining without thinking of Fig. So now, with 4:45 to go, Khalees has controlled this lineup, sort of. She does have priority, but now everybody's split up, spread apart. It's a chase now.
Yep.
You see red on the upper left of your screen, chasing down blue, Sive Gerard, who only needs a 3:17, and I'm going to take only out of the equation because needing a 3:17 in waves like this is not an easy ask.
Yep, it's a hard one. Yep. Big week ahead. I mean, so much to look forward to with the Challenger Series. Rosie, have you got some surfers you're looking forward to seeing in the Challenger Series?
Oh my gosh, I feel like the Challenger Series is so stacked, much like the longboarding event. Like, it's so incredibly stacked. I think Luke Thompson, who just came off a big win in Bolito, very keen to watch him. The women's side, I think Ellie Harrison has been impressing me a lot. I think everyone, I mean, Huntington is such a gauntlet. Such a long event. So
Yeah, stamina required. It's the marathon. That's a key part of it.
And no matter how nerdy you get as a surf fan going deep into the rankings, there always seems to be a name that pops up, well, seemingly out of nowhere, even though they've probably been grinding for a while. But some of these names pop up and you go, oh yeah, I've been a fan of that guy for a long time.
Well, would you have called Cleland to win last year?
No.
Before the event started. I mean, that was... But then when he did win, you were like, of course, why wouldn't he?
It was very obvious after the fact.
Yeah. He was on fire. That was a rampage. And of course, Sally taking the win on the women's side. That was pretty special for her.
the US Open always delivers like an emotional win.
Yeah.
I think no matter who it is at the end of the week, you followed their journey and you're like, that person deserved it.
Sure. Well, emotions. I mean, these surfers have been paddling everywhere looking for something. And look at the size of this wave that Sive is up on. She's just so hungry to get the opportunity to get that score in the 3 range. She's looking for anything out there.
It's honestly going backwards a little bit, these waves, like the way that they're breaking, how wind affected they are at the moment, and tidal. You've also got that tide draining.
I mean, but we got to celebrate what Khalees has done. You know, her 2 scores, yes, they're low, but the way she performed on those rides, you know, the coolness, the flow, and the variety on what were short, small waves, I think that's pretty special. And if she does take the win here, she'll know, yes, it was a low-scoring heat, probably one of her lowest-scoring wins in WSL history, but she's going to be a huge threat to gain momentum through the event.
And also just impressed with her competitive prowess, like watching her work this lineup, watching her with the priority and how she's trying to control. Sikura could be, oh, yeah, that wave dissipates for her. But yeah, it's been interesting to watch her competitive nature play out.
You could really see that she's right on the pulse here. She knows what she needs to do. And maybe that's something that she hasn't demonstrated on previous campaigns. Yes, she's won twice here, but there have been times when she could have got that world title at Malibu, and maybe people were expecting her to appear to look a little bit more hungry in the singlet. But I think what we're seeing from Khalees right now is somebody who's tuned into what she needs to be doing.
And you know what's cool is these surfers are making this look fun. They're making it look really nice, right? And even when they stand up on these kind of ripples, it still looks beautiful. It is great surfing, as you can see right here. Super hard wave to surf, a lot of bump, but just making it look cool. Unfortunately, it goes down right there, but I'm really happy that we started with our longboard event because it's highly contestable for longboarding. I don't think this would look very good if you were trying to ride a shortboard. So I think the proper craft for the waves that we have at hand right now, it's fitting nicely with day one. And we have, what, 2 or 3 more days left of longboarding. So they're going to be facing all different types of conditions. You know, this morning it was chest head high on some of the sets coming through. So you really have to run through the entirety of the gauntlet that Huntington Beach throws at you. With 42 seconds left, Khalees Kale'opa'a in the lead, 3.4 and a 3.03. You know, this is one of those wins that she's going to look back on and probably just think of, cool, a win's a win.
Yeah, exactly. But even looking at today's conditions, there's been no real upsets. I mean, we had Chloe Kalman winning. We saw Rachel Tilley win. We've seen Chloe Coleman win. And now Khalees would have been one of the favorites too. So kind of even results, even with the tricky conditions.
Yeah, the veterans who have experience here in Huntington Beach know full well that they can be surfing waves from 0 to 10 feet on any given day.
Wow, this looks like it has potential, but it's died on her. I mean, you sense there was a bit of speed and scoring potential on that left, but then nothing. So I don't think it's going to be the score that she needs. But Kira may well have a little look in for a score.
Speed and momentum are your friend in conditions like this. So at the end of that heat, we are waiting for a few scores, but it feels like Khalees Kale'opa'a is going to be the winner. But let's take a look at Kira's last wave.
When we caught the point here, and you could sense there was a bit of speed, you thought, wow, potential, but it just didn't stand up for her. She was only again chasing a 3, but it was all about Khalees' smooth surfing in really, really challenging, bumpy waves, but looking so elegant.
Well, more elegance, more expertise in the lineup coming up next. Special guests and everything. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
So out the back, all alone, Avalon. Hard to read the way easy for us to that here for the spectators to think, why are they riding this way? But when you're sitting out there with sandbar, the waves sneak up out of nowhere so fast.
Well, as to your point, you know, it's a little bit of things over there out here. You can see the entire filter out there. The perspectives are a lot different.
I was always feeling lost.
It's the last 2 heats of day 1 of competition here in Huntington Beach for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Heat number 7 of women's opening round action. Sophia Colhane from Hawaii in the red, Malia Ilagan in the blue, up and riding right here from the west coast of the United States. And Avalon Gall, another Californian, in the white jersey. Well, we always know that Huntington Beach in the afternoon tends to be quite challenging. It is truly challenging out there at the moment. Mitchell Salazar, Carla Zamora, and a very special guest with you, one of the all-time greats coming out of Europe and one of the best longboarders on the planet. That is Big Ben Skinner right over there on the corner. And Ben, thank you for joining us this afternoon after a very quiet heat this morning, I shall say. You got kind of wave-starved out there in your opening round heat.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Yeah, it was a tough heat this morning, but there's been some tough heats all day. Either there's lots of waves or not very many waves in each heat. Tends to be a couple on, couple off. So unfortunately, I was one of the first slow ones, but it's all good. The way I see it is I get to surf again tomorrow, keep the roll going, and yeah, there's definitely good waves out there. It's just really hard in some of the heats to find them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're no stranger to having to do some work in order to get to the end, so you got a little work ahead, that's all.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Right?
I mean, you know, one thing that I have to say is every heat is tough from the start. So, you know, you got to bring your A game, and I didn't this morning, but I'll be back tomorrow.
That's it. There you go.
Speaking of A games, Sophia Colhane, Carla, you know her very well, probably one of the most talented surfers on the planet, coming out of Waikiki. Meanwhile, Avalon Golf, she says she's been surfing Sano quite a bit this summer, and it's been really a stellar summer for Sano in terms of the conditions.
Yeah, both these ladies, Avalon and Sophia, have been in the game since they were young pups, and super graceful, a lot of style coming from both these ladies. And another stylist that we have here that's new to the scene is Malia, and so I know she got a little wave in the beginning there. Everyone on the board with a couple waves. As we mentioned, a struggle a bit out there today. It's gotten a little bit more of a struggle with that west wind, and the ladies are going to make the most of it though. So we've still got plenty of time on the clock. Things can change and evolve as the heat winds through.
Yeah, and coming out of Europe, very appreciative of anything that really breaks at any given point, especially with how beautiful the weather has been leading up to this event. So, Skinner, how are you enjoying your time so far in SoCal?
Oh, I love it in California. It's amazing here. It's one of the highlights of my year for sure. Managed to get a little warm-up with Carlo, actually, in Malibu on the first day of arriving. And yeah, it's just, you know, Huntington will always offer some magic throughout the day. And I really enjoyed the challenge of getting those magic waves. And it's a great event. It's very much like home. Like, looking at this is what we pretty much get for our events throughout my whole childhood. So it's exciting for me in that prospect where this is what I live for and always done. So it's great. And the weather's been amazing. The people are everywhere on the beach. It's a really amazing event for that. You can see how much the crowd love being here. And obviously that makes it really exciting for us too, because there's so many people invested in the event.
Seems like a quick look right there by somebody. Meanwhile, though, a little bit slow in the action. Let's go down to AJ with former champion Kalise Kaleopa'a.
Kalise back here at Huntington Beach, and like you never left. You just seemed like you hit the groove pretty early on. First heat of 2025. How did you settle in?
Oh my God, Huntington never, she's hard, man. She's hard, but you know what? That's Huntington. This is like my 5th or 4th year here, and I'm just happy to be back.
Well, in 2 of those years, you had incredibly good results here at Huntington. So despite how difficult it is to navigate these conditions, you always seem to. What do you fall back on?
It's just all confidence for me. You know, I had a really hard couple free surfs, and I just had to remind myself I had good results out here, and I do get along well with this wave. So I just had to remind myself of that, and yeah, I'm happy I made it through.
It worked out well. Just give me big picture for 2025. How are you feeling about this season and approaching it?
I actually feel really good now. I was kind of skeptical at the end of my last season. I wasn't too sure if I was going to compete this year, but having some time off and really reflecting on my past years and how much I love surfing, I'm ready for this year again.
We're so glad you made it back. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Making Honolulu proud is Kalise Kaleopa'a, as always. Multiple top 10 finishes in a couple of years in a row for Kalise, and she has definitely been one of the contenders for World Championship now for a good period of time. Here with Big Ben Skinner, Carla, and myself, and looking at heat number 7 so far, Carla, just a 3:07 for Sophia. A couple of throwaways for both Avalon and Malia, although I will say the last of Ilagan, it seems to be the best of the heat coming through as a 5.67 right here. She's taking the lead.
Yeah, coming from Ventura up just my way. Malia Ilagan, she's the Filipino-American. New on the tour here, gets nice tip time with that nice rail work at the end there, really maximizing the conditions right now, working it all the way into that inside. Fortunately, with that higher tide, there's a bit more opportunity for that reform, where this morning you guys didn't really have that reform as much, Ben, I don't believe.
No, we didn't have a lot going on in our heat, but you know, this tide definitely helps. As it's got a little bit lower, although it's not really low tide now, it's like a mid tide, and it's definitely, the waves are a little bit bigger and you can still connect. I think it's kind of the best tide for this size.
Right, I agree.
but it's super tough. They're doing a really good job out there. It's you know, just to be getting scores in the 5, 6, 7 range out there is definitely difficult. So she's done amazing.
Avalon from Laguna Beach, just down the road here in southern Orange County. 21:40 on the clock, and for Avalon, not her first rodeo either. And Carla, she's been around the block, as you said, when it comes to competing here at the U.S. Open, but most importantly, really within the circuit here in Southern California as well.
Yeah, the longboarders locally here in California, that most of us get our game in the coalition events, and Avalon has definitely been a familiar face here as we see the replay where she gets that tip time right high in the pocket there, looks for that second open face there where she's going to rebound off the white water, trying to milk it into the inside there. I think that's kind of where we pick it up. When we got it live there. She's still working that inside section there. But yeah, Avalon and her dad, their family been a part of the Oceanside Surf Club, I believe, and been a part of the coalition events since she was a wee tot, as I mentioned. Seen a lot of these girls grow up. It's crazy. They're beautiful young women now and making their way here at the U.S. Open.
Ben, a few days ago, you actually defeated our coworker, Sam Bleakley, in an event back home. Can you just talk about that experience of having to compete against guys that are just a bit older than you and guys that are still much younger than you too?
Yeah, well, you know, Sam actually was like a big inspiration for me when I was a kid longboarding. He was like at the forefront of English longboarding, British longboarding, even European longboarding at that point when I really got into it. So, and we've been friends for a long time, traveled together. But the last few years, the British events have actually been coinciding with the world events for me. So I actually haven't had the opportunity to do them, which is a real shame because, you know, we're a family. It's like you go back to do those local events like your coalitions. We have the British Longboard Union Tour, which was started by Minnow Green back in the mid-90s, and actually that gave us a huge platform for UK longboarding, and both myself and Sam have come through that from juniors all the way through to now masters. So competing the other day, we were both in the Open and the Masters. It was my first mastered event, but it was just so much fun, and the waves were really fun, and I got to surf 6 heats with my good mate Sam, and it was brilliant.
That's
and
rad.
yeah, we finished 1 and 2, which was nice. And it was just a real nice day, seeing everyone again from that community that, you know, I've grown up in. So it was a real amazing day, actually.
And how have you seen that grow so far? Because it seems like the European surf scene has truly really catapulted itself into being one of the best regionally worldwide.
Definitely. I think, you know, we've had a real strong, we got a paddle here from Red. Let's just make sure we don't miss anything. Unfortunately, didn't get that, but yeah, I think it's a real important part of, you know, who we are. The British longboarders is having those platforms like the British Longboard Union, and also the French surfers, the Spanish surfers that we've had over the years. We've had some amazing rivalries with like the Del Perro brothers, Remy Arazuru. Like there's a handful of Damien Castera, some amazing longboarders from Europe, and I think over the years we really pushed each other and rose the level, and started then taking that to the world events. So it was a real nice part to be, you know, real nice thing to be part of.
I'm glad. And it definitely seems, Carla, like more and more as we see 18 minutes on the clock right here. The last call, by the way, of 5.27, enough for the lead. They're logging down to second, and Colgene at the moment needing a 5.21. But Europe, especially Portugal on the shortboarding side, has really come to fruition. They got the Dantas brothers right here in this event too. One of them at least, the other one coaching the younger brother. But you just look at the quality of the waves the majority of the countries have over there. Eventually, a world champ is going to come from the area.
Oh, absolutely, and it's well overdue, I think. And Portugal, as you mentioned, has been becoming kind of a hot spot, I think, for a lot of events and surfing, even more of those lifestyle longboarding events. I think it's the Faro Log, or maybe that's in Spain, but all in that area there's definitely a better push for that traditional longboarding as well.
17:30 on the clock right here, and it seems like Rosie Hodge, she is right in the midst of the action right there in the no-cap zone.
Yeah, you guys are steps away from the surfing for just a hot minute to come and see the no-cap soda pop motor show. We got some incredible athletes doing a motocross demonstration right here at the US Open of Surfing. It's been incredible just to see these guys warm up. We're going to watch them do a couple of jumps. We're doing a couple of introductions here.
They've done 3 demonstrations a day. This is the last one for today. We'll have 3 more tomorrow. But it's been so fun. If you're down here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, please come by, watch these guys do some crazy things. Here we go.
Well, that was radical right there. So, yep, as Rosie was saying, every single day we're going to have some action right there from our friends at No Cap. And the last session going on right now just after 3 p.m. this afternoon. And Big Ben, it seems like we might have a paddle right here. Colhane had a look, but it's going to be Avalon Gall, the heat leader, looking to improve on a 3-point ride.
She's always so steady on her feet, Avalon, with such grace and style. She's amazing.
Well, surf wave 2, given how bumpy it was at the beginning of it.
Yeah, for sure. Some backwash going on through that one.
Very quick on her feet.
And the experience of the event, Ben, in comparison to most of the other ones you've ever been to, this is more of a festival rather than just a surf event alone. How cool is it to be able to see everything come together right here this week in HB?
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I mean, look what's going on just over around the back of the tent here is the super bikes, the scramblers are jumping, doing massive jumps, and the people are everywhere. There's a full village with all sorts of food and lots of things to buy, and it's just a crazy vibe down here on the beach at Huntington during this event. It's real different to, say, our event at Bells, where we're really out there in the elements, and which I absolutely love as well, but there's something really special about being here in the US Open and being such a prestigious big event. So we're really stoked to be here, and we thank the WSL for giving the longboarders the opportunity to actually come here and be part of this event.
It really is. There's nothing like coming to this event, particularly as an event coordinator that runs a tiny little event. We have our little, you walk onto the beach here, and it's
a different animal,
jaw-dropping.
huh? Yeah.
It really is. And as somebody that plans an event, to dream of being able to put something like this on, I mean the time and the effort and the work, kudos to the crew all back there. It's really a lot to go on here as these ladies are surfing here. This is heat number 7 of the first round of the ladies. Girls are making the best of it out there.
Yeah, I think we'll really feed off the energy from the beach too during this event. Having everything, so much else going on around it, really elevates your vibe and the feeling throughout the day and the excitement for the event. So it really does elevate everything. And being out there in the water and having the big pier on the side and all the people stood on there shouting, cheering you on, and it's a pretty special vibe. I don't see that anywhere else in the world for something like this.
Does that validate your experience even more when you come here and surf in the event?
Oh, it's incredible. There's nothing like, making finals day last year for me was huge, and walking down onto the beach on that day was electric, and I feel like, of course, that elevates your feeling, and it makes you want to do well here.
Yeah, well, I eventually did want to get to your kids, especially your son Lucas, but I have a feeling that eventually he's going to be surfing in the Challenger Series event in the very near future right here at the US Open, as we look at Ilagan right here, needing just a 2.6. So not a huge number. And really, you look at the top scores of the heat, everybody's in the mix. 3.83, the best of Colhane. Ilagan has the 5.67, and Gall, the heat leader, with the 5.27. So far, it's really been the battle of the backups, Carla. Nobody's able to break anything better than a 3.
Yeah, and that's going to really be what's going to set these ladies apart, who can follow up with that strong backup ride and, perhaps match their first. I know the 2 ladies, Avalon and Malia, are going to be looking for that similar 5 score that they attained earlier in the heat. Plenty of time on the clock, so just hoping Mother Nature will provide. I like to do the wave dance. Boom shakalaka laka, boom shakalaka.
So just under 13 minutes to go here at heat number 7 of the women's opening round. It's been a fun day of action, and we still have a lot more to come when it comes to the No Cap Moto Show. Come down and watch it at the Lexus US Open of Surfing this afternoon here in HB.
that 3 inches does help the Hawaiian, lowers the score just a little bit. The score exceeded. The highest single fire that was a 207. So now Sophia looking for 445. Lou, have a look here. Well, Leah coming out this time from the right. You're only 2.6. So pretty low update on the score there, boys.
All right, 10:53 remaining in heat number 7 of the opening round of the Women's World Longboard Tour for 2020.
Join our global community for exclusive athlete updates, real-time event alerts, and access to fantasy teams. Follow your favorite athletes to know in real time when they're in the water. Download the app or visit worldsurfleague.com today to follow all of your favorite athletes and create your double self profile, and including the following of the great Big Ben Skinner, who is kind enough to join us this afternoon right here in the booth at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Multiple years where you've been a top 10 finisher, and not just that, really flying the flag very well for England, GB, and of course the European contingent. Congratulations once again, Ben.
Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah, so an awesome event, obviously here for you last year. Expectations for yourself, still the World Championship, but I'd have to say, being a father of amazing children, including Lucas Skinner, who is making a comeback for the ages right now, multiple injuries, and it seems like your son is getting better and better throughout every single day.
Yeah, we've had a pretty tough few months in the Skinner household. Unfortunately, Lucas broke his leg back in March, so quite a severe break and needed surgery and plate and screws, and we went through a whole load of, let's say, some dark times. But right now he's focused really hard, trained really hard, stayed very calm, and he's back. And he's surfing again. The last 3 weeks he's been building himself back up, and actually started doing airs again yesterday. And so it's been a nervous day watching Lucas and Lila. Both my kids were in a wave pool event in Munich today, which was called the Nations Cup, sponsored by Ripcar, and they were premiering the new film there, Dunno, with Dane Henry and Mateus Conhoto and Portuguese kid. So yeah, it's been a hard time, but also really amazing at the same time. You know, being that young and having to like restart again, like learning to surf again, has been an amazing process. That, you know, seeing it myself, not many kids at 17 years old stop surfing and just take off, and literally for the first 5 surfs they're just going straight. We got Blue up and right in.
Yeah, log in once again. So she took the lead on her last wave, a 2.9, so a slight lead over Avalon Gall at the moment.
Speedy footwork.
And just considering the conditions this afternoon, these are necessary scores at this point too, defending that first place positioning with 8 minutes to go. Some good work by the youngster, the youngest one out there actually out of the 3, Logan, Carla.
Yeah, super stoked for my local girl from Ventura. I'm kind of currently living right in between. I'm in Ventura County, so I get to claim a little bit of Ventura.
Yeah, your county line right there,
yeah,
right?
Right at the edge there. I'm currently in Thousand Oaks. It's a nice little 30-minute drive either to Malibu or to Ventura. And we can see the replay here. Avalon's, it looks like it's going to be Avalon's 5th wave. Gets a quick tip time, but not able to stay glued on there through the foam. Comes undone, and then right behind her is Ilagan. As you mentioned there, some quick footwork. Tries to get a 10 in there. She gets another tip time. Nice little cut back into the whitewater. Trying to look for that reform once again. not going to be a huge score.
So
but
potential to improve, maybe yes,
yeah,
maybe not.
Yeah.
Just under 7 minutes to go, also waiting on the score for Avalon Gall. And getting back to your point, as Colhane with priority at the moment needing a 4.75, might be a difficult question to answer as a father and as a competitor, but what kind of role do you think you take as being a member of the top 10 and being a figure of speech and a role model to both your kids and the people of your country too?
I just think, you know, it's great to be able to, you know, take UK surfing and take it to the top of the world. I've always had it as a mission of mine, and to show them that anything is kind of possible for my kids. I think if you want to do something, go get it. And I think, you know, I've proven that to them, that, you know, I keep coming back, never giving up, and you know, I'm going to keep trying. And I think that's all that you ask for your kids anyway, is they're having fun, they try their best, they're polite and they're kind, and
which they are, by the way.
Which they are, and you know, that's what I'm most proud of, to be honest, about my kids, is they're so nice. So it's a bonus that they're both ripping, and yeah, the future is bright and exciting, and I can't wait to see what happens and just enjoy the ride with them, you know.
I mean, do you want to adopt me, dude, or something? Like,
I'm so warm and fuzzy inside right now.
I'm just talking about this right now, and it just goes back to the fact that in the end, as you said, most important thing, structure in life, being a good person. And I feel like for a lot of these people in this event, Carla, that's really the way they carry themselves, including the 3 women out there right now that are trying to make a push into the round of 16 here in women's opening round heat number 7.
You know, these events are so important, of course, along one's personal journey. But I always try to remind anyone that I'm coaching that's competitive that you are bigger than this event, and who you are and how you make people feel and how you treat people really in the long run outweighs a finish and whatnot. And so yes, these things are important for our journeys and our careers and our personal development, but that other stuff is important too.
There's a lot more to life than contests, and you know, there's no doubt though that every person in this event or any of the surf events you see, they're all surfing in the first place because they absolutely love surfing. And whether they're competing or not doesn't take away their passion for the sport and why they do it in the first place, and still wake up at first light and freezing cold and go surfing, you know, and no matter whether there's an event on or not. So it's important to remember that, and we're all just giving it our best out there. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't.
True.
Obviously, it's good when you do.
Yeah.
And that's why we're all here, because we're all chasing it. And it's a great feeling.
Question regarding that. In a sport where you lose way more than you win, what motivates you to keep coming back and wanting to do this?
I think you got to believe you can do it to come back and keep doing it. Like, I feel like over the years, I've definitely, like last year at this event, every round I posted the highest scores until the semi-final. So I know I can win the event, and know in that case I can win a world title. I've just got to put it all together over 4 events. So it's difficult, it's hard to do, and it's challenging, and I think that's what I love about it. If I'd have won the world title 5 years ago, would I still be here now? Probably not. So yeah, it's my goal, my dream. I'm going to keep going until, you know, until I can't anymore.
We've gotten like deep into philosophy today, Carla.
This
and I
was
feel
quite
like
the chat. This was quite the chat.
we still have another heat to go, and at this point, I don't know if I'm ready for 8 more days of these types of conversations either. 3 minutes on the clock. Ilagan still in the lead, 9.74 heat total. Her backup at the moment of 4.07. Avalon Gall in second, has the second best wave of the heat, still needing 4.48. And Sophia Colhane with priority needing a 5.91. There is Natalia Wunderlich, 20-year-old. She is looking for a big result here in Huntington Beach, coming up against Mason Schremer and Kaede Inoue in our last heat of the day. So 2 minutes 30, priority with Colhane. 5.91, she needs the best of the heat. And Ben, she maybe hasn't been on the best wave so far in this heat, but when it comes to the second, third wave of the set, if there is potential for that, of course, how do you just approach needing basically a 6 at this point of the heat?
I think Sophia will surf the wave exactly the same way, whether it was the start or the end of the heat. I think if she sees the wave come and she knows she can get a score, she'll surf it as she would surf it at any point. She's very experienced. She's also an amazing surfer. She knows she can get that with her eyes closed if she gets the right wave. It's all about finding the right wave right now. Whoever finds it at the end of this heat is gonna take the win, I believe.
I mean, speaking of finding it, the search literally on there as she covers the sun from her eyes, really trying to look over the horizon at any ripple coming her way.
You really don't know until almost you've taken off whether the wave's going to be any good or not. So it's really difficult. You have to roll the dice, but if you roll the dice, you lose priority and you might miss the next set. So there is a point where you've got to stay relaxed and calm and believe, know the wave you want, but sometimes you've got to roll the dice too.
Yeah, you were speaking to like these conditions being kind of similar to home, and that makes you kind of feel comfortable. And I know Malia, from where we're from, isn't generally like that, but she's been spending a lot of time on the East Coast, where the conditions are similar. So I think that's been playing in her favor.
Got second over there at the Coastal Edge event in Virginia Beach this year, which was actually one of the qualifiers for the tour in North America. And probably, I mean, you look at Huntington and you're thinking, okay, it's difficult, it's challenging this afternoon. You go to Virginia Beach, this might be the best day of the year out there.
Yeah, so that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
All about perspective, right?
Right.
But let's hope we get one more chance here.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see somebody else at least up and give it a go.
See Sophia paddling south. She might have seen something, but not looking great right now.
Well, while we got you, expectations, short-term, long-term for the year, Ben?
I'm going to enjoy myself this year. I'm going to have as much fun as I can. Yeah, it is what it is, and I'm excited. I'm here to do well, but I'm going to enjoy the ride along the way.
I like to hear that, and of course, keep being a big role model, and tell your kids to stop growing up that quickly either, because
tell me about it.
You're getting old quick. So Malia Ilagan with a big heat win here in the opening round, heat number 7. She takes down Avalon Gall and Sophia Colhane. And we have our final heat of the day coming up. Mason Schremer, Natalia Wunderlich, and Kaede Inoue to close out day number 1 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
So congratulations, Malia, in that last heat, taking the win. So remember, this evening, sundown sets. After you watch the surfers throw down all day at the pier, keep the vibes going with sundown sets. 5 nights of live music here at the US Open. In the Beach Bar, featuring Grammy-nominated tonight, Common Kings. Foo Fighters will be coming up as well later this week. Side project, Heavy Metal.
It's our final heat of day number 1 of competition here at Southside HB Pier for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Mason Schremer in the red, Natalia Wunderlich in the blue, and Kaede Inoue from Japan is in the white. The US, Hawaii, and Japan represented, and it's an all-Pacific affair, I should say, in this one right here to round out our final heat of day 1, Carla. And just looking at the names, Mason Schremer, well, she has definitely had a lot of experience under her belt at her young age. Natalia Wunderlich has already done very well on the west coast of the U.S. before, won a QS event in Morro Bay a few years ago. And Kaede Inoue, her brother Taka, was able to surf earlier today on the men's side, and she was missing out of the top 10 by 1 spot last year at number 11 in the ranking. So Obviously a good year for her in 2024. She wants to do a few better here in 2025.
Yeah, definitely. I know I was just checking on my break, looking at my stories. She broke her surfboard. Her favorite surfboard broke, I guess, yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's riding a second board. Looks like it's a Piccolo, if I'm not mistaken, that big circle on the front there. But yeah, so that might be kind of going into a little bit of a mental play there, but you know, trying to shake it off, do the best she can out here in her first round heat.
Is it me, or does the Inoue have a lot of energy too? The entire family, it seems like, including their mom, always very energetic. They're the Energizer bunnies, as you like to call them too, but it seems like every time you see them, always smiling 100%.
Yeah, definitely. Mama Inoue, I like to call her Mama Inoue, always supporting her kids. They're videoing and, you know, taking them along. Here's Red. Mason Schremer, I think this is a pretty evenly stacked heat. Mason, kind of the underdog in my opinion. People, I think, put her, she's not really the underdog per se, but people, I think, don't realize what a good surfer Mason is. And you forget because she's very subtle in her movements. Her style isn't necessarily flashy or flamboyant, but it's very controlled. And I really like it. It's a very elegant style, but I think people kind of put her, you know, under the radar a little, yeah.
So now resides in Noosa, originally from the U.S., but has been living in Australia for a good period of time now.
Yeah.
And of course, where she lives, great quality waves, especially for longboarding. And of course, when it comes to maybe elite level surfers coming from the area, I always got to think about the influence that longboarding had on somebody like former runner-up to the World Championship, Julian Wilson. Really made his style and turned him into one of the best surfers in the world, including Schremer, as you said, has experience competing at the finals level. She was in Malibu a few years ago, Carla.
Yeah, she was. She snuck in there and is just no stranger to being on, you know, on the front stage there, showcasing her talent. And like I said, she's somebody that she needs to definitely be keeping a close eye out for. Natalia as well, super stylistic surfer.
Big fan.
Yeah.
I mean, when she won the event in Morro Bay a few years ago, same event that Jack Van Wagner won on the men's side, I was very impressed, especially coming over from Oahu. At that point of the year in Morro Bay, it tends to be quite cold, and she impressed me very well the way she handled herself.
Yeah, and she's, as I said, very stylistic surfer, very cool, kind of calm and collected. I was hoping she would find a little bit more of her footing, you know, last year on the tour, but I don't know if she was on the whole tour or just the event here, but I'm hoping she'll kind of find her ground here. We can really see what she can provide, perform.
So, you know, we've talked about how good it is to get a result early on here in Huntington, but there's always a way to bounce back in the last two events of the season to very complicated waves. Obviously, Bells, especially with how cold it is at that point of the year. But then Abu Dhabi, everybody thinks, oh, it's a wave pool, it's a perfect wave, I know how to surf it. You don't get many reps in, it's a difficult wave, and if you fall, a few opportunities left to really perform.
Yeah, I definitely want to speak on Abu Dhabi. I had a chance to experience. We see Kaede here getting her run going. This is going to be her second wave. She opened up with a 2.67. Looking really calm. Doesn't look like she's got any nerves or anything really phasing her. She looks good on the surfboard. We'll see how that score comes about. We've got two scores on the board for Mason, so she's currently in the lead with that 2.7 and 0.93 now. Here's the replay of Kaede. Getting that tip time right at the top there. A little bit of chunk there, a little bit of texture, to say the least, here at the waves in Huntington Beach. But they're making great use of the wide ride, getting all those boxes checked. But yeah, Abu Dhabi was a very interesting experience. I've never surfed a wave pool. I showed up, and it was like right when we showed up, you get to surf now. I'm like, holy cow, wait a second. Didn't have a chance to really scope it out. Missed my first wave completely. Luckily, Sam fell on his left, and I got the leftovers of his left. But that said, it's incredibly warm. And the pool itself was really hot. For somebody that's had experience being in the Philippines and whatnot, managing hot water, really warm water, is also something for those of us in California that are kind of used to. I'm used to being in a wetsuit. I like the extra padding, but to kind of condition yourself to that hot water is also something. So Abu Dhabi isn't just all fun and games either, because it's a pool.
Well, somebody that has to condition herself to victories nowadays is Malia Ilaga, and she is downstairs with AJ.
Malia, we were just talking about the fact that this is the time you made it to Huntington Beach as a part of the draw, not as a wild card, and you get the heat win. What was going through your head in those final moments with the lead?
I was stressed out, as any competitor would be. Secretly, I was counting down the time, like hoping the time would run out, just because I know all those girls, they're so talented, they're so capable of getting the score with any like little tiny wave that even comes through. So I was just like trying to keep my cool, like just waiting for the time to run out, I guess. Or waiting for a really good one to come through. I guess one of those situations would have been great.
Well, and knowing how great the competition here is on the Longboard Tour, and that you were able to get the heat win, how much does that validate all the work that you put into qualifying?
I am definitely one of the surfers, I take it really hard when I lose. So it feels really good to be able to at least like hold my own with a group of such talented women. Like I said, both these girls are people that I watched growing up, like all of the girls that are on tour actually, so it's just unbelievable to even be sharing a tent, being on the same like tour as them, which is incredible.
And a big part of this longboard tour is the very proud, very vocal support you get from the Filipino community. One of them standing behind me. Just describe what it feels like to be a part of that aspect of this tour.
It's so nice to have the support from other people, especially the Filipino crew. They're very prideful, and they've just been showing their support through all of it, and it's nice to feel that. Yeah, they're just great. They're always down here, like cheer squad, like always happy, and those are the good vibes you need here at Huntington.
The good vibes are strong. Congratulations on your first heat win here.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to their point, they haven't left the sand all day long, so props to all the Filipino crew that have been here day in and day out supporting their surfers so far at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. 20 minutes 30 on the clock. The last of Inoue, a 3.67. Mason Tremor in second in the red, a 2.7, her high mark on her last. Meanwhile, Wonderlic with a 3.2 as her personal best. So really, the battle of mid-range scores at the moment. Lots of time, and when we just reflect and look back on the sense of community that we have at the moment here in Huntington for the World Longboard Tour, as we look at Wonderlic up and riding, beautiful rail surfing right there for her, and see if they deem that complete or not. But everybody always saying great things about each other, and most importantly, I think getting the recognition, and as AJ was saying, validation from all of the other peers that they have within the event. That really goes a long way for somebody as young as Malia.
Yeah, I've been kind of making little jokes all day about, because we've seen these moments, like the moment with Honolua's baby. We see the replay here, though, of Natalia's ride. She's looking to better her .30. She's also got a 3.2. Not a big long ride there. See how that drops. Looks like it's going to drop in the 2 range. But yeah, I literally needed a hanky just now. I had tears in my eyes. First time I saw Malia was out at C Street. She must have been 8 years old. And I was blown away already by her. I've watched her grow up. I've done some advising, if you will, with her, kind of big sister stuff. She has a wonderful big sister, Annalie. But that was a...
You've had a lot of proud auntie moments today so far.
I'm like feeling it right now. Like, it's been a really nice day, and we've been working hard on her losses. So it was cool that she got to start with a win.
Well, if there's something validating, it's the opinion that your peers have over you, and it's something really cool to be able to hear that as well for Malia. Quick ride there for Mason Tremor, looking for a 3.65 at the moment for the lead, 18:20 on the clock. And we mentioned Inoue being number 11 in the rankings last year. She did get a season wild card because of that. Chloe Coleman was actually the first replacement surfer right here for a season wild card. Did very well, did Chloe. So New York actually got both of their surfers through today with Chase Leader and Chloe. And you just mentioned, you know, the heart and soul of a lot of these crews out here. It really just comes down to the vibe and the environment that they have around them heading into the event. Most of them really coming from their family, and same thing for Inoue. You see a lot of it with Wonderlic too, and for Mason Tremor, boy, I remember her surfing with her entire family back in the day on Oahu's North Shore, and it still seems like today it tends to be something really that they see as a family cultural thing rather than just a sport.
I think surfing in general just leans to that, right? Those of us that have grown up into it, it's just very familial, coming to the beach, having those beach days, hanging out. And you know, we've talked a bit, as we see Natalia up on a ride, she's not able to keep that nose out from under there. But, you know, we've talked a bit about strategy and the different things in preparation for competing, arousal and strategy and placement and this and that. But that support system is a key component in your preparation and in your moving forward throughout events. You know, the likes of having someone, the father like Ben, you know, for his kids, that's important to have that. And so that just helps you build up and kind of carry that legacy further.
A long paddle in for Natalia after the fall, and the rule here is written: nobody can assist inside of the water. The board actually has to get to the sand first, and then they can deliver it to the surfer. So definitely want to watch out for that if you're somebody watching at home. And sometimes, you know, it's emotional moments, you get carried away, but you want to get disqualified for maybe a silly moment that could eventually be really bad in the consequence of the year right there.
Right, and detrimental to the competitor, and that it was kind of out of their hands. So yeah, a good note to anybody that decided.
Future reference right there.
Yeah, future reference. Keep that in the back of your head there. Some of these other events, they're a little bit more lenient on some of those things, but this is a professional level event, and there's a factor happening here when you're deciding to wear a leash or not wear a leash, and so that needs to kind of come into play. And if that consequence arises because you've not worn a leash,
right? Because it's optional.
Then, in a sense, for lack of a better term, that's the price you pay.
Right, and it's on you at that point,
yeah.
right?
Well, that was always, I was brought up, it was strictly no daughter of mine will wear a leash. I was not allowed to wear a leash.
Have you ever worn one?
Yeah, and like really big days, the occasional contest, but I always find myself better without a leash. And yeah, but you pay the price. So if you're gonna fall, know you're gonna swim.
15:20 on the clock. Inouye still in the lead slightly, that is. Let's go down to Rosie Hogg for a little tease of the 805 post show.
Had 16 amazing heats of longboard action. I'm down at the 805 Cold Beer Surf Club. It's right in front of the Sundown Set stage. Such a great place to watch all the action. But talking about action and watching it, the 805 post show will be coming up on the conclusion of this last heat of the women's. I think we've got some amazing action to recap. You guys, what have been some of your favorite moments of the day?
You want to go ahead first, Carla?
I mean, I gotta go first with Malia taking the win in that last heat, feeling really proud of her. I think early in the day, it was nice to see some of those earlier heats get some, you know, better scores and pull some good maneuvers, some good 10s. It was great to have some of the talent up here in the booth with us. Great to have Chase and Ben and we had some great, you know, talk with Tony. So it's been a great day, great start to the event.
I'm gonna say the youth. Johnny the Ripper, Chase Leader, Rachel Tilley too. I mean, their performances really stood out to me today, and a missed opportunity right there for Inouye to be able to replace one of the threes that she is keeping in her scoreline at the moment. 14 minutes on the clock. It seems like all three of the surfers were up and riding. Let's see if any of those waves are actually consequential to the outcome of this heat or not. For our viewers at home that don't know what that is on screen, what did we just witness there from the surfer in red Mason? So, a turtle roll, is that what you call it?
Right, so she did a turtle roll. That's one of the waves we can get through the wave there. There's kind of a few different options depending on the size and your positioning where the wave is breaking. She chose the turtle.
And you rarely see that on a shortboard, so.
No, yeah, you're not going to see that on there's not enough planing surface in order to warrant that. You're going to do the duck dive, right? So a different animal named.
Can you duck dive yourself on a longboard or no?
I personally cannot. I mean, if you've stood next to me, I'm barely 5 feet tall and I ride like a 9'4". However, a nice strapping gentleman like Sam or maybe Mr. Skinner perhaps would be, you know, or Taylor Jensen, of course, and or those boards that Eduardo tends to ride. Those are much more conducive to perhaps kind of tucking the nose under and getting under. But myself, no, I will never be duck diving a longboard. I actually learned to duck dive in an Alan Sarlo's pool.
Really?
For a Lacoste gig. And I got this gig, and I had to learn how to shortboard and not learn to shortboard, but learn how to duck dive. Yeah, go car.
You learn something new every day. Quick one there for Mason. So in a way, couple of throwaways on her last. Same thing for Wunderlich, and still waiting on a score for Mason Schremer before the fall right here. Just over 12 minutes on the clock still for the 3 surfers out there in heat number 8 of women's opening round action. And yeah, I think in the end, doesn't matter what you ride as long as you're enjoying yourself, but safety is always the top priority in that sense. And as your father said, comes from a very traditional longboarding background. No daughter of mine is going to wear a leash. And I think in the end, yeah, it does come a point where you look at the safety factor. There's times where you definitely do have to wear something like that, especially in conditions out here. You have a big old pier looking at you too. You don't want your board going through the pilings over here. Potential for a broken board that way. So 11:30 on the clock, and it seems like Inoue is still in the lead at the moment, just slightly, as Schremer and Wunderlich looking to make a comeback in the top third of this heat right here. It's our last one at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Let's take a Bonsai brew break and be right back.
Get there, a 4.67 takes you into the lead. Now white during second. Looking for a 3.71, the score coming in. Blue, a 4.18, also the score coming in. Just under 11 minutes left here in the final heat of the day. So Mason getting the highest single thus far with 10:40 to go. Then we have her out in first, and as Jeff just mentioned, surfer in white now in second requires a 3.71, and blue requires a 4.18. But Kaida and Natalia both have scores to drop. We'll see if it changes now. And Mason will look to replace her current low score of a 2.7. Priority is white, red, blue. 10 minutes to go.
In just over an hour, right here at Sundown Sets, Common Kings, one of the best reggae bands on the planet, will be playing here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Make sure to scan the QR code and get your tickets now, because at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, they are going on set, and they will be playing for a good amount of time here at the US Open. So scan the QR code, get your tickets now, and we'll see you in just a bit here to watch Common Kings. 9 minutes on the clock in our final heat of women's opening round action. Mitchell and Carla with you. Mason Schremer, during the break, took the lead, Carla, 4.67, the high mark at the moment in this heat. And it seems like when we look at the elements of the judging criteria so far, it's really been put in place by a former world champion, Tori Gilkerson, who is now our head judge here on the World Longboard Tour, and really looking at major combos with variety, a lot of the nose rides in the most critical sections, and looking at the conditions afternoon, you get any single one of those moments in the criteria, you're doing very good work out here.
Well, yeah, and as I opened with this heat, you know, don't forget about Mason. You know, she may seem like she seems sleepy in the beginning of the heat, but she's able to pull out some really nice scores, you know, and considering the conditions, that 4.67 is a great score. Here's Natalia here, another really stylish surfer.
Ooh.
Nice little tip time there. This is potential to be the highest scoring wave here.
And this has potential to get a reform on the inside if she sticks with it, but get the damage on the outside herself. And anytime you see a quality nose ride like that in tough conditions in the afternoon, they obviously selected the right wave, first of all, but they were patient enough to actually surf it the way they did.
Definitely. The eyebrows are being raised up in the judges' booth. They're going to be probably comparing that wave of Mason's, that 4.67, seeing how they kind of were different, how they were similar, how they can set them apart as far as the scale goes, right? We don't want to come in all at the same range. They're trying to make sure they're giving every surfer their adequate acknowledgement.
Well, their honest opinion about things,
Sure.
you know? And that's why there's 5 people. You take out the high and the low, and in the end, the average comes through. And for Wonderlic, it is a wonderful one. A 7-point ride up to the lead immediately, and her backup now a 3.2. Look at the requirements still for both Schremer and Inoue. 5.54, 6.54 respectively, and time winding down as well.
Time winding down and really changing the situation quite quickly there with just that really solid nose ride like you mentioned, just really showing the judges that calm, cool composure, linking the maneuvers together. She had the turn outside of it. I'm sure we'll hit a replay in a moment here, but we're gonna watch live action right here as she catches. She's feeling the flow now, right? So she's feeling that rhythm. This one's not gonna quite provide, but the other girls outside, Inoue looking for a 6.54 and Mason looking for a 5.54, and you can see here Blue getting that 5 to the tight 5. That arm up in the air, remaining composed, and then that nice carve. Really putting it on rail, showing a little bit of power, speed, and flow. Checking off all of those boxes that the judges are looking for.
And I like the appreciation up there for that too.
Same, because
Really
there's
singular nose ride, you know?
there's not a ton happening out there, right? And so when it does happen, they're giving that acknowledgement. And it's important as an athlete, as a competitor, like to come out of a heat and only be scoring in 4s, you're kind of like, gosh, what am I doing wrong?
Right.
Right? So when you can come out and you've pulled that 7, you're like, oh, thank goodness, you know, like I still got it.
And for anybody that surfs outside of the pier this time of the afternoon, you come out of school, you're thinking, oh, waves are going to be fun. You get here, it's basically flat. There's something that is breaking, as we always see here in Huntington Beach. But in the end, as you said, getting appreciated and validated in terms of their opinions goes a long way, especially right here. Last heat of the day, everybody's tired, everybody wants to go home, but knowing that you get something in the 7-point range where very few have been able to get a score so far today
Throughout the whole
itself,
day, yes.
it's a big confidence booster right
Super confidence booster, and as you mentioned, it's the last heat of the day. It's hard to be, it's equally hard, it can be hard to be the first heat of the day, but really hard to be the last heat of the day and kind of have to wait it out and keep that energy level stabilized, right? And so, yeah, that's gonna really help her a lot as time winds down. Obviously, these 5s are attainable, and we've got riders up in here.
Schremer on the right-hander, touches the nose real quick. Into the lip for the whitewater foam climb. So just under 5 minutes and catching up with Inoue right here. Not able to see the opening part of her ride, but looking for a mid-6 at the moment to retake the lead. And, you know, just looking at the difference in styles, and maybe, you know, at this point, the leash could potentially be detrimental the way you're looking at it. The size out there, and the 2 surfers that are actually trailing at the moment are the ones that selected to wear a leash.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that the leash is making them less talented surfers per se, because I'm a firm believer that if you're a good enough surfer, you can surf as if the leash doesn't exist. But in this case, the coincidence, I know for myself, we were chatting earlier, you're not that far from shore, so it doesn't take you too long, but it can cost you time. So it is a risk you're taking. You just have to be willing to play the cards.
And it's really more a thing of just slight drag, right? Doesn't change a whole lot, but in the end.
No, I mean, I think back to advice I got from Derek Dorner way back in the day, and he was actually talking about fins and how every little nook and little bit can affect the bubbles and da-da-da. So in theory, like technically, I think, yes, the leash would have some sort of effect. In these conditions, I don't think it's enough to be any sort of impediment or detriment to their surfing. If we were surfing giant Nazare or something. Nazare, yeah, I think.
Well, I actually think if you're surfing giant Nazare, the best thing is to not wear a leash.
Yes, 100%, 100%. But we digress. Anyways, 3 minutes left in this heat. Natalia with the win with that 7 right now, 7 and a 3.20. She's currently winning it. Mason looking for a 5.54. Kaede looking for a 6.14, hoping they can chip away at it.
Well, she did improve on her last one, by the way. 4.07, so now the requirement just a bit less, 2.45 on the clock. Once again, the 8.05 post show. As soon as we finish this heat, it'll be our last one of the day. And the plan for tomorrow, start around the same time, 7:35 local time if we can, conditions permitting. And of course, when it comes down to what is scheduled, both eliminations rounds are what we're looking at for Sunday. 2 minutes 20. Wonderlic, the heat leader at the moment, with the lead, looking to improve on a 3.2. And the one thing that is actually very beneficial to her is that she does have priority at the moment. So looking at one of the surfers who has had success in California so far, once again, she has actually won a regional event at the longboard QS level. And she is just really looking stellar so far. And got to point out something, Carla. Somebody that surfs here quite often, surfing closer to the pier at the moment, at the pier bowl left, actually, not even going right, is Wonderlic so far.
Yeah, I mean, different strategy than we've seen maybe throughout the day. Not seeing too many of them taking that
The
left.
one going into the pier, no.
Not so much,
Very
right?
few.
Very few. So, you know, perhaps that's a bit of the tide, the various conditions, the swell direction are perhaps changing, but she found her kind of lucky moment, and yeah, the gods provided.
A minute 20. Still packed down here at Southside HB, by the way.
Beach day.
It's really nice when the sun comes out.
Yeah.
Boosts your mood, changes everything.
I'm a vitamin D kind of gal, you know. The sun's out, everything's a lot better. I was noticing earlier, I don't know if you had caught so being a bit north from here, we have a different perspective of Catalina. So one, it's cool to see Catalina from this angle, and two, it was so clear earlier. And you could see all of Catalina. It's a lot closer than what the vantage point that we get. So I really enjoyed kind of the new vantage point this weekend. It'll be cool.
Learn something new every day. We've said a couple of times so far in this heat.
We're all teaching each other something new, right? It's always something good.
35 seconds on the clock right here. Let's see if Schremer and Inoue can get a chance to really open up and get their best score so far in this heat. 5.54 the requirement for Schremer, and for Inoue in the white it is a 6.14. But the surfer out of Oahu, Hawaii so far, Wonderlic in the lead with one of the top scores of the entire day. 7-point ride off of a pier bowl left, which at the moment in countdown mode, she is going to be taking away a big heat win to start off the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And just looking at the underdogs once again, you mentioned Mason Schremer. I'd put Natalia Wonderlic 100%. In that conversation to eventually be an event champion right here in Huntington Beach as well. So those are the results for women's opening round heat number 8, our last of the day. And with that, that means that our favorite moment of the day is coming up. It's the 8:05 post show. We got an incredible cast and crew with you, and it'll be Chris Cote taking you through it once we're back from the break.
All right, greetings, surf fans. Welcome to Happy Hour, or as we like to call it, the 8:05 post show. This is going to be a fun one as we've just wrapped up day one of competition here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. I'm Chris Cote, Carla Kamara. We got Sam Bleakley over there. We got our 8:05 board. That means it's time to have some fun, to really tie a bow around day one of 20 days of competition. We know there's a lot of surfing yet to come, but today was pretty telling. All of our surfers, male and female, on the longboard tour, working their way through various conditions. I would say all of our conditions today quite challenging, on the smaller side, and in the afternoon the wind came up. But what we saw is these longboarders really rising to the challenge of that and making beautiful things happen in a quite messy situation.
Yeah, I mean, even Khalees Kelly-Opaha, she just gets a couple of threes, but the way she surfed those threes was so graceful. And J.R. Esquivel, he was incredible, setting the field ablaze from that first heat.
He really did set the tone right from the get-go, really being explosive with those, I think he had 5s and 6s, and just setting the standard right off the bat.
And finishing the day in a strong way is the winner of that last heat. Natalia Wunderlich is standing by now with AJ McCord.
Natalia, what a way to wrap up day one here at Huntington. You got a 5th place finish here last year. Just how much confidence does that give you coming into this 2025 season?
It feels good. I definitely felt the most confident at Huntington last year. So coming back for the first stop of the tour this year feels good. Yeah.
And to add to that confidence, one of the highest wave scores of the entire day came from you in that heat. Talk me through that wave.
Honestly, I lost my board on the wave before that, so I was feeling a little discouraged, but I was just like, stay positive. You know, the conditions aren't the best, and you only have so much time to surf the way you want, and it came out of nowhere, and I was just really grateful. Yeah.
Understandably so. So now one heat win down. Just how do you approach the rest of this competition?
Honestly, quiet mind, stay positive, and just keep it simple. Yeah.
It's worked out so far. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much.
A 7-point ride in conditions like that must have felt like a 10.
Yeah, those little moments of poise, they really were important today. If you found a bit of space on the face and you could get the lift, and that was a really significant moment because the previous 2 heats had been super challenging, and she just had all of that magic in that lifting nose ride and gets one of the best scores of the round.
Yeah, I think that's what set her apart, was being able to have that elegance in those kind of moments where, you know, among the chaos, if you will, and that was able to shine through and give her that 7.
Well, we did see some shining moments throughout the day. One of the heats we'd like to talk about is Women's Heat 2. This one featured some heavy hitters in our sport, Ofili, Yoshikawa, and of course Honolulu Bloomfield. This was one of those heats, and they were going out. It was kind of, you know, we didn't really have any idea of what the conditions were going to throw at us. We did know that Honolulu was going to go out there and perform, but unfortunately, and I was just in the unfortunate situation of walking by Hano as she was walking out, and I said, congratulations. I was talking about the baby. She thought I was talking about the heat. That was a little embarrassing for me because she did not perform as she wanted to. Flip side of that, you had your surfers in white and your surfers in blue. Go out there and really put on a show for us in rough conditions.
Yeah, Philly was brilliant, and it was really great to see the exchange in the leaderboard, that everybody was in first at different phases in that heat. But Honolulu coming back so strong after the break, having her baby Rain. And of course, we also got to see him on camera with Clay. But unexpected, Hiroka Yoshikawa, she just stayed busy and true, and she found those more connected rides that allowed her to link together that quick opening nose ride with some rail turns. And it was a really good demonstration of Hiroka's experience, the fact that she wasn't daunted coming up against the 3-time Women's World Longboard champion.
She's an experienced surfer with incredible footwork and an incredible tool belt on her, you know, waistline, and just able to really put together a nice set of combined maneuvers.
And look at that resin swirl, tie-dye style, psychedelic art on the bottom of her board, shaped by her dad as well.
Yeah, this has got to be the coolest board paddock we've had of the entire year so far. And there you see the spread right there. Not used to seeing Honolulu Bloomfield in third place, but guess what? She's got another chance. These opening rounds, non-elimination rounds, so Honolulu will find herself in the second round, which is an elimination round. She'll most likely go down tomorrow morning. We'll see what happens when we do make the call. So flipping the script over from the women to the men, we had some big heats go down earlier today. One of the heats we want to talk about is men's heat 3. Jack Van Wagener, Kai Salas, and Nelson Ahina. This was a fun one, of course, on paper because we're seeing some unique craft. Look at that fin. That right there is an added element of danger to any big log. But give it up for all three of these surfers. It was Jack Van Wagener that got the edge in this one.
Yeah, and Carly, you know he comes from Carlsbad, so you know the familiarity he has with surfing these style waves, it demonstrated today.
Yeah, and being at home, kind of on quote-unquote your home turf, being able to probably sleep in your own bed, that definitely helps your situation out quite a bit. And it's always going to be hard to go up against a man like Kai Salas, who is the silent assassin, I believe Chris coined him, and he is. And so, but Jack was able to put it all together and get the win, move on to round 3.
And the cool thing is Jack's sister Reed will be competing in the women's on the Challenger Series. So we've got a lot of sister-brother duos. We've also got the Inuis, Kaede and Taka, brother and sister in the men's. And Jack didn't hold back today. He looked great, as did Nelson, as did Kai. But for Jack to take the win, that was an unexpected result.
I mean, endless storylines already, and we're only on day 1, so we know that day 2 is gonna be another novel here at Huntington Beach Pier. So super fun one to watch there. I just saw Kai Salas come down, had a little conversation with him. He said, yeah, you gotta practice when the waves are good, but you really have to practice when the waves are bad. So he was already making his way back out there to try to rebound.
And you know what has been significant about today is a lot of the Michael Takayama riders have shone. Chloe Coleman on her Michael Takayama, Jack on his Michael Takayama.
Yeah, the Takeyamas are definitely working good and, you know, providing these riders with the scores that they need.
Well, one thing we know for certain is that the surfboards are going to be very cool looking down here. And also, there will be waves. Huntington Beach has waves nearly 365 days a year. So to see what we have on tap for us tomorrow and into the rest of the week, let's take a look at our Surfline forecast. Surfline is literally on top of the action across the highway from us, looking down at the waves right now. So our Surfline forecast looks like this. I'm seeing the word fun a lot. So we're looking at fun waves throughout this opening portion of the window. And I'm really glad that we're starting with longboarding because these waves really, I feel like, they're tailor-made for the skill sets of the surfers coming down here on these 9-foot-plus boards. Of course, it's going to be a challenge on any conditions in the afternoons. But you see right here, morning, nice winds early on, afternoon. It's going to chip up a little bit in the realm of the wind. But we know all of our competitors are ready and willing to face any waves here in Huntington, any size. So expect things to amplify throughout the rest of the week. And speaking of amplifying, pretty excited about our top 5s today because, you know, we've been down here all day. We've been right here on top of the action. I'm sure some of you have been watching, have been in and out. So this is where we go through the heats, pick our favorite moments. We have your top 5 moments. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
All right, well, fasten your seatbelts at home on the couch. Here are your top 5 moments from day 1 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico here. Your top 5 moments, Aero, the way Wi-Fi should be on the 8:05 post show. Let's start with JR ruling the morning, 3 waves in that high range in the first 3 minutes of this heat. He had this thing wrapped up with 28 minutes left to go.
Yeah, he had such a quick start. And Carla, you know his territory and you know the fan base and you know the pride of the Philippines team, and he just hit the ground running in style.
No, I think he feeds off that.
Number 4, Haruka Yoshikawa came through as a silent assassin in this one.
Yeah, our female silent assassin, as we mentioned earlier, she's just got impeccable footwork. She's back on tour, having had a break last year, and so it's great to see her come away with that win there and advancing into the round 3.
Did it with style, did it with grace, and great wave selection as well. And this was a later in the afternoon. So a challenging win there. And then, of course, Taylor Jensen, reigning world champ, reigning U.S. Open champ, 4-time world champ, and he wants more.
The big man, he's so strong, he's so good, but he's so light-footed, he's like a basketball player, and he is able to make every section of every wave count on his trusted 9.6 Singleton board. He looked incredible, and he's going for his 5th world title. That is pretty mind-bending to consider the longevity of his career and the fact that he's potentially surfing better than ever right now.
100%. I think it's like wine with age, right? You get better.
One of the best nose riders and one of the most powerful surfers on the Longboard Tour, Taylor Jensen, coming correct, as well as our other returning champion. It was a good day to be a reigning champ, as Rachel Tilley went out there, full confidence, full stoke, and a lot of style. She got the edge here in her heat, and what a way to do it.
Yeah, and I always like to celebrate the Hoffman fabric inlay on her surfboards. It always looks good, and she does the great surfing, and of course her dad on the sand, having competed here for so many years, and she is the defending champion, and she just came out confident, smooth, committed, stylish. And Carla, it was difficult to find space on the waves today, but she did a great job at getting the links up.
Yeah, as we've mentioned before, she's no stranger to this wave, to winning here. So she just kind of put her experience, you know, down in front of the other ladies and said, here, I'm going to get the job done.
You know, and that pre-event pedicure for our male and female surfers coming in handy today, because we saw a lot of time on the nose, including our #1. This is Chase Leader. Pair of 6.77s, 13.54, the highest heat total of the day. Chase was on a good one today.
And another Michael Takayama rider. So I think Michael has won the prize today for the Shapers rankings, because his boards have been on fire. And look at the charisma of the goofy footer from Montauk. We saw Chloe Coleman also win for New York, but Chase, he was ice cool, and he did a great job representing in the booth for a heat as well.
Oh, he was a pleasure to have up here. He's a pleasure to always, you know, chat with and talk with and have him up here, just his youthful energy. And yes, as you mentioned, the Takayama boards really working well, being able to, you know, put them right in that crisp part of the pocket, and then being lively on the rail and the tail work. So yeah, really putting it together for Chase Leader.
Well, today could have been considered Huntington Beach. That's a pun I brought from yesterday. So it looks like and it feels like the waves are going to be continuing to be in this realm. So we want to make sure you guys tune in tomorrow morning, because that's when it's glassy. That's when we get a little vision of what's to come. And of course, tomorrow things are going to escalate a little bit. They will be elimination rounds. So thank you so much for watching day 1 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This has been the 805 Post Show. We're going to wrap it up with some greatest hits of the day. But don't forget, set your alarm. Tune in tomorrow morning. Live coverage starts at 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll see you then.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.